481 Chapter 482nd Contact. Fourth more. Although the fleet is in a state of blocking the communication signal of the phone bug, Ian has been in contact with Robin through the spiritual space and indirectly pays attention to the progress of the dealer cooperation plan of the Lian Chamber of Commerce. After simply promoting the dealer cooperation plan through newspapers, the Lian Chamber of Commerce has begun to promote the dealer cooperation plan and selects dealer candidates who have a basis for cooperation in various areas. Of course, on the surface, Lian Chamber of Commerce may select the distributor candidates for cooperation in a fair, just and open manner and comprehensively consider the other party's contacts, influence, strength, integrity, etc. in various areas. However, in fact, all the first batch of dealer candidates have been predetermined and more than 90% are comrades of the Revolutionary Army. There are only 10% left, either because the strength of the Revolutionary Army in some areas is weak and there are really no suitable comrades. In general, there have been no surprises in the initial stage of the dealer cooperation program. With the help of the upcoming war between the Red Hair Pirates and the 100 Beasts Pirates as a cover, it is quietly and gradually proceeding as planned. At this time, Paul Celino, who was beside him, squinted his eyes, but he noticed Ion's godless eyes and asked, intentionally or unintentionally, "Is Lieutenant General Ian worried about something?" He thought so much. Yes. Ion came back to his senses and replied without any change in his expression. After this war, it may have a considerable impact on the lives of countless people in the sea. Who knows such a thing? Paul Celino replied without a word and then asked without looking up. The main force on our side is me and Lieutenant General Yan. Which pirate group is Lieutenant General Yan going to deal with? Ion replied without hesitation. Which one of the pirates' injuries is relatively light? I will be responsible for which one, and the other one with more serious injuries will be handed over to General Paul Celino to take care of it. How about that? If an ordinary navy heard Ion's words, they would probably be moved to tears on the spot. Deeply grateful for Ion's tenderness and initiative to take the tough bone. However, Paul Celino's brows raised, but he felt that what he was about to say next was spoken by Yan in advance. Lieutenant General Ion, are you too cunning? As a senior, how can I let you face the less injured side? Leave it to me, Paul Celino said with some dissatisfaction. Each other. Ian looked back at Paul Celino, almost as clear as a mirror to what Paul Celino was thinking about just now. Slightly injured beasts will only want to run away, but severely injured and dying beasts will desperately fight back and even die together. In the face of an enemy of the level of Kaido 100 beasts, Ion and Paul Celino's thoughts were inexplicably highly aligned. Seeing the constant friendly humility between Ion and Paul Celino in front of him, Admiral Tsuru couldn't help but feel quite wise about the arrangement of the Sengoku Marshal. If it was a different person, maybe it would have been fooled successfully, but instead the two guys, Ian and Paul Celino, got together and faced off against each other. The two of you will discuss it slowly. Lieutenant General Crane shook his head, ignored Ion and Paul Celino, and returned to the cabin to arrange the upcoming battle plan. Valley. In the past few days, under the attention of countless people, the 100 Beast Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates officially began to collide, and the collision place was exactly as the Warring States Marshal had previously expected, in that distance and the country, on a desert island near the sea. Above the sky, dark clouds gradually shrouded as if the entire sky was about to slowly collapse, and the entire huge desert island was shrouded in a solemn aura. On the outskirts of the deserted island, many pirates who followed from a distance to witness this war with their own eyes felt their heartbeats speeding up inexplicably. They were clearly separated from the deserted island by a distance that could only be seen with the help of a telescope, and their foreheads were still there. I couldn't help but sweat droplets. Do you want to start? The 100 Beast Pirates and the red-haired pirates have landed on both sides of the deserted island, and half an hour has passed, and conflicts may break out at any time. Look, the sky seems to be collapsing gradually. Is it affected by the spirit of those monsters? We need to keep a little distance. Staying here won't be affected, right? Amid the constant discussions among a large number of pirates, the appearance of several pirate groups has attracted the attention of the pirates around. That's the 9 Snake Pirates? Could it be that Hancock, the Queen of Pirates, is also here? It's amazing. Wait, isn't that the ship of the Don Quixote pirates? According to rumors, Kaido has been secretly suppressing the kingdom of Dressrosa recently. Is Holy Crying Mantis Corazon going to be involved in this war? No, it's not just them. That flag is the Sun Pirates, one of the 7 warrior seas under the king, who once broke into the Holy Land Marijoa and rescued a large number of slaves, and holds the title of Big Hero Tiger, also showed up. However, before the pirates were amazed by the appearance of these 3 pirate groups, some sharp-eyed pirates suddenly discovered the Tyrant Bear and the Big Pirate from a sea seemingly ordinary pirate ship, the figure of Moonlight Maria. The next moment, a series of strange sounds appeared in the sky, and above a dim sky, an extremely conspicuous golden spaceship was slowly approaching. However, among the surprised expressions of the pirates, the Kaiwahe stopped advancing after a certain distance from the deserted island, posing as a spectator, and did not approach the deserted island that was about to become a battlefield. Island 6. There are actually 6 Kaiwahe showing up. It seems that even those King 7 martial seas, this battle for the title of Emperor of the Sea is very attractive to them. Of course, that's the title of Sea Emperor. Every Sea Emperor has a terrifying power to fight against the Navy headquarters. And at the center of the deserted island at the moment, 2 groups of people are looking at each other from a distance of hundreds of meters. The 2 sides did not speak, but red-haired Shanks and Beast Kaido simultaneously burst out with a terrifying domineering boom. 483 chapter. Instead of the left arm, as the 2 overlords on the deserted island suddenly collided, the terrifying air wave suddenly exploded almost instantly with red-haired Shanks and 100 Beasts Kaido. The middle serves as a dividing point, and the entire desert island and even the sky are dyed in different colors. The black and red lightning generated by the overlord color collision was raging wildly, and the aura-like substance was madly impacting everything. 99% of the creatures that originally lived on the desert island fell into a coma almost instantly. Even the sea kings who were sleeping in the depths of the sea outside the desert island began to flee in a hurry. The originally calm sea suddenly became choppy, and the dim sky was even more smashed with a few lightning bolts. Is this a collision at the level of the Emperor of the Sea? Climate, even the invisible climate has been changed. No, it's not even a greeting at this level. At most, it can only be regarded as testing each other's courage. Immediately, Kaido the 100 Beasts took the lead in withdrawing his domineering arrogance, and he carried the mace Ba Ranhuan on his back and said with a wild laugh, "Ha ha ha, do you have this level of courage, Redhead? It seems that this war will be a little more interesting than I imagined." 247. Red-haired Shanks also followed the withdrawal of the domineering look, and no longer conducted such a meaningless test but stared solemnly at the man in front of him who was almost 4 times his height. The strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, Emperor of the Sea, Beast Kaido, a monster-like man who pursues wars and battles and exudes violence all the time. Among them, the current appearance of 100 Beasts Kaido is compared with the past. The most special thing is that on his left arm, a dragon claw like the legendary dragon has replaced the original arm. The thick dragon beneath the scales seems to contain brute force that can destroy everything. Has this guy Kaido completely mastered the awakening ability of fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form? As one of the crew of One Piece Roger in the past, and the man who followed One Piece Roger to the final island, Ralph Redhead Shanks knew most of the secrets of this sea. Although red-haired Shanks didn't really set foot on the last island Ralph drew because of a little accident, he knew from his past companions that part of the demon was only recorded on final island. Ralph drew the secret of the fruit, and 100 Beasts Kaido's left arm that has obviously been lost in the past can be reproduced in this form, which is undoubtedly a special way of using the awakening ability of fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form. It's really a monster, Redhead Shanks secretly commented in his heart. However, feeling the gaze of red-haired Shanks, Beast Kaido's expression gradually became angry and irritable. Left arm, that was an unforgettable shame for Kaido. Beasts. Redhead, do you want to be made into meat sauce by me? Kaido squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. His expression was particularly terrifying. Ahaha, sorry. Redhead Shanks sneered, scratched his head, and explained, I didn't mean to laugh. After all, I lost a left arm just like you, but I am a little envious of you being able to recover in this way. The next moment, before red-haired Shanks could finish speaking, Kaido 100 Beasts suddenly moved and appeared in red-haired Shanks's place almost instantly across a distance of hundreds of meters. Before, if you explain it, take it slow in the next life. Speak up, thundering gossip. Facing this mighty blow, Shanks' eyes instantly froze, and he pulled out the famous knife griffin at his waist and went straight towards Kaido 100 Beasts. The exaggerated-looking mace Ba Ranhuan Pixie collided with each other, and the black and red lightnings entwined by their respective weapons were constantly entwined and cancelled. Boom! Just when the pirates who were observing the deserted island through binoculars from a distance were wondering why the deserted island seemed to have suddenly stopped moving. Suddenly, an astonishing air wave burst out in all directions from the center of the deserted island, and the aftermath caused by it instantly set off a sky-high sea wave. Overlord's color entanglement. It's quite good. The red-haired kid can actually block Loud's thunder and gossip. Kaido, you are really joking. Do you want to beat me with this level of power? In the brief dialogue between Beasts Kaido and red-haired Shanks, the vision caused by the collision of mace. 8 ran Huanbai. 9 Griffin was unexpected. It was getting more and more terrifying, and the ground beneath both sides began to show signs of collapse rapidly. At the same time, the collision between Kaido 100 Beasts and Red Hair Shanks seems to have become the horn of the official start of this war, and the cotters and crews of both sides have begun a full-scale war. Boom! A series of huge battle sounds resounded on the desert island without stopping. This time, because the battle location was not far from the waters of Wano country, Kaido 100 Beasts almost brought most of the combat power of the pirates with him. The three major disasters, Fire Yin, Pandemic Quinn, Drought Jack, the rest of the cotters, Fuzzy Fu, Gigi, Ron, Peggy Wan, etc. a lot of physical skills or animals, a devil fruit ability. On the other hand, the red-haired pirates was headed by Deputy Captain Beckman, who led Jesus Bulletin, Riki Lu, Digo, Snake, and other cotters to meet them head-on. For a time, the sound of fighting was almost everywhere on the entire desert island. The powerful cotters of the two pirate groups who were fighting against each other tacitly kept a certain distance from each other to avoid hurting their partners. At the same time, they also helped red-haired Shanks and 100 Beasts Kaidoten in the center of the desert island space to fight. At this moment, the battle between red-haired Shanks and 100 Beasts Kaido also broke out completely, and the aftermath of the violent collision caused waves of storms in the desert island. The dark clouds were torn apart from time to time. Strange monster. Witnessing the vision caused by the real battle between red-haired Shanks and 100 Beasts Kaido on the deserted island from a distance, many pirates were also pale and sweating. Only by truly witnessing the visions produced by the battles of these monsters did these pirates who had high self-esteem realize that the gap between themselves and those sea emperors was exaggerated. Is this level really something that humans can do? 483 Description of book title modification. Some readers have greatly noticed that the title of the book has been changed to Pirates on Top of the War. I will stand in the sky and expressed doubts, so here is a unified explanation. In fact, the title of the book I envisioned at the beginning was not I Don't Want to Be a General, I Choose Buddhism, but another title. It's just embarrassing that some words in the title were not allowed to pass, and then I couldn't think of a very appropriate title for a while, and I used the name If I Don't Want to Be a General, I Choose Buddhism at the suggestion of the editor. However, the title of the book did not completely match the main line of the idea, which led to frequent complaints from readers about the title of the book. And a few days ago, when the final arrangement of the follow-up main line was done, the follow-up plot happened to have the introduction scene, so I changed the title of the book on a whim. Some readers may worry that the protagonist will be blackened in the later stage, or that it is a disgusting plot such as a big change in personality. There is no need to worry about this. The character and purpose of the protagonist are the same from beginning to end, including the war against the Marshal of the Warring States period. The feelings will always be the same, and the style of the protagonist is actually always in a state of acting. The opening of the book actually shows that the protagonist has been waiting for him to have the self-protection ability he thinks. Or, for a little spoiler, that scene in the introduction will be the third stage in the overall plan of the Revolutionary Army, and the real focus is actually the last sentence in the introduction, probably above. At the same time, I would like to thank all readers for their great support and love for this book. Thank you very much. 484th Faction Dispute. In other words, not only the battle between red-haired Shanks and 100 Beasts Kaido is despair that makes people feel a dimensional gap, even the battle between the two pirate group leaders is enough to make people breathtaking. Powerful. Absolutely powerful. Before the battle started, the desert island, which was only a lap smaller than Dressrosa Kingdom, had almost disappeared in tens of meters of forest under the head-to-head confrontation between the two pirate groups. The sea was choppy and the sky was cloudy, almost apocalyptic. It's an exaggeration. Not only the pirates who were watching from afar, but also the pirates who had already arrived at the predetermined position, so that the entire fleet continued to maintain the communication signal blocking state of the phone bug, but the flagship was temporarily out of range. The admirals projected by the phone bug, General Paul Salino, Lieutenant General Crane, Lieutenant General Ion, and the other 16 vice admirals of the Navy headquarters all looked at the picture projected by the video phone bug with a slightly solemn expression. This is the picture transmitted by several naval intelligence ships disguised as pirate ships. In addition to the flagship of this fleet, it will also be synchronized to the Marine headquarters Marine Fando and the Holy Land Mary Joa. Of course, it's not just the Navy. There are also intelligence personnel from other forces among the pirate ships watching, such as the Big Mom pirates and Whitebeard pirates, even if there is no real participation for the time being. Tendency, but also dispatch intelligence officers to document the situation. The momentum caused by the frontal battle of the two pirate groups in the area is so exaggerated exaggerated. It is rumored that every emperor at sea has the power to attack the headquarters of the Navy. It does not seem to be completely false. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel said in a solemn tone. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, who was standing beside Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, nodded and said, "The power of these sea debris cannot be underestimated. However, this is not a reason for justice to retreat. It is precisely because of this that it is necessary to eliminate these sea debris in one fell swoop. It's just that waiting for the opportunity to wait for the opponent to lose both sides and then attack with one strike will ultimately damage the name of naval justice." The seemingly rough-looking Lieutenant General Hwashaishin shook his head and said helplessly, as a direct subordinate of Sakaski, Vice Admiral Doberman, who was temporarily dispatched to participate in this plan, couldn't help but sneered. "Hwashaishin, your moral justice is still so disgusting. As long as the beast pirates and the red-haired pirates can be successfully eliminated, then no amount of sacrifices are worth it, let alone this kind of incompetence. Dignity worth mentioning." For Lieutenant General Doberman's ridicule, Lieutenant General Hwashaishin did not get angry but explained with a big grin. "Lieutenant General Doberman, if the Navy's behavior continues to break through the bottom line, regardless of the lives of its subordinates, the life and death of civilians, and the dignity of the name of justice, then how much different will it be from pirates?" After a pause, Lieutenant General Hwashaishin continued slowly, "At that time, it will just become another group of forces similar to pirates to fight against pirates. So as a navy, some rules and moral bottom lines must be adhered to. However, Lieutenant General Doberman, who pursues the absolute justice that is consistent with Lieutenant General Sakaski, can feel the harshness of these words, and retorted without hesitation, "Valley, it is precisely because of your weak justice that the pirates become more and more mad." Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel saw Lieutenant General Doberman's attitude becoming more and more excited and hurriedly said, "Okay, you two, now is not the place to argue about ideas. Please control your emotions." Regarding the disputes between the lieutenant generals behind him, General Paul Salino did not intervene in it, and even Lieutenant General Crane, the commander-in-chief of this fleet, also did not intervene. As the three admirals of the Navy took office, different inclinations of justice also led to the emergence of factions, mainly the absolute justice hawks of the faction represented by Akainu and the moderate justice doves of the faction represented by Aokiji. As for the faction headed by Lieutenant General Garp and Kiyozo Polisalino, more in neutral. This is a factional conflict caused by different ideas, and there is no way to forcibly prevent it. In order to avoid the factional disputes from becoming more and more intense, the real high-level naval leaders will try their best to avoid intervening in it so as not to intensify the contradictions, so that this kind of factional disputes are limited as much as possible to the concept of the lieutenant general level of the Navy headquarters. As for Ion, he was even more silent, and Kwandang didn't hear it. After all, Ion now bears the title of Navy Hero. Even if he is still the rank of Lieutenant General, he is also one of the real high-ranking naval officers. Although Ion has always claimed that he belongs to the Buddhist system, both in terms of style and position, if Ion speaks out easily, it will be overinterpreted. Even in order to avoid the intensification of this contradiction, Kyuzan, who had a good personal relationship with Ion, has actually kept a distance from Ion all the time to avoid misunderstanding between General Sakaski and the Hawk faction generals. This kind of contradiction within the Navy has made Ion more and more clearly aware that the Navy has always lacked a unified idea. Otherwise, even if the emergence of radicals and moderates cannot be avoided, it will not intensify the battle of ideas. To this extent, however, through the intelligence network of the Revolutionary Army lurking inside the Navy recently, Ian noticed that the intelligence personnel of the world government seemed to be intentionally fostering hawks. Do you think the hawks are more conducive to the world government's mastery and command of the Navy? Ion was lying on the beach chair in a rather lazy posture, facing the picture of the video phone bug, and his heart was quickly distinguishing and verifying the ideas cherished by the admirals of the naval headquarters behind him. At this moment, the picture projected by the video phone worm changed. With the intensification of lightning and thunder in the dark sky, a shocking blue dragon vacated from the deserted island. Rise. Immediately, the voices of the vice admirals who were still arguing stopped, and their eyes were extremely fearful and solemn as they looked at the blue dragon that seemed to be controlling the sky. 100 beasts, Kaido, fish, and fish fruits, phantom beasts, blue dragon form. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel muttered to himself in a heavy tone. Kaido took the initiative to attack the Navy alone more than once, and naturally he has shown this attitude in front of the Vice Admiral more than once. But when this posture reappeared, these Vice Admirals who had faced Kaido's posture were instantly awakened in awe of this posture. 485 Chapter 19-1. The advantage is in me. Kaido, the blue dragon form. This guy guy incarnates seems to be bigger than 7 years ago. Ian took off the sunglasses hanging on his face and put on his usual glasses. He narrowed his eyes slightly and commented dignifiedly, Paul Salino, who was beside him, was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted immediately, recalling that Ian was also a person who participated in the Dressrosa Kingdom incident. It's just that Ian was a prisoner in the Dressrosa Kingdom incident at the time, so it was natural to be able to perceive Kaido's shape change so quickly. Paul Salino asked as if unintentionally, "How are you confident that you can take him out?" Lieutenant General Ion. Ian spread his hands and replied in a helpless tone, "Are you kidding me? It's hard for me to keep calm just by seeing such a gesture. If I face it directly, I might not last for half an hour if I'm serious." Poor Salino smiled admiringly. "Ha ha ha, Lieutenant General Ion is joking again. Kaido's posture is indeed like a monster to me, but no matter how strong Kaido's defense is, it can't be compared to the ancient weapon. Hades, right?" Lieutenant General Ion must be quite sure. Ian shook his head, pinched his index finger and thumb, and then separated a little gap, indicating, No, the assurance that you can avoid immortality is probably only a little bit." Hearing this, even Lieutenant General Crane with a serious expression couldn't help but complain, "You two are almost enough, and you didn't let you go head to head with Kaido." In the view of Lieutenant General Crane, not to mention the guy Paul Salino, the upper limit of combat power shown by Ian before is already quite high. Even though Ion's physique has always been a weakness that cannot be concealed, whether it is the final scene, White Emperor Sword, which is rumored to pierce through the ancient weapon, Hades' special posture, or the Overlord colored entanglement that instantly kills Vabel, it all means that Yan's combat power is definitely at the top level of the sea. In fact, the reason why Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General Crane will force Yan to follow the fleet to fight is to hope that Yan can break Kaido's defense and vitality, and truly stifle the threat of the sea in this war. What Lieutenant General Crane didn't expect was that Yan nodded in agreement with her words, glanced around to count the number of people, and said, "That's true. After all, 19-1. The advantage is mine." As soon as the sentence came out, some veteran admirals of the Navy headquarters who were usually quite respectful couldn't help but blush. After all, in this chaotic sea, most admirals are not disgusted with the idea of scheming or not, but they still unavoidably admire the honor and pride of a head-to-head duel. So even if they are mentally prepared to fight Kaido in groups, these vice admirals still can't do it if they say 19-1. The advantage is mine, like Ion. But don't mention it. When he heard it was 19-1, the vice admiral, who was in awe of Kaido's amazing posture, felt relieved, and felt that Kaido's power was the same thing. It's true that Kaido can't beat Kaido in a duel, but can Kaido beat 19 of them by himself? However, just when Paul Salino wanted to say something, looking at the picture projected by the video phone bug, the expression on his face that had always been relaxed slowly tightened, and muttered, "The territory of tyrants." In just an instant, with a wave visible to the naked eye spreading from the center of the deserted island in all directions, the sea that had been surging all the time calmed down in an instant, and even the dark clouds above the sky stopped rolling in an instant. Similar. That picture is amazing. 248. It was as if the presence of something had stopped the entire sea and sky for it. The next moment, Kaido's incarnation of the dragon's giant mouth opened, and suddenly spewed out a scorching hot breath towards the bottom. The power was so great that it seemed to directly smash the entire desert island below. However, the original wave that spread in all directions suddenly gathered in the middle, and then a sky-high red flying slash accompanied by black-red lightning shredded the heat and slashed the blue dragon flying in the sky. Boom! The terrifying aftermath brought the heat left by the heat breath into a rolling heat wave and spread out in a ring, almost instantly turning the trees on the small desert island into brown. However, Qinglong, who was originally flying in the sky, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and the huge and terrifying body fell straight from the air. That blow. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, who is also one of the well-known swordsmen in the sea, was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat and muttered, "Even if it is the flying slash that Mihawk, who is known as the world's greatest swordsman, unleashes all his strength, it's just like that, right?" As for the rest of the vice admirals, even if they were not well versed in swordsmanship, they could feel the shock of the blow from the scene of tearing apart the heat and slashing the blue dragon. Redhead Shanks, what is going on with that guy's strength? Lieutenant General Doberman's face was ugly and solemn. It's completely beyond expectations. Could it be that Redhead Shanks dared to choose Beast Kaido as his opponent to compete for the Emperor of the Sea? Lieutenant General Ghost Spider said word by word. Hijon narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully observed every detail on the screen projected by the video phone bug, then took a deep breath and said with a bit of sigh, "I didn't expect that after Roger, someone else developed the Overlord's domineering to the level of the Overlord's territory. Tyrant's territory." Whether it was Yan or the rest of the vice admirals, they all cast cast doubtful glances at Vice Admiral He. "That's right, the territory of tyrants." Lieutenant General Crane nodded and said, "In the field of domineering, it is divided into knowledge color, armed color, and overlord color. Everyone must be very clear about this. Among them, the knowledgeable and armed colors are domineering powers that can be mastered through acquired practice and training, but limited by individual talents and physiques. The heights that can be developed are different. As for the domineering arrogance, it is even more special. It is a domineering that is completely determined by innateness. The acquired training and practice are not so much to enhance. It is better to dig out one's own domineering arrogance at a deeper level and apply to master." 486 Chapter 486 The Secret of Domineering Awakening. What Admiral Crane just said is just the most basic common sense of the sea to the admirals. Of course, this kind of knowledge is still a very novel concept for those who have deliberately blocked the relevant knowledge in the seas of the four seas and the first half of the Great Route. However, the vice admirals knew very well that what Admiral Crane wanted to say was still to come. Lieutenant General Crane's voice only paused and then continued. "However, in addition to being able to develop various application skills, the three-color domineering, like the devil fruit, also has the concept of awakening. Awakening of domineering is very difficult. The rareness may be lower than the awakening of devil fruit, but once awakened, each individual can develop some special abilities on the basis of the original. This knowledge is obviously one of the important concepts that the world government and the Navy have deliberately blocked the sea. It is not recorded in any written documents, but is passed on to a very small range by word of mouth. Maybe even some people who have inadvertently awakened domineering do not know the real concept. Otherwise, with the current intelligence network of the Revolutionary Army, it is impossible to collect relevant information." Domineering awakening? Ion recited the term silently and instantly understood a lot of things that he felt a little contradictory in the past. Before, Ian always believed that Analu's heartnet and Katakuri's foreseeing the future belonged to the so-called high-level domineering. Now it seems that Analu's heartnet is domineering and Zifa's iron fist is armed and domineering, as well as the overlord's entanglement that Ian has now mastered. They should all belong to the category of domineering skills. And only Charlotte Katakuri, one of the three desserts in the Big Mom Pirates who has become famous in recent years, has the characteristic of seeing the future. Domineering is what really belongs to the category of domineering awakening, or the intuitive danger of the CP0 member Barack, who met in Bihai before, also belongs to domineering awakening. In other words, does the awakening of domineering belong to further magnifying some original characteristics, even reaching an unbelievable level? Originally, he only used the power of listening to perceive biological breath, moving trends, and emotional changes. He has awakened the special ability of foreseeing the future and intuitive danger. Beneath Ion's seemingly calm surface, he secretly speculates in his heart. However, Lieutenant General Crane only briefly explained this concept, which obviously belongs to the category of secrets, without any in-depth explanation, let alone who has the domineering awakening combat power within the Navy. The reason why Admiral Crane briefly described the concept of domineering awakening is just to explain the dominant territory later, so that vice admirals can have a basic concept in the upcoming engagement. However, in the three-color domineering, the domineering awakening of the domineering color is relatively special. According to the data compiled in the past, the domineering awakening of the domineering color will form an ability called domineering territory. Speaking of this, Lieutenant General Crane's voice paused slightly, and his calm eyes also revealed a bit of solemnity. Under the influence of the dominator's territory, the master of this ability can integrate into the surrounding nature, communicate with all things in nature, and get the allegiance of all things, and even change the natural laws of the world around you. There is another name for this ability: listen to the voice of all things, and the last known overlord's domain ability is One Piece Roger. As soon as this remark came out, the admirals who were present were shocked. In the past 3 decades, the most proud and talked about achievement of the Navy is the execution of One Piece Roger, and the man who single-handedly opened the prelude to a chaotic era on the execution platform. So even for the Navy, the name has a different meaning. But now, the ability of that One Piece Roger actually appeared on red-haired Shanks, which undoubtedly deeply stimulated the admirals present. And Yan's expression was also slightly surprised, which was quite surprising. The voice of all things listens. This term Ion once inadvertently learned from the mouth of the Warring States Marshal, and understands that it is an ability related to domineering. However, in the past, Ian only interpreted it from the text, and thought it was the name of One Piece Roger's high-level knowledge and domineering, but he did not expect it to be another name for the territory of the tyrant. Redhead Shanks, this man is dangerous. General Crane summed it up word by word. We must kill this guy as much as possible in this war, and we must not not allow the emergence of a second One Piece. The rest of the vice admirals heard the words, and under the stimulation of the name One Piece, their eyes also showed determination. If the existence of the Sea Emperor is only a major threat and unstable factor for the Navy, then the One Piece is absolutely intolerable. Paul Salino, who was on the side, bent down slightly at this time and whispered in Ion's ear, "Lieutenant General Ion, Redhead Shanks will be your responsibility. I'm not good at dealing with this kind of guy." Ion looked at Paul Salino in surprise. Poor Salino pushed his sunglasses, rarely showing the usual wretched and lazy expression, but said solemnly, "As Lieutenant General he just said, the boundary territory can interfere with all things in a certain range and easily change the laws of nature in the way of getting the allegiance of all things. So this is the nature department. Devil Fruit ability is the least good at dealing with guy." "That's right." Lieutenant General Crane also came over at this time and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect red-haired Shanks to inherit this ability from One Piece Roger, and in the face of the territory of tyrants, Paul Salino would lose most of his speed advantages. Very tough to deal with Redhead Shanks. This time it was me and Sengoku that made a mistake. Garp is the most suitable for dealing with this kind of guy. It's time to transfer Garp to the frontal battlefield here, but now it's obviously too late, so I can only ask you, Lieutenant General Ion." Yan's expression didn't change much, only the corners of his mouth twitched vaguely, and he couldn't help but secretly complain, "I haven't even heard of the concept of tyrant territory or something. Is it really appropriate for a weak junior like me to deal with it?" 487 Chapter 487 Board the throne of the Emperor at sea. But no matter how Ion complained in his heart, he still had the most basic sense of justice and responsibility as a navy. The war is imminent, and the top naval forces arranged by the warring states marshal on the frontal battlefield are currently only Paul Salino and Yan. Listening to the solemn tone of Admiral Crane and Paul Salino just now, Ian even suspects that the natural devil fruit ability person is not only not good at dealing with the tyrant territory, but is very likely even the most important elementalization of the natural devil fruit has been greatly affected. As a result, Paul Salino, who specializes in devil fruit ability development and kendo, has been weakened by almost half, and is obviously not enough in front of an opponent of the level of red-haired Shanks. Can't do it. And if you don't want the warring states marshal to overwhelm most of the Navy's plans, or even the entire naval fleet to be completely destroyed in the New World waters, then someone must deal with red-haired Shanks. "Okay, I'll try my best." While Ian nodded, he suddenly understood why. At the end of the war, at the top of the original trajectory, there was clearly a factor other than Blackbeard. The Navy with great overall advantages. When the top combat powers such as Marshal of Warring States, Lieutenant General Carp, General Paul Salino, and General Kuzan are still in good condition because of the appearance of red-haired Shanks, he chose to give up and destroy the whole Whitebeard pirates. If red-haired Shanks really has the ability to restrain the three generals of the Navy to a great extent, then in the intervention of the entire red-haired pirates and Blackbeard pirates, the Navy may really be completely because of this was scrapped. This is what the Warring States Marshal cannot allow. As the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku is not an impulsive person, and he deeply understands that the fundamental meaning of the Navy is to maintain deterrence and maintain the peace and justice of the entire sea, rather than the absolute justice pursued by the Hawks. Regardless of any sacrifice, it is enough to fight with the pirates to one soldier. It seems that Redhead Shanks is really better than expected. It's even more troublesome. Ion turned his eyes, looked at the picture projected by the video phone bug, and muttered. At this time, on the desert island, the battle between Beasts Kaido and red-haired Shanks also gradually entered a white-hot stage. Boom! From a distance, under the head-to-head confrontation between the 100 Beasts pirates and the red-haired pirates, the entire deserted island swayed a little, and all kinds of exaggerated visions even more. It is endless. And this war lasted a whole day and night under the attention of the major forces in the entire sea. The island that originally covered an area of about 5,000 square kilometers, most of which was tropical virgin forest, was now destroyed without a trace of its past. Looking at the sky from the angle of any road, it is even more clear that there are 3 or 4 huge cracks in the middle of the island that almost run through the entire island. In addition, the overall terrain of the entire island, which was originally flat, was closer to the central area, and the lower it was, the outline of the basin's terrain was faintly formed. However, even if the sound of war in the entire island has not ended, the movement at this time has become smaller and smaller, and it is gradually approaching the end of the war. It seems that the end is set. A pirate captain who still had some excitement left on his expression put down the telescope in his hand. Through the observation of the binoculars, he has found that most of the cotters on the deserted island have ceased fighting, and only the red-haired Shanks and Beasts Kaido in the central area of the island, as well as several senior cotters are fighting each other. Above the sea beasts, Kaido has the titles of the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, the strongest singled out, and so on. Red-haired Shanks was able to fight against beasts Kaido all day and night without showing any signs of defeat, which is enough to show that red-haired Shanks and 100 beasts Kaido are powerhouses in the same class. Even if red-haired Shanks narrowly loses to beasts Kaido in a duel, as long as red-haired Shanks does not die directly, then red-haired Shanks can also get the title of Emperor of the Sea. And in the head-to-head confrontation with the 100 beasts pirates, the other cotters' comprehensive combat strength even slightly outperformed the 100 beasts pirates, which is enough to prove that the red-haired pirates unleash the power of the pirates. If there is no accident, a new Sea Emperor is about to appear. After a pause, the captain couldn't help showing a smile on his face, turned around and announced to his subordinates, "I have contacted Mr. Beckman of the Red Hair Pirates in advance, and then our entire pirates can join the Red Hair Pirates." Listening to the captain's words, the rest of the pirates were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but let out a cheer. As the Sea Emperors began to divide their territories in the New World waters, the living space of those scattered pirates was constantly being squeezed. Now that it has successfully joined the appropriate Sea Emperor, it is undoubtedly a very secure thing, and there is no need to plunder everywhere in the future, but can earn income by collecting protection fees on sheltered islands. The captain squeezed his hand and said, "Okay, little ones, the cheering will continue when we see the fourth Sea Emperor with our own eyes. Now we have to start leaning over to greet our Emperor." Not only this one pirate ship, but a full 20 or 30 pirate ships all moved at the same time, and an extra piece was hung next to the original pirate flag to represent the red-haired pirate. The pirate flag of the regiment is used to indicate identity. At this moment, the mighty momentum seemed to announce to the whole sea that red-haired Shanks had won the title of Emperor of the Sea, and they were welcoming their emperor. What? Looking at this scene, some pirates who came to watch purely were stunned. However, some smart people woke up instantly and realized that this should be the work of Ben Beckman, the rumored deputy captain of the Red Hair Pirates with a high IQ kind of agreement. After all, there is a huge gap between the red-haired pirates and the 100 Beasts pirates. In addition, this island is not far from the base camp of the 100 Beasts pirates. The possibility of being consumed by a living will battle, and there are 20 or 30 pirate groups in the New World Sea to cooperate, so it is enough for the Red Hair Pirates to retreat from the war with the 100 Beast Pirates. 488 Chapter 488 The White that reappears in the New World. Third, more. As expected of Ben Beckman, have you prepared a strategy in advance? Quite a trick. Many pirates who observed the scene sighed in their hearts, and some pirates who originally had other ideas suppressed those ideas. After all, the pirate group in the New World Sea area is not a small class. Anyone placed in the first half of the Great Route is a first-class pirate who knows how to armed and domineering. Even if there is no real top powerhouse in the sea, the combined strength of 20 or 30 pirate groups is already quite relevant. However, looking down at the seemingly spectacular Annie Road in the sky, it was disdainful. It's boring. Are the weak ants going to die together with the group? Immediately, Anilu threw the half-bitten apple in his hand to the side, picked up the golden long stick and slowly stood up, twisted his neck, and muttered, "After watching the performance for so long, I can finally do it." And the next moment, those pirates who were shocked by the 20 or 30 pirates moving in unison, hanging the Red Hair Pirates flag and leaning over the scene, suddenly felt that a familiar and unfamiliar sound came from behind. The roar of the machine running. That is 249. A pirate turned his head to look. His mouth suddenly opened wide, and he understood what the strange and unfamiliar roar was. That is the unique sound made by the power source of the naval battleship, but this kind of sound has disappeared for too long in the New World waters, so long that the sound even entered the ears. Most of the pirates actually can't recall. Sea Navy. With a horrified shout, more than 50 naval warships surrounded them in a ring from the rear of these pirate ships that had specially come to witness the battle of the Emperor of the Sea. At this moment, the unique pure white color of the Navy warship almost occupied the sight of all pirates, and the fear hidden in the depths of the heart was awakened again. In the name of justice, fire the gun. With the sound of a command echoing above the sea, more than 50 ships have been ready to go for a long time, and all the artillery turrets on the warships that entered the predetermined position roared instantly. Boom 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 boom. Hundreds of powerful cannonballs fell towards the pirates like dense raindrops. For a time, bright fireworks ignited on the sea surface. Most of the pirate ships with wooden structures ignited a raging fire, and a small part of the pirate ships were even directly sunk by the powerful shells. Escape. Navy. It's the Navy. Put out the fire. Set sail quickly. No, no, the mast is broken and the boat can't move. A captain looked at the approaching naval warship with a pale face. Hearing the panicked sounds of his subordinates, subordinates. A sense of fear and helplessness emerged spontaneously. At this moment the other pirate ships around the captain had no idea of counterattack in the face of the mighty naval fleet coming, and they all turned into birds and beasts, frantically trying to escape from the vacant position of the naval siege net that had not been fully closed. However, the pirate ship of the pirate captain had already started to sink, in addition to the fact that the mast was blown off by the cannonball rain just now and could not escape at all. This also led him to watch helplessly as the Navy warships that looked like giant steel beasts zoomed in his sight. For a time, under the despair in his heart, the pirate captain couldn't help but let out an incomprehensible and unwilling roar. Damn, how can the Navy appear in this place? This is the new world. As the voice fell, a slender figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and the justice cloak behind him rattled in the wind. When did you create a new world from the debris of the sea, a place where justice cannot set foot? The next moment, accompanied by golden coins, reads, at the moment when the pirate captain had no time to react, Jun had already crossed him. Behind Jun, blood spurted out, dyeing the corner of the white justice cloak behind Jun red. However, Jun did not care about such details. In this war, Jun has already made up his mind to be stained with blood, so that the name of Justice of the Navy echoes in the waters of New World again, and curbs the trend of the increasingly chaotic sea. Quick fight, the real enemy is still ahead. We can't waste time here. Jun's sharp gaze swept past the many pirates remaining on the pirate ship and gave an order. Immediately, the women's swordsman team, the subordinates trained by Jun, jumped off the battleship one after another, and with the flickering cold light, with superb swordsmanship and tacit cooperation, they cleaned these seas with high efficiency. Residue. If it is normal, Jun will also consider following the usual practice of the Navy, try to capture the pirates and escort them to Push Castle for detention. But at this moment, as the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, who is in charge of this direction, leading a warship and 2 warships to participate in the encirclement network, Jun understands that without this time, it is impossible to deliberately disperse troops for these sea debris, resulting in loopholes in the naval encirclement network. Soon, it was almost the time when the naval battleships passed by without stopping, and the pirates on the entire pirate ship had been swept away. And Jun also returned to the battleship with the women's swordsman team, and continued to command the warship to form a triangular formation while cleaning up the pirates along the way, while rushing towards the faintly visible island ahead. This scene did not only happen here in Jun, but in every direction centered on the island where the Red Hair pirates and the 100 Beast pirates fought. The main naval battleships led by the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and the 2 naval warships in charge of the Navy headquarters Rear Admiral, formed a triangular formation, surrounded from 18 different directions toward the center, as if it was a huge sheet. The big white net moves towards the red-haired pirates, and the 100 Beasts pirates shrouded the pass. This is a siege network consisting of 17 naval warships, 32 naval warships, and more than 40,000 elite navies. Almost in the blink of an eye, many pirates were sleeping in the sea area amid the roaring artillery fire, completely sleeping with doubts and confusion. Obviously, this is the New World sea area, the sea area where the sea emperors are fighting. Why is there a navy? Not only the pirates who have been sleeping in the sea are entangled with this question, but the hearts of the pirates who are fleeing are even more broken. Some pirates even panicked and put their hopes on those big pirates who bear the title of King Sia Kaiwilhe, trying to get closer to the Kaiwilhe to obtain shelter. However, who allowed you to approach your concubine without authorization? 489 Chapter 489 Closed Naval Encirclement. Captive Arrow. In the terrified eyes of a large number of pirates, a large number of pink arrows rained down, turning each pirate into a lifelike stone sculpture. The bastard queen. The Navy is about to hunt down and kill us. Obviously we are a group. Why do you want to shoot us? While some of the surviving pirates panicked, they became furious inexplicably. They looked at the beautiful woman who was standing on top of the sea snake and looked down at them and yelled loudly. Hancock turned his eyes. His expression of disdain was beyond words, and he said in an extremely arrogant tone, "Did you stupid guys misunderstand something? There is only one person in the sea who is qualified to be called the concubines group, and that is the concubines Lord Ion. This wayward bastard." For a time, some pirate ships that were originally planning to approach the 9 snake pirates suddenly stopped. Many pirates could not stop scolding Hancock in their hearts, but they did not dare to face the beautiful man in front of them. Another unbelievably powerful woman shot. However, just when these pirate ships were going to turn in the direction of the rest of the King Sia Kaiwilhe, they planned to unite the rest of the fighting forces to counter the Navy, or to jointly break through the Navy's encirclement net. Boom boom boom. Almost at the same time, all the pirate ships that approached the Kaiwa Sea were shattered, and a large number of pirates died in the wailing and screaming. Under the terrified eyes of a large number of pirates, pirates. The Kabuki almost all chose to take action on the approaching pirate ship. Among them Khorasan, who was wearing a black feather coat and carrying an incomparably exaggerated sickle, stood at the bow of the ship and sneered loudly with a strange smile. Hey, have you got something wrong with the sea debris? Don't you still understand why we appeared in the sea area? After a pause, with Khorasan's clown-like makeup, the smile became more and more arrogant and mocking. Ho, no matter how I say it, I am a pirate who bears the title of Seven Wilhe. To a certain extent, it is consistent with the Navy's position. Are you stupid enough to count on Laozi to save you? As the voice fell, the sickle in Khorasan's hand slashed towards the surrounding pirate ships again, and the attacks similar to the flying slash of Kendo were released frantically. Boom boom. Suddenly, under the chaos of Khorasan, not only a large number of pirate ships close to Khorasan were instantly shattered, but even some pirate ships in the distance that were trying to escape from the naval battleship from other directions were also implicated. And when things have developed to this point, no matter how slow, these pirates, who are mostly full of freedom, fame, and killing, can be regarded as reacting. The King Siakai Wilhe organization and the Navy have the same position, and even their presence in the sea area is a conspiracy of the Navy. Bastard Kai Wilhe, remember it for Lao Tzu. Stay away from all the Kai Wilhe, they are in the same group as the Navy. Run away, turn the rudder. Valley. For a time, the pirates who were surrounded by the Navy net and had less and less escape space became more and more panicked. Originally, the pirates, who were barely able to maintain a certain order, had sprung up to organize combat forces to jointly counter the naval fleet. Under the sudden attack of the Kai Wilhe, they were completely chaotic, and they could only scramble around like headless flies. And Ion, who stayed in the main battleship of the naval fleet, glanced at Khorasan, who was constantly attacking the rest of the pirate ships for the pleasure of destroying and killing, but he couldn't help sighing in his heart. One sentence. Tisk, this guy Khorasan is still as gentle as ever. Is he worried that those pirates will organize a decent counterattack? Actually, this is not necessary. Under the high-pressure environment of the ever-shrinking encirclement network, the pirate groups that only care about their own interests and lack a unified command and top-level combat power that can change the situation of the battle are just scattered sand. No matter how many they are, just vulnerable. Although this naval encirclement plan was formulated in advance by Marshal of the Warring States period and commanded by Lieutenant General Crane, the changes in the situation could be clearly sensed within Yan's exaggerated sense of sight and domineering sense. The Navy's massive raid and the defection of the 6 Shichibukai have completely disintegrated the idea of the resistance of the pirates who were watching the battle. The remaining question is to be able to easily expand the victory of these small fish and shrimp. That's it. However, the real focus is always on that island. Ion's gaze froze, looking towards the island in front of him that was getting clearer and clearer within his line of sight. The continuous sound of artillery fire and the chaotic movement in the waters outside the island. It is naturally impossible to completely hide the Red Hair pirates and the 100 Beasts pirates. Therefore, at this time, the fighting in that island has completely stopped, and there are also some pirates who choose to flee towards the island under the fierce artillery fire of the naval battleship, trying to use the power of the Sea Emperor to fight against the Navy and fight for a chance to survive. After a while, the naval siege net was completely closed, and the wreckage of the pirate ship was still burning slowly in the sea area, returning to the calm sea with the ambitions of those pirates. The 49 naval warships also carried the breath of blood and fire, and formed a siege net with a fierce momentum to surround the islands in the center. Under the siege of the Navy, there are still 60 or 70 pirate ships on the coast of this deserted island, but at this time the Navy's main focus is no longer on those pirates. The real enemies are the red-haired pirates and the 100 Beasts pirates located on the island. If you want to destroy enemies of that level, artillery fire alone is not enough. The role of warships is more just to block their retreat and prevent them from escaping. On the main ship of the naval fleet, Admiral Crane rubbed his brows and walked towards Paul Salino and Ion, then said, "Then, General Paul Salino, Lieutenant General Ion, the rest is up to you." Obviously, commanding 49 warships at the same time to cooperate with each other in coordinated operations is also quite reluctant and difficult for Lieutenant General Crane. After all, Lieutenant General Crane is good at intelligence analysis and strategy. In front of battle command, the most skilled in the entire Navy is the Warring States Marshal, known as the Wise General. It's just that the Warring States period, as a Marshal of the Navy, could not easily leave Marinfando, so he could only let Lieutenant General Crane be the commander. As for Lieutenant General Crane's words, Ion nodded helplessly, but did not forget to remind Paul Salino, who was beside him, "This stage has been set up. I really can't help but retreat." General Paul Salino, you can do more at that time. Solve Kaido as soon as possible and support me. 490 Chapter 490 is so scary. However, However, facing Ion's reminder, Paulsolino shrugged and said, "I've always tried my best, but Kaido is like a monster, and I'm quite weak to deal with it." After a pause, Paulsolino suggested, "If Lieutenant General Ion still has spare energy, why don't we deal with Kaido together, and I have the confidence to lead Lieutenant Generals to solve the rest. How about it?" "Not so good." Ian cast a glance at Paulsolino and immediately moved his body and swept towards the coast of the island first. "What are you kidding? Limited by the situation, it's okay to contain red-haired Shanks and then deal with Kaido together. Not to mention whether Yon can do it with all his strength now. Even if there is a slight possibility that he can do it, there is no need to fully reveal his trump card and combat power. In the Navy, it can only be regarded as a punch card to work. No matter how hard you work, will the 5 old stars let him take their place?" The white navy cape fluttered, and Yan's slender figure landed steadily on the edge of the island's coast. Paulsolino also quickly elementalized and landed on the coast at almost synchronous speed, and with the movement of Ion and Paulsolino, the huge naval fleet also began to land from all directions. As for those pirate ships that block the navy, they will be annihilated. Boom. For a time, the roar of artillery fire continued to sound on the island. Admiral Crane continued to command the fleet to attack the resisting pirates while maintaining the overall siege of the navy, and a large number of naval elites also began to land under the leadership of the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Soon, there were more white waves formed by the advance of the Navy troops on the periphery of this originally deserted island, and the expressions of each navy were extremely solemn and surrounded the area in the center of the island. "Go there, monsters. The monster that brought chaos to the sea is also a monster that must be annihilated in the name of justice." In a solemn and dignified atmosphere, Paulsolino and Ion led the naval forces to continuously encircle the central area of the island. As they continued to approach, looking at the terrifying battle marks left on the surrounding ground, many navies held their breath subconsciously, not even daring to take a breath. Finally, Ion and Paulsolino, who were walking side by side, stopped at the edge of a huge bowl-shaped pit. "Yo, found it?" Paulsolino's slightly erratic voice sounded, and he bent slightly to look at the group of people in the deep pit in front of him. "It seems that the injuries are not minor. Did I disturb you monsters to rest?" Paulsolino spoke in a relaxed and somewhat gloating voice. 250. "And in the rest of the navy, also near the pit on the edge of it, I finally saw the situation of the red-haired pirates and the 100 Beasts pirates at this time. Even though the red-hair pirates and 100 Beasts pirates stopped fighting as soon as they noticed the appearance of the navy and tried their best to take enough time to rest, they could still clearly see their exhaustion, and many pirate cotters are even in a coma." "Navy? How come there are so many navies?" At this time, seeing a large number of navies surrounded from all directions, most of the pirates in the deep pit turned ugly. In particular, the two men standing at the forefront, Admiral Kazuna Paulsolino and Vice Admiral Sakura Dragon Ion, the hero of the navy, made them even more afraid. Paulsolino's eyes swept away, and he suggested in a gentle tone, "Otherwise, how about you follow me to the undersea prison for treatment? In the name of the Admiral, I will give you the most generous treatment. In this way, everyone will save a lot of effort." Paulsolino, the upper body was naked, and there were no obvious scars on his body, but Kaido, who looked faintly tired, stood up and said disdainfully, "This is a new world, not a paradise in the first half of the Great Route. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. I'll give you 3 minutes, and immediately bring the navy to me, or else I'll be buried in this island." Paulsolino took a slight breath but said with a calm expression, "What a monster-like man, but after fighting for a day and a night, how much stamina can your body have?" Boom. Kaido casually smashed the mace Ba Ranhuan on the ground, blasting a huge crack like a spider web on the ground, and said in a cruel tone, "Enough to tear you guys apart 100 times. However, just as Kaido's voice fell, Paulsolino turned into a flash of light and appeared in front of Kaido in an instant. With one foot stretched back slightly, the bright light condensed and did not disperse. "It's scary." The next moment, that dazzling light burst out instantly. "Light speed kick, asshole!" In Kaido's angry cry, the power released by light speed kick instantly caused an explosion in the 100 Beast pirates. Boom. At the same time as the huge smoke screen rose, Paulsolino quickly retreated, his hands crossed in front of his chest, and a dazzling light bullet was like a rainstorm covering the entire Beast pirates. Bakakayanguyu. However, the 100 Beasts pirates and the pirates outside the island who were driven out by the navy were completely different from the same level of existence. In the case of the navy's highest combat power, the Kyabura General Paulsolino personally took action, but completely aroused the anger of this 100 Beast pirates that advocates violence and war. "Bastard, how dare you! Kill the bastard Kizaru! Tear him apart!" For a time, a large number of officials of the 100 Beasts pirates used their devil fruit abilities to transform into various terrifying beast forms arms and rushed towards Palsolino, who was attacking alone. "Yeah, in the erratic voice of Palsolino, vice admirals of the Navy headquarters wearing the cloak of justice fell down beside Palsolino, respectively blocking those beast pirates' cotters who launched fight back. As for the elite Navy soldiers at the edge of the deep pit, they also began to do their best to encircle and suppress the 100 Beasts pirates, with the largest number constantly shooting and shelling at the 100 Beasts pirates. The sound of fighting, explosions, and roars were mixed together, and the war between the Navy and the 100 Beast pirates had completely started. 491 Chapter 491 Give me a face. Third more. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the pirates, of the red-haired pirates, changed slightly, and they didn't expect the Navy to start immediately without hesitation. However, what surprised the red-hair pirates was that the Navy only regarded the beast pirates as the target of the attack and did not attack the red-hair pirates. In this way, the minds of many pirates in the red-haired pirates have been activated. It seems this is a good opportunity to take the opportunity to break through. Just as the true purpose of the Navy is to maintain the peace and justice of the sea, it is not the pursuit of perishing with the pirates at all costs. For the pirates, fighting against the Navy has no real benefit but will lead to their own losses, so in most cases the pirates will choose to flee in the face of the Navy's pursuit. However, just when some officers of the red-haired pirates were about to open their mouths and propose to break through and escape directly, Ben Beckman, the deputy captain, drooped one arm and leaned into Shanks' ear and suggested, "Shanks, the purpose and strength of the Navy are unknown, and rushing to escape is likely to fall into the Navy's trap. Let's help the beast pirates to share the pressure and confirm the situation." However, in the face of Ben Beckman's proposal, Shanks, who has always obeyed his words, remained motionless, just staring solemnly ahead. Beckman shone, looking at Shanks' eyes. His eyes suddenly froze slightly. I saw that the newly appointed Navy hero Lieutenant General Ion was holding a knife in front of the red-haired pirates. His expression was gentle and lazy, and he looked quite harmless. For Beckman, however, this Lieutenant General Ion is far more dangerous than Palsolino. After all, Beckman knew all about Palsolino's combat power information, but this Lieutenant General Ion is a rather mysterious figure, and the information about his combat power that Beckman has collected is quite scattered and contradictory. And Jan stood in front of the entire red-haired pirates alone, and behind it was the battlefield where the Navy and the 100 Beasts pirates started completely, but his expression was not nervous at all. Facing Beckman's dreadful scrutiny, Ian even waved his hand and said, "Hello. Good afternoon, everyone." At this time, after a day and a night of fighting, red-haired Shanks, whose clothes were a bit tattered, pressed his palm on the handle of the famous sword Griffin, and asked domineeringly in his eyes, "Lieutenant General Ion, I know your name. Do you want to block our entire pirate group alone?" Ion scratched the back of his head and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't say such terrible words. After this battle, the name of red-haired Shanks will be spread throughout the sea and undisputedly ascend the throne of Sea Emperor, so that the new world sea area will be formed the situation of the 4 emperors. I'm just an ordinary vice admiral. How can I stand alone against a 4 emperor level pirate group?" After a pause, Ian spread his hands and explained, "I'm just here to explain. This time the naval operation is because the old man in my family felt that the number of the 4 emperors was too many, and it was a bit of an eyesore after all, and he planned to kick Kaido out of the game. But there is absolutely no intention to target your red-haired pirates, so you can eat and drink, rest slowly, and don't be nervous." These words came out of the mouth of Lieutenant General Ion, the Navy hero, and instantly made the corners of many red-haired pirates twitch slightly. Did this guy really fool them like fools? If the Navy successfully destroyed the beast pirates on this island, it would be impossible to allow the red-hair pirates to leave the island completely. In the face of Ion's words that are more flicker than nonsense, Shanks the redhead shook his head and said, "Lieutenant General Ion, your Navy should not come to the waters of the New World. Once your entire naval fleet is destroyed here, the Navy that has lost its deterrence will not be able to continue to maintain the stability and balance of the sea. Then the sea will be plunged into even more terrible chaos." Ian, who was meant to delay time, rubbed his chin full of beard and scum as if he was lost in thought. After a while, Jan suddenly raised his head and said, "I didn't expect your Excellency Shanks to have such a big heart. This statement is quite recognized from my position as a peace lover." After a pause, Ion spoke in a rather serious tone, "So I wonder if your Excellency Shanks is willing to join the Navy and use his own strength to contribute to the cause of peace in the sea. Your Excellency Shanks can rest assured that the internal promotion mechanism of the Navy is perfect, and there will be no backdoors and small means. The key point is fairness, justice, and openness. I believe that with the ability of your Excellency Shanks, it may not be possible to be promoted to the next Navy in the future. The possibility of the Marshal at that time, the peace and justice of the sea will be handed over to Lord Shanks to protect himself. The Red Hair Pirates. Although it is not unacceptable for the Navy to recruit some pirates with special talents to join the Navy, it is outrageous to draw such a blatant recruitment as Yan, and even directly draw the position of the Admiral as a pie. What's more, red-haired Shanks is not a pirate or something. As the newly promoted Emperor of the Sea, with Shanks' status and philosophy, it is impossible for him to be willing to join the Navy no matter what he thinks. Thanks to Lieutenant General Ion for his kindness, only Shanks is used to being free and loose. Shanks, who was somewhat unpredictable about Ion's intentions, replied. Yan's expression was quite sincere, and he said with a thirsty attitude, "The definition of freedom is always relative. Come on, Mr. Shanks, don't rush to refuse. Let's slowly discuss the various benefits, remuneration, and other aspects of the Navy. I believe you will definitely listen to it. I will reconsider it again." Red-haired Shanks frowned slightly and said, "No, Lieutenant General Ion, if you really think about what I just said, please let the Navy end this war directly." After a pause, the red hair continued, "100 beasts Kaido is not so easy to kill. The Navy hastily started this war. It will only drag this naval fleet into the quagmire of war, and eventually the pirates will counterattack in the entire New World Sea area. The tide is wiped out, leading the sea to an age of ever greater chaos. So, just give me a face. Please end this war. I will help the Navy block the counterattack of the 100 beasts pirates and let you leave the waters of the New World safely." Hearing this, Ian smiled gently, but then the smile slowly subsided and said calmly, "You are just a pirate, and it seems that you do not have the qualifications for me to give you this face." 492 Chapter 492 The Purpose of Shanks. I have to say that Ion had a rather dreadful thought about this red-haired Shanks who had followed One Piece Roger to the last island Love Drew before. After all, unlike Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingling, and Kaido, whose three goals are already clear, the Emperor of the Sea, neither the Navy nor the Revolutionary Army have been able to determine the true goal of red-haired Shanks. Analyze it further. However, after a conversation, Ion was a little disappointed with the innocence of red-haired Shanks, and even more confused about his position. The Navy launched this war at such a high cost. The Risk staff has already analyzed it thousands of times. How could the Navy not be clear? However, red-haired Shanks actually said such naive words, and it seemed that he still wanted to maintain the balance and stability of the sea. This guy Shanks, who is dedicated to maintaining the balance and stability of the sea, is really just waiting for the Monkey D. Luffy who was chosen by him to go out to sea. It has something to do with the will of the Pirate King, or is there a big secret hidden in Monkey D. Luffy that can change the sea? Ion, who has some poor information, did not change his expression in the slightest, but he was completely vigilant in his heart. After all, with the relationship between Ion and Drago, Monkey D. Luffy is to some extent Ion's nephew or something. At that time, if he really embraces the pure dream of One Piece and goes to sea, Ian will just treat him as a child and play around. If Luffy is still as pure as the original trajectory and doesn't do anything to burn, kill, and loot, even if Luffy hits Yan's hand, it's not impossible for the elder Yen to let him go. After all, what Ion pursues is not the absolute justice of Sasuke, and he wants to kill all the pirates. In the original development plan of the Revolutionary Army, Ion also did not consider Monkey D. Luffy, who would take about 5 or 6 years to go to sea. But combined with the weird stance and inexplicable behavior of Red Hair Shanks today, Yan faintly felt that the encounter between Luffy and Red Hair Shanks was not as simple as accidental. Red Hair Shanks probably didn't have pure admiration for Luffy either. But what can Luffy change? Not to mention today, even if it is Luffy who is at the peak of strength in Yen's impression in the future trajectory, Yen is confident that he will kill him within 3 strikes with all his strength. These 3 swords are still considering the possibility that Luffy may break the limit when facing the first sword, and the second sword can break the limit again under the limit. It seems that I will occasionally pay attention to Luffy's little brat in the future. Even if red-haired Shanks has some strange position and purpose, there is a high probability that he is closely related to Luffy. Just when Ion secretly and silently wrote down this matter, and under Ion's unceremonious calm words just now, it made red-haired Shanks's expression cold. So far, red-hair Shanks has completely understood that there is no room for negotiation with Lieutenant General Sakura Dragon Ion, and the other party will never consider his own suggestion. This guy is probably just delaying time in this way. The red-haired Shanks, who had such an idea in his heart, slowly pulled out the famous sword Griffin from his waist. In that case, Lieutenant General Ion. Immediately, a domineering like a real substance emerged, and the red-haired Shanks' somewhat similar body shape to Ion was set off to be unusually domineering, and the terrifying domineering look was surging. The tide generally beats towards Yan. However, the next moment, among the shocked eyes of many pirates in the red-haired pirate pirates. A wave similar to red-haired Shanks erupted from the seemingly gentle and lazy Ion. Domineering, and it is quite astonishingly domineering. Boom. Two completely different tyrannical arrogances collided with each other, making a roar, and a large number of black and red lightnings caused by the collision of tyrannical colors continuously flickered in the air. This guy, red-haired Shanks' eyes narrowed, and he suddenly took a step in the direction of Ion. The Overlord's domineering released by himself became more and more terrifying. The elite navy on the edge of the deep pit in the back was stunned to the point of coma. 251. You must know that because you know that the enemy is the top existence in the sea. The navy who follows into the island to fight is the most elite soldier, and almost everyone has learned some of the 6 naval styles and domineering. Even in the sea where monsters like the New World waters are rampant, these elite soldiers are not to be underestimated. However, just for a moment, in the red-haired Shanks overlord color under the domineering impact, they all fell into a coma, and only a few major admirals of the Navy headquarters remained awake. However, even so, the tyrannical domineering that was like a real substance comparable to a landslide was always blocked 50 meters away by Yan, which did not let these terrifying tyrants domineering in the slightest affects the navy behind Ion, who is at war with the beast pirates. Apart from the more intense black and red lightning caused by the overlord color collision, Ion's expression did not even change at all, and the relaxed expression seemed to be an audience that had nothing to do with him. How can it be done to such an extent? At this moment, the members of the red-haired pirates who witnessed this scene couldn't help but widen their eyes, and the expression in their eyes was unbelievable. You must know that red-haired Shanks was in the battle with Beast Kaido just now. Even Beast Kaido was not so under the tyrannical impact of red-haired Shanks. Of ease. Even 100 Beast Kaido bluntly said that red-haired Shanks is definitely the most domineering man in the sea now, admitting that red-haired Shanks' practice in Overlord's domineering is far from his own. It has even surpassed many strong men including Whitebeard Edward Newgate. However, in the face of red-haired Shanks' tyrannical impact, Lieutenant General Ion, who didn't seem to have the arrogance of a strong man, could not feel the slightest pressure. This guy is indeed an out-and-out monster. The expressions of many members of the Red Hair Pirates also became solemn. Generally speaking, whether or not one has the arrogance of an overlord merely represents whether a person has the qualifications of a king and is not absolutely equivalent to strength. But a man who can easily control this kind of tyrannical domineering is definitely the top powerhouse in the sea. 493-493rd chapter handed over to you. In the face of the hostile and fearful eyes of many members of the red-haired pirates, Ian spoke in a gentle and relaxed manner. I said, this kind of meaningless tyrannical collision is almost enough, right? If it continues like this, I will soon be unable to bear it. However, the red-haired pirates, who had already felt Ion's somewhat vile style of speaking, naturally did not believe the truth of the words just now. No matter how you look at it, Ian didn't show the slightest effort, and understand that the overlord-colored shock has no meaning to Ion, and even with Ion's resistance, the overlord-colored shock will not even have the slightest impact on the navy that is constantly fighting with the beast pirates. Shanks, the red-haired, who was already a little tired in the battle that lasted for a day and a night, simply stopped this meaningless behavior to avoid causing a greater burden on himself. It's really rare there is a domineering owner among the high-ranking navy. Redhead Shanks said in a somewhat surprised tone. You guys at the top of the navy, and you understand the darkness of the sea. Can you still fully stick to your own will? Ian's eyes, which were covered by glasses, flashed a bit of thought, but he read some different information from the words red-haired Shanks said. There is indeed a rather strange fact in the navy, that is, the number of owners of domineering. Domineering is quite rare. Even though Overlord's domineering claims to be a king's aptitude that only one person in a million can possess, it is comparable to the number of Overlord's domineering pirates in the waters of the New World that are comparable to the number of Crucian carp crossing the river. In contrast, the navy with a large number of soldiers has only a few people with Overlord's domineering. In addition to Yan, who imitated the special innate awakening Overlord's domineering trait of Sara and Ying, and was transformed by Reiki, the only known domineering owner is the Warring States period, the Marshal and Durag, who has defected to the navy. Domineering and domineering. Do you still need to stick to your own will at all times? It seems that the last island Ralph really hides a lot of secrets, and Shanks, who has arrived at Red Hair, also knows a lot of information. As Ion's mind turned sharply, he replied in a tone that made it difficult to tell the truth from the false. If you can't even carry out your own will to the end, what kind of man is that? Redhead Shanks said. Really? After being in a high position and witnessing a lot of darkness, is this still your choice to carry out your will from beginning to end? Isn't there the slightest shake in your heart? Ian said with a bit of laughter. Such a ridiculous statement, Shanks. Are you planning to draw me out of the navy to join your pirate group. Redhead Shanks was silent for a while, then said, also, since there is no way to communicate, then we can only speak through force. If the Navy is unwilling to leave this island and insists on intervening in this war, then the Red Hair Pirates will only ready to fight. As the voice of Red-Haired Shanks fell, the members of the entire Red-Haired Pirates also took on a fighting posture. For a time, even if the Red-Haired Pirates were fighting for a day and a night, almost everyone was in a state of winning. Some officials even fell into a coma. But this is a whole pirate group, and according to the latest statement today, it will be a near complete 4 emperors level of the top pirate group in the sea, and even qualified to pull a wrench with Marine Headquarters Marine Fando the presence. It's really scary. Is this the top pirate group in the sea? The momentum alone is quite scary. Goo. While evaluating in a calm tone, Ion slowly released the soul chopping blade in his hand and let it fall vertically into the ground. Dissolution. Thousands of cherry blossoms. Ian murmured silently. The soul chopping blade disappeared into the ground as if it melted into the water, and then the overwhelming sea of cherry blossoms rose into the sky behind Ian, like a barrier to the giant deep pit in the center of the island. Divided into two. On one side is the battlefield between the Beasts Pirates and the Navy. On the other side is the red-haired pirates with endless cherry blossoms falling. Redhead Shanks looked at the venue that was instantly changed, as if he had entered a world of cherry blossoms, but his brows were wrinkled. The rumored Sakura fruit. What a strange devil fruit ability. After a pause, the famous knife griffin in the hands of red-haired Shanks suddenly fell in the direction of Ion, and the crimson flying slash flew towards Ion with an extremely domineering momentum, as if to the whole island is generally separated from it. However, at this moment, a graceful figure in a purple cheongsam flashed past, directly blocking the flying slash that hit Ion. Aromatic feet. Overlord color entanglement. Boom. The seemingly white, tender, and beautiful jade feet slammed into the flying slash, and the black and red lightning sizzled, and the kick directly smashed the flying slash swung by red-haired Shanks. Immediately, the graceful purple figure turned gracefully in the air a few times with the power of recoil, and landed firmly beside Ion. One of the Seven Seas, Pirate Queen Boya Hancock. But at this time, Hancock's face was full of anger, looking at red-haired Shanks and scolding. What a rude man to actually take the initiative to take action on his concubine's husband. And as Boya Hancock's voice fell, several figures appeared one after another on both sides of Ion. A tyrant bear with a burly stature and no expression on his face. Holy crying mantis Khorasan, wearing a black feather coat and carrying a huge sickle. The god of Thor Anilu, who is topless and arrogant. On his shoulders sat a gothic princess-style girl, Moria the big pirate who kept smiling, and Tiger the big hero who looked a little shabby and didn't look much different from ordinary murlocs. Immediately, the expressions of many officers of the red-haired pirates changed slightly. The king's Kaiwohe, except for Hawkeye my hawk, the other 6 have arrived, and they have an attitude of being the enemy of the red-haired pirates. You must know that every king's 7 martial seas are considered to be the most prestigious and powerful in the sea. Even if each of them is not as good as red-haired Shanks, they are not weaker than red-haired pirates. Officers of the regiment. Then according to the agreement, I will trouble you to take action. Ion said something, then took a step back with his hands in his pockets. 494 Chapter 494th Regiment destroyed. Third more. Immediately, in addition to Hancock, the 6 Kaiwohe expressed their dissatisfaction with Ion one after another, with an attitude of tearing Ion to shreds if they were ordered to do so again. However, in addition to expressing dissatisfaction verbally, the Kaiwohe did not hesitate in their actions. Boom. What is the scene of the 6 Kaiwohe going all out? Almost instantly, the entire red-haired pirates was forcibly divided into 7 different battlefields. Petrification, thunder, shadow, water, shockwave, scythe. That was enough to compete head-on with the 100 Beasts Pirates, and even the cotters of the red-haired pirates who had a certain advantage, but almost instantly fell into a hard battle. Red-haired Shanks saw this, his eyes turned from Ion's body, and when he was about to help his partner, those cherry blossoms that seemed to be harmless and slowly falling suddenly moved towards red-haired Shanks' volume. Boom. It was a seemingly fragile and dreamy cherry blossom, but there was a roar between the collisions, and the bursting force was comparable to the turbulent waves. However, Ion turned his eyes and looked to the other side, only to see red-haired Shanks standing there unscathed. The turbulent wave of cherry blossoms could not even create a single wound. Immediately, Ion said helplessly, Shanks, although I am a peace-loving man, you can't completely ignore me, can you? At this time, the expression of red-haired Shanks had become completely serious, and he asked directly. This time the Navy's action can actually be supported by the combat power of the 6 Kaiwohe. Ion shrugged and replied, aren't most pirates like this? It's just interests. As long as the interests are enough, it's not hard to drive them. However, at this time red-haired Shanks didn't believe a word of what Ion Ion said. It is unimaginable how the Navy has hidden the eyes of so many forces in the New World waters and secretly reached an agreement with the 6-7 Wuhei. After all, at the level of Shibukai pirates, it is definitely not enough to drive them into a simple exchange of interests. Fortunately, Hawkeye Mihawk, who is a friend of red-haired Shanks, is not here, otherwise red-haired Shanks would really doubt his life. But soon, red-haired Shanks realized that this time was really troublesome. No wonder the Navy dared to launch this war against both beast pirates and red-hair pirates. If so, everything makes sense. And this time the Navy's action is not a simple adventure, but also really wants to bury the beast pirates and red-hair pirates together on this island at the same time. Thinking of this, the red-haired Shanks, who had already fully felt the crisis rushing towards his face, turned his eyes and looked directly at Ian with sharp and domineering eyes. Facing the dreadful look in red-haired Shanks' eyes, Ion couldn't help but take a small step back and said, Hey, Shanks, you don't want to deal with me like this, or even kidnap me to open the way for the red-haired pirates to escape, right? After a pause, Ion said as if he had thought of something interesting. From my personal peace-loving standpoint, I don't recommend you to do this. If you accidentally exhaust all the remaining escape forces, you will. Having said that, a smile appeared on the corner of Ion's mouth and he slowly made a few mouth shapes to red-haired Shanks. The regiment annihilated in an instant. Red-haired Shanks' pupils shrank. Obviously, he has not yet officially fought against Ion, but red-haired Shanks has completely felt the horror of the man in front of him. Take action to counter the Navy and unite with the beast pirates, or directly lead the partners to escape. The original red-haired Shanks' firm heart and thoughts were completely disturbed in Ion's mouth, and even his face showed a bit of hesitation. Regiment destroyed. These two words kept flashing in red-haired Shanks' mind, making red-haired Shanks more hesitant in his heart. If we fight back against the Navy and unite with the 100 Beasts pirates, if the Navy's offensive can be defeated head-on, then the red-haired pirates will be able to retreat completely, but once it fails, it will be forever. He directly led his partners to escape. Under the circumstance that the Navy had formed an encirclement network outside the island in advance, red-haired Shanks was not even sure to break through with half of his partners. This was red-haired Shanks who valued his partners. An unacceptable loss. Under the rapid operation of his brain, facing Ion's half-smile expression not far away, red-haired Shanks' forehead even seeped sweat unconsciously. At this moment Ben Beckman, who was being forced into a state of embarrassment by Analu, noticed the situation of red-haired Shanks and shouted quickly, Shanks. As Ben Beckman's voice entered the ears of red-haired Shanks from a distance, the expression of red-haired Shanks instantly became firm. Looking at Shanks' expression, Ion immediately understood the answer and couldn't help sighing. What a noisy vice-captain. Why do you interfere with your own captain's irrational decision? No, Beckman is reminding me to trust my partner, Redhead Shanks said with a smile. His hearty and confident expression was beyond words. Is it really going to be destroyed? Ion reminded again. Sakura Dragon Ian, you are indeed a rather terrifying man. Not only your strength but your ability to shake people through words alone, and your ability to influence others' choices and will is quite terrifying. Redhead Shanks looked directly at Ion. His expression slowly became serious again, and he said, but this kind of trick is almost the same. As long as I can defeat you, all crises will be solved. After a pause, red-haired Shanks retorted and said, on the other side of the 100 Beasts pirates, do you really think that Palsalino alone is enough to deal with the Beasts? Kaido? That is the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Even if he is quite tired, maybe it's the Navy that solved it. Ion asked with a shrug. Let me not play this trick, but are you planning to scare me like this? 252. No, it's just a reminder, and I also want to tell Lieutenant General Ion one thing, that is, be careful, don't die accidentally. As the voice of red-haired Shanks fell, red-haired Shanks' figure suddenly flashed, and almost half of the distance from Ion was shortened in an instant. The Territory of Tyrants. 495 Chapter 495 Tyrant Vertex. The Territory of Tyrants. In an instant, a circle of spherical waves spread out from Shanks' body, shrouding Ion in it in an instant. At this time, Yan's expression was extremely serious. Redhead Shanks is definitely not at all the top powerhouse. Inferior to the beasts. Kaido is also one of the strongest enemies that Ion has faced since he became a Navy. More importantly, it was different from the last time he dealt with 100 Beasts. Kaido. That time, he could cover up his identity and forcibly use soul-chopping knife flowing blade Ruohuo, thus scaring away 100 Beasts. Kaido. But this time in the battlefield, Ion can only use the soul-chopping sword Senbon Sakura, and even the abilities such as Ghost can't be used. So, in a sense, this is the first time that Ion has faced the top existence in the sea as a Navy. As for Ion's experience with the Golden Lion Shiki earlier, not to mention that the Golden Lion Shiki was in the underwater underwater prison before lacking food, was exhausted and broke his legs when he escaped from the prison, seriously injured. But even so, Ion played all his cards at that time and used almost all the abilities that could be used. In the end, he could only barely remain unbeaten, draining the last drop of Golden Lion Chicky's blood alive. That's how it won. Looking back to this day, Ian is deeply fortunate for this. If the Golden Lion Chicky was allowed to eat and rest and bandage his wounds, or if the Golden Lion Chicky was not so staunchly fighting to the death, it is likely that at that time it was Ian will die at the hands of Golden Lion Chicky. And about the information on the Dominator's territory, Ian only learned some rather vague information from the mouth of the crane, and the Dominator who knows this ability can integrate into the surrounding nature, communicate with all things in nature, and get the information of all things, allegiance, and even change the natural laws of the world around you. But to what extent the Tyrant territory can achieve this is an unknown to Yan. However, this is also a good opportunity for me to measure my own growth in the past 6 years. Ian recited a sentence silently, and the endless sea of cherry blossoms rioted instantly, sweeping away toward red-haired Shanks with overwhelming momentum. Facing the overwhelming, seemingly endless wave of cherry blossoms, the red-haired Shanks, who was rushing towards Ion, paused slightly. At this moment, in the tens of meters of cherry blossom waves, red-haired Shank's height of about 2 meters seemed incomparably small, as if he was an ant that would be completely engulfed by the cherry blossom wave at any time. However, with the famous knife griffin in the hands of red-haired Shanks swept away. At that moment, Ion suddenly felt an inexplicable change. An incomparably exaggerated flying slash suddenly appeared, and more importantly, that flying slash was entwined with the Overlord's domineering arrogance. Boom! The next moment, as a flying slash fell into the sea of Sakura, all the petals of the cherry blossoms were annihilated, as if a red eraser forcibly wiped off part of the sea of Sakura. However, as the unstoppable flying slash surpassed the dominant territory opened by red-haired Shanks, the domineering arrogance originally wrapped in the flying slash disappeared instantly. Is this the specific performance capability of the Dominator's territory? Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly realized something. Overlord's entanglement. This top-level skill about Overlord's domineering, Yan has successfully mastered it during his 6-year practice. However, because of this, Ion realized how unreasonable the blow red-haired Shanks just swung was. Because under normal circumstances, the Overlord color entanglement must be entangled in the form of an entity, or a fist, or a foot, or a weapon, etc., so as to greatly enhance the destructive power and penetration of the attack. And the reason why Ion was able to wrap the domineering of the Overlord in the cherry blossoms transformed by soul-chopping sword 1000 Sakura Jinjian is also because those cherry blossoms are actually countless tiny blades, which only look like under the refraction of light, just like a beautiful and fragile cherry blossom. No, it shouldn't be that simple. Ian stepped lightly, and while the figure fluttered away from the red-haired Shanks in the opposite direction, a large number of cherry blossoms flew up behind Ion again. Moreover, the surface of these beautiful pink cherry blossoms flickered with a few wisps of black and red lightning from time to time, which looked both dreamy and terrifying. The next moment, with the raising of Ion's palm, the countless cherry blossoms entwined with tyrannical domineering filled the sea of cherry blossoms that had been annihilated in an instant and swept away toward red-haired Shanks again. And red-haired Shanks felt that Ian, who was locked in by the arrogance of seeing and seeing, was quickly pulling away, facing the seemingly endless sea of cherry blossoms swept in from all directions, which could not help but make redhead Shanks frown slightly. This guy, from the very beginning, the purpose was to delay time. This fighting method is also purely exhausting. Don't want to give yourself a chance to get close. It has to be said that Ion's use of this kind of use can be regarded as the key point of red-haired Shanks invisibly. If it was a personal duel under normal conditions, red-haired Shanks didn't care about this consumption at all, but in the battlefield, his partners were almost at a clear disadvantage under the siege of the 6 Kaiwahe. And redhead Shanks has gone through after a day and night of fighting. His tired body did not allow red-haired Shanks to continue to prolong the fight like this. And if red-haired Shanks wants to quickly solve the battle, as a great swordsman comparable to the world's largest swordsman Mihawk, red-haired Shanks can only get close to Ion. Give full play to your own advantages, otherwise you can only use the flying slashes to carry out meaningless consumption. At this point, red-haired Shanks witnessed the endless sea of cherry blossoms in front of him. His eyes condensed, and a look of domineering and extreme eyes showed top of the bully. The next moment, with red-haired Shanks as the center, an extremely terrifying shock erupted immediately. Different from the pure Overlord color shock that can only distort the steel at most, the arcs of black and red lightning are densely distributed in the air, and the impact sweeps the entire Overlord territory almost instantly. 490 496 Chapter 496 AINI Road was penetrated. At this moment red-haired Shanks seemed to be the only existence in the territory of tyrants, and everything else seemed incomparably small in front of red-haired Shanks. And the sea of cherry blossoms that swept across the mountains and plains from all directions towards red-haired Shanks was washed away by that terrifying shock with extremely shocking and exaggerated pictures, and even a large number of cherry blossoms were directly affected by that, broken by the impact. Even Thor Anilu, who was at the edge of the boundary of the Overlord, was originally in an elementalized body, and with the shock of black and red lightning he swept away, but the whole person was like being struck by lightning. The body that maintained the elementalization was obviously unstable. Beckman, who had been suppressed by Anilu in an extremely embarrassing manner, seemed to have expected the scene long ago. He drew his gun and aimed at Anilu from an obscure angle to shoot. Boom! With a small sound, an inconspicuous bullet came out of the chamber, but the armed domineering contained in it was quite astonishing, and even the speed of the bullet was unbelievably fast. When Anilu's heart net sensed the bullet, it was too late for her elementalized body to be able to dodge it in other ways. Even in the past 6 years, under the guidance of Ion and Drago, from time to time, Enel's physique has been strengthened to a considerable extent, and Enel has completely mastered the use of armed domineering. But the domineering arrogance of the bullet contained in the bullet was accompanied by a special circulation of the rotating bullet. Under the superposition of the two, the hardness and penetration of the bullet reached an extremely terrifying level, almost as if passing through a piece of tissue paper. Enel's domineering chest covered with armament was instantly penetrated by the bullet, and the splash of blood even dyed the thunder drum behind Enel's back red. Beckman, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, suddenly showed some anticipation in his eyes, and even to a certain extent, if the person with natural ability did not know this information in advance, it would be a low blow. Is it done? However, Anilu's body did not fall directly as Beckman had expected, but instead barely stood firm between the stumbling and staggering. However, the penetrating wound on Anilu's chest was still frantically gushing out blood, as if the tissues around the wound had been destroyed in a special way by the special way of circulating the armed tyrant. Way to heal. Are you holding on to not fall? But it's pointless. It doesn't take a minute for you to lose the blood to make you completely incapacitated. Gasping for breath, Beckman said with a relaxed attitude, even though it was a pity that he failed to hit the instantly fatal key, but being penetrated by his own bullet in his chest would cause the tissue around the wound to be in a special state of bleeding. Even if he was in control, return of life can't stop the bleeding quickly. But the next moment Beckman's relaxed expression was stiff, and a burst of thunder and lightning suddenly erupted from the wound on Anilu's chest. Under the severe pain that caused Anilu's whole body to burst with blue veins and tremble uncontrollably, the wound was directly scorched by Anilu's lightning to stop the bleeding. Immediately, Anilu raised his head suddenly, and the extremely angry eyes made Beckman's mouth twitch slightly. This time, it seems to be more troublesome. Then, in Beckman's helpless eyes, Anilu had broken away from the body of that strange influence and rushed straight into the sky, while keeping a distance from the direction of red-haired Shanks. 300 million volts Thor. An endless stream of thunder oozes out from Anilu's body, and it descends in the form of a general thunder that is as huge as a giant. An ant. How dare you hurt the body of a god? Accompanied by Anilu's thunderous angry voice resounding through the sky, hundreds of terrifying thunders fell towards Beckman like a torrential rain. Oh, it's miserable. The corner of Beckman's mouth twitched, and he moved, but he was desperately looking for life in that rain of thunder. As for Beckman's predicament, even though red-haired Shanks was aware of it, he had no time to take it into account. Under the impact of the tyrant's apex, the endless sea of cherry blossoms was directly defeated, but a small stream of cherry blossoms remained, and together with the onslaught of the top of the tyrant found a head-to-head confrontation. This also made red-haired Shanks discover a very troublesome fact. Sakura Dragon Ian actually mastered the Overlord color entanglement, and can also wrap the Overlord color domineering in those cherry blossom petals. Unlike the fragile cherry blossom petals before, although those cherry blossom petals can also leave wounds on red-haired Shanks' body, as long as the damage is not covered by a large number of of cherry blossom petals, the physique of red-haired Shanks is far from lethal. The destructive power of cherry blossoms that can be wrapped in overlord color domineering is terrifying. Ding ding ding. At this moment, red-haired Shanks showed incomparably exquisite swordsmanship. Famous Knife Griffin almost reached the level of airtightness between his swings. Domineering cherry blossoms split. At this time, Jan has roughly understood what the dominant territory possessed by red-haired Shanks is about. Within the opening range of the territory of the Overlord, all the attacks released by Shanks, whether it is a flying slash or the invisible impact of Overlord Color Shock, can add the kind of terrifying effect of Overlord Color Coil. Destructive power. power and can also cause a considerable suppression effect on everything within the tyrant territory, especially the latter. It was only because of Enel's reaction that he completely understood the changes that occurred in Anilu were not inadvertently affected, but the red-haired Shanks invisibly and deliberately cooperated with Beckman. But as far as the result is concerned, this completely angered Anilu, who was basically in the mentality of playing with the enemy, and made the angry Anilu get serious. However, Shanks is such a troublesome man purely in terms of swordsmanship, even though I have deliberately asked the image of fluttering swords like fire in the spiritual space over the past few years to teach swordsmanship, but it is still comparable to the top swordsman in the sea. Big difference. Once I was approached by red-haired Shanks, the gap in sword skills might not last for 10 breaths, and my physique would be far inferior to that of red-haired Shanks. Send Shanks. 497 Chapter 497 Kaido and Charlotte Lingling's relationship. Furthermore, Ion's figure continued to retreat, and a large number of cherry blossoms continued to fly up behind him with the overlords domineering, but it was naturally impossible to obtain the endless extent of the sea of cherry blossoms. After all, Yen's use of overlord's color entanglement also needs to consume spiritual pressure. Even in the past 6 years, Yen has transformed those soul-killing knives that are not needed for the new awakening into his own spiritual pressure, reaching 33 car spirits. The sheer magnitude of the pressure can't stand the endless splurge of the Sea of Sakura. What's more, for now, Yen's mission only needs to contain red-haired Shanks. After all, Ian's eyes turned to look at the officers of the red-haired pirates, who were getting more and more embarrassed under the attack of the 6 Shivyukai, and realized that it was red-haired Shanks who was anxious. As for the 100 Beasts pirates, the battle situation is particularly intense. Almost all the cotters and core members of the 100 Beasts pirates have physical monsters, not only those with animal devil fruit abilities but also strong physical skills. Streamer. This has also led to the fact that the overall injury of the Beast pirates is even more serious than that of the red-haired pirates. Under the support of huge vitality, it is still full of resilience, and it is extremely bloodthirsty and vicious when fighting. But even so, the lineup on the Navy's side was exceptionally luxurious. Led by General Kazuna Palsalino, Peach Rabbit Jun and T. Dolphin, the two powerful lieutenant generals whose strength has approached the level of generals will join hands to firmly contain the situation. In the case of the poor beasts Kaido, another 13 lieutenant generals from the Navy headquarters, led by about 5,000 elite navies, continued to encircle and suppress about 500 beast pirates, cotters and core members, gradually occupied a considerable degree of advantage. More importantly, the support of the Navy is still being replenished from outside the island, but the strong men of the 100 beast pirates, despite their strong physique and huge vitality, have been fighting for a day and a night. It also started to get tired gradually. For a time, this deep pit caused by the battle between the beasts pirates and the red-haired pirates has almost become the most cruel meat grinder and the most intense arena. How's the battle going? Well, very good. I understand. Always keep an eye on it and pass on information in a timely manner. Outside the island, Lieutenant General Crane, who was in charge of the overall situation in the main ship, hung up the feedback communication from the Navy in the battlefield on the island and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. So far, all developments have not exceeded the original plans and expectations of the Navy. While Lieutenant General Ion perfectly contained red-haired Shanks, the Navy was also fighting against the remaining soldiers of the beast pirates, gradually gain an advantage. The only thing that surprised Lieutenant General He was the terrifying combat power of the 6-7 Wilhei. In the original prediction of Lieutenant General Crane, if the 6-7 Wilhei can cooperate with Lieutenant General N has completed the containment of the red-haired pirates, then it is already quite good. Unexpectedly, it was the 6-7 Wilhei who pressed the red-haired pirates to fight. Even though the red-haired pirates were already in a state of exhaustion, this level of exaggerated combat power still made Admiral Crane look at him and fear him. Even Lieutenant General Yuhi inexplicably spawned the 7 Wilhei organization. Will it replace the so-called Sea Emperor and become a major problem for the Navy in the future? Thinking of this, Lieutenant General Crane raised his eyes and glanced at the sky above the island. Even though it was a long distance away, Enel's Thor form was still daunting, and his eyes couldn't help narrowing. However, Lieutenant General Crane temporarily suppressed these thoughts and refocused his energy on commanding naval warships to attack the nearly 100 pirate ships on the periphery of the island. Only in the case of containing the beasts pirates and the red-haired pirates, and taking the opportunity to completely send all these obstructive pirates into the sea, can it be regarded as the 100 beasts pirates completely cut off most of the retreat with the red-haired pirates. Pirates without a boat can only sink to the bottom of the sea in this sea. It's just that as a pirate in the New World waters, almost almost no pirate group is a mediocre person. After a brief period of gaining a foothold, the pirate ships also began to gang up against each other against the Navy. 253. In particular, those dozens of ships were temporarily hung with the Red Hair Pirates flag, symbolizing the pirates belonging to the Red Hair Pirates. Side battle. Therefore, even though Lieutenant General Crane's command ability is quite outstanding, there is no way to completely wipe out all these pirate groups in a short period of time. At the same time, in the Cake Island in the Sea of Nations, Big Mom Charlotte Lingling is sleeping soundly in the bedroom. Unlike her usual vicious and ugly face, the sleeping Charlotte Lingling is like a child who is not familiar with the world. However, boom, the door to the bedroom was suddenly slammed open, and Candy Minister Pero broke in together with some of the Big Mom Pirates officials and shouted, "Mom, something is wrong." And facing Pero is Charlotte Lingling's gloomy and terrifying face, with round bloodshot eyes, and slowly watching Pero and the rest of the Big Mom Pirates. The cotter swept away. Pero, if you can't give the old lady a reason, then hand over your soul. Immediately, the officers of the Big Mom Pirates who were present were almost stiff, and they broke out in cold sweat. And Pero swallowed his saliva and said while suppressing his fear of Charlotte Lingling, "Mom, it's an emergency. The Navy sent a large fleet into the battle between Kaido and the Redhead." Charlotte Lingling's angry expression subsided, and she asked inexplicably, "Navy?" "That's right, a large fleet of about 50 naval warships, headed by Admiral Kizaru and Vice Admiral Sakura Dragon, and according to the latest feedback from intelligence personnel, Kibukai has also been recruited to participate." After a pause, Pero said, "After calculation, if no one interferes, the Navy may destroy the beast pirates." Hearing this, Charlotte Lingling's eyes narrowed slightly, and she immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, and also understood why Pero, her eldest son, dared to disturb her at this time. Even though on the surface the Big Mom Pirates and the 100 Beasts Pirates are not alliances, and even the two are sea emperors, occasionally there will be some small conflicts. But as the eldest son of the family who has followed Charlotte Lingling for decades, Pero is very aware of the deep relationship hidden between Charlotte Lingling and Kaido. P.S. The internet is disconnected, and I finally sent this chapter from the computer to the mobile phone, and I burst into tears. 498. Chapter 498 of the Frozen Sea. At this time, the atmosphere in the bedroom became more dignified with Charlotte Lingling's silence, and many officers of the Big Mom Pirates felt even more frightened. The next moment, Charlotte Lingling slowly got up from the bed, and her fat body fell on the ground faintly, causing the ground to tremble. Immediately, Charlotte Lingling turned her eyes and said to Pero, "What are you still doing? Prepare the boat, and I will go and see for yourself." Hearing this, Pero breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the time he had led the cotters to disturb Charlotte Lingling's sleep was over, and he asked quickly, "Mom, how will the entourage be arranged? Do you still need to ask?" Charlotte Lingling replied with a strange smile, "Of course, bring the strength that can leave all the Navy behind, and let them know that the New World Sea area is not a place where naval warships can sail at will." "Yes, Mom." In less than a moment, under the huge mobilization ability of the Big Mom Pirates, the size of a team is quite terrifying, bringing together many big players. The pirate fleet with the sea's top combat power began to leave the Sea of Nations, led by the Queen Mother Anthem, which looks like a giant ship in a fairy tale with a pink shape and full of childishness. Dozens of ships with the outer system like egg tarts follow closely. Head towards the original battlefield island of the Red Hair Pirates and 100 Beast Pirates. As for whether she can catch up with that war, Charlotte Lingling is not worried. For a monster with a physique like Kaido, even after fighting all day and night, it will take at least a few days for the Navy to completely exhaust Kaido's physical strength. As long as 100 Beasts Kaido doesn't want to die and chooses to escape to delay the time of the war will be further extended. At that time, even if the Big Mom Pirates fleet did not fully catch up with the war, they would successfully support the 100 Beasts Pirates. But it is also enough to cut off the retreat of the naval fleet and completely destroy the remnant of the naval fleet in the waters of the New World, greatly reducing the available combat power of the Navy. It can even break the blockade formed by the Navy's G1 branch, Admiral Akainu. The Red Earth continent interconnected so that the New World Sea Pirates can spread to the first half of the Great Route, allowing the wave of the so-called Great Pirate Age has reached its climax. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Charlotte Lingling almost couldn't help laughing strangely, and saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corner of her mouth. She could only eat cakes to relieve the excitement and impulse. Without the hindrance of the Navy, the old lady will be able to collect different races in the whole world at will to create a more perfect Wangguo. Nuns will surely be satisfied with such a world where countless races live together harmoniously and happily, sharing the world of cakes and desserts with each other. However, just when this mighty fleet was about to leave the scope of the Sea of 10,000 Nations, sailing alongside Charlotte Katakuri, who holds the title of 4 Generals, the highest combat power of the Big Mom Pirates, narrowed his eyes and suddenly froze. P.S. The well-known 3 Generals of the Big Mom Pirates is actually the 4 Generals, among which Charlotte's nag was removed after the monk Uragi was defeated. To explain, it's not that the author hasn't read the original. Charlotte Katakuri, who had seen certain pictures through her hearing arrogance that could predict the future, moved subconsciously, but she relaxed again, realizing that it was too late. The next moment, beyond the range visible to the naked eye, large white patches spread at a terrifying speed, and no one was given time to react. The Big Mom Pirates fleet all stopped with a loud noise that was frozen down. There was even a small number of tart boats that rolled over, causing waves of chaos. Charlotte Lingling, who was originally enjoying the cake on the Queen Mother anthem, waiting to arrive at the battlefield to make a scene, laughed at Kaido's idiot in an instant. Under the huge inertia of the sudden stop, Charlotte Lingling threw half of her body directly into the cake in front of her. Immediately, Charlotte Lingling, who wriggled her fat body and stood up from the cake, asked with a smear of cream on her face and anger that was visible to the naked eye, "What happened, Mom?" "It's ice. The sea is frozen." Charlotte Cricket, the 4 Generals at the edge of the Queen Mother anthem, answered loudly, her tone also full of puzzlement. Charlotte Lingling walked to the bow of the Queen Mother anthem with heavy steps and looked out, only to see nothing but whiteness. The surface of the sea. No, the sea within sight was completely frozen, and even the entire fleet of the Big Mom Pirates was frozen on the ice and unable to move. "What's going on? Why does the sea suddenly freeze?" Charlotte Lingling asked, turning to look at the large group of children beside her. Pero, who was beside Charlotte Lingling, pondered for a moment and said, guessing, "Mom, this is most likely the devil fruit ability of Admiral Kyuzan of the Navy Aokiji." On a sea surface outside the line of sight of the Queen Mother anthem, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy Kyuzan slowly stood up on the ice, and the extreme cold was still pervading like a substance in the air. Aokiji, whose expression was like an iceberg, let out a breath of cold air, and his body gradually recovered from the elementalized state. He turned to look at the phone bug on the bicycle beside him, and asked, "Has the target been successfully frozen?" "General Kyuzan, all the ships of the IG Mom Pirates have been frozen on the ice." A faint voice came from the phone bug, affirming Kyuzan's achievements. "Well, it's hard work for you to continue to hide," Kyuzan said in a calm tone, then hung up the phone bug. After all, on the other side of the phone bug are the intelligence personnel arranged by the Navy within the Big Mom Pirates. The longer the two sides talk, the more likely the other side will be exposed, and for these willing to break into the pirates of Navy intelligence officers, Kyuzan has always treated them with respect. Those colleagues are people who are in the dark but stick to justice. Immediately, Kyuzan put the life card of the naval intelligence officer in his hand carefully into his arms. As long as the intelligence officer has not sacrificed, Kyuzan can always determine the position of the Big Mom Pirates fleet with the help of this life card, so as to continuously prevent the Big Mom Pirates from approaching beyond the line of sight. The island where the war was fought, avoid being cut off by the Big Mom Pirates from the naval fleet's retreat. 499 Chapter 499 The monster named the strongest sea soldier. At the same time, at the edge of the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, a naval battleship with a dog's head on its bow floated alone on the sea. In contrast, right in front of this dog-headed battleship is an incomparably large pirate fleet. It is famous for shaking the sea, the shape of the Moby Dick like a whale, and more than 10 pirate ships that are comparable to naval battleships. Especially the sturdy man with a long-handled sword and a strange white beard in the shape of a crescent moon made this fleet's deterrent power reach its peak. The world's strongest man, the Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Just witnessing the invisible aura of Edward Newgate Whitebeard, the many naval soldiers on the dog-headed naval battleship felt their hearts racing and sweating. The source of courage for many naval soldiers to maintain their preparedness for war while still holding weapons is a Lieutenant General Garp who is wearing a cloak of justice and has gray hair but is still strong. In this silent confrontation facing a large number of pirate ships, the solitary naval battleship looked particularly helpless, as if it could be directly crushed at any time. However, even though many cotters of the Whitebeard Pirates have absolute confidence in their father, Whitebeard, they still do not dare to be careless. After all, the Navy hero Lieutenant General Garp used to have the reputation of the strongest sea soldier, but chased One Piece Roger with absolute strength and even arrested One Piece Luoji. The next moment, following the long-handled sword in Whitebeard's hand, he narrowed his eyes and asked domineeringly, "Garp, long time no see, are you here to offer your head?" At this moment, Lieutenant General Garp also changed his usual out-of-tune appearance. He folded his arms and replied with a big smile, "Ha ha ha, that kind of thing is too early. The old man wants to see with his own eyes what his future grandson will look like when he grows up, but he can't just hand over his head like this. If that's the case, then get out of the way," Whitebeard said. Lieutenant General Garp did not deliberately delay time with verbal gags, but spoke bluntly. "Whitebeard, we are all people of the old era. Why should we interfere in the battle of the new generation of young people today? I don't care about the fighting among the new generation of young people." Speaking of this, Whitebeard's tone paused and suddenly said with a sense of oppression, "It's just that Lieutenant General Yinglong killed Babel. I need to find him to settle the account." Lieutenant General Garp's expression froze for a moment and he asked in a surprised tone, "Wait, is that Babel really your son?" "I don't know if it was an illusion." Lieutenant General Garp vaguely noticed an embarrassed look on the face of the domineering Whitebeard and then said, "My sons have many." This sentence, which was neither denied nor admitted, immediately made Lieutenant General Garp understand something, and even Lieutenant General Garp, who was open-minded, thought of many strange things. For example, Whitebeard did not marry a wife and have children in an upright manner, but rather liked to recognize his son as a family member. With too many ideas and too complicated ideas, Lieutenant General Garp immediately became interested, but he understood that in the current situation he did not have the leisure to continue to study and speculate on this kind of thing. Immediately, Lieutenant General Garp spoke directly. "So, is there no need to discuss it? For example, I will help you, Lieutenant General Zhuan, come out later and let the two of you go head-to-head or something. I am looking for someone to settle the account." "When did I need your help from the Navy?" Whitebeard asked back as a matter of course. "Looks like there's only one fight left." Whitebeard, "I can't ask for it, Garp. Let's settle the undecided victory and defeat in the past today." Listening to the conversation between Lieutenant General Garp and Whitebeard, many officials of the Whitebeard pirates looked a little anxious. After all, their entire fleet could not have been stagnant because of Lieutenant General Garp alone. With the physique between Lieutenant General Garp and Dad, the battle between the two may not know how long it will last before it ends. In this way, how could it be possible to catch up with the naval fleet that was destroying the red-haired pirates? Diamond Joes, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard pirates, couldn't help but whispered to Marco, "Marco, Dad usually values your advice the most. Would you like to persuade Dad not to waste time with Lieutenant General Garp here?" Hearing this, Marco looked at Drilling in surprise. She just glanced and asked back, "Have you ever seen something that Dad decided to change?" After a pause, Marco said, "What's more, Dad did this to protect us." "What?" Not only Diamond Jaws was a little puzzled, but the rest of the squad leaders also looked at Marco in confusion. After all, this time, the Whitebeard pirates may not have summoned many affiliated pirates, but the combat power of this group alone is enough to attack the Marine headquarters Marine Fando. Seeing this, Marco explained helplessly, "What level of monster do you think Lieutenant General Garp is? The strongest Navy soldier? And what kind of environment is this place? Perhaps if the whole regiment goes together, it is indeed possible to quickly defeat Lieutenant General Garp, but with Lieutenant General Garp's strength, it is absolutely possible to sink all the pirate ships here. By that time, not only those of us with devil fruit abilities, but even the old man will be in an embarrassing situation with nowhere to go, but Lieutenant General Garp will be able to swim away with his terrifying physique." 254. Hearing this, the rest of the squad captains suddenly understood, and at the same time they were shocked by Marco's comments. Even if Dad took the shot himself and many squad leaders joined forces to besiege, in Marco's view, Lieutenant General Garp would not die, but could sink all the pirate ships. Marco sighed and said immediately, "Actually, since Lieutenant General Garp successfully stopped us here, the result is already doomed in a sense. The reason why Dad decided to fight Lieutenant General Garp is more just to meet old friends for a while. That's it. So, get ready. Find a deserted island nearby, and let the two friends, Dad and Lieutenant General Garp, fight to their heart's content. I believe that Dad will also feel happy for this long-lost opponent." Immediately, as he directed the fleet to turn to the nearby desert island, Marco's eyes narrowed vaguely. There was one sentence that Marco didn't say, but what is certain is that Lieutenant General Garp can accurately intercept the Whitebeard pirates' fleet, and there is a great possibility that there are naval intelligence personnel within the Whitebeard pirates. It seems that we have to find a way to catch the mouse. 500 Chapter 500 The Falling Meteor Volcano. Third, only in the waters of the New World, because the Navy fleet strongly intervened in the showdown between the Red Hair pirates and the 100 Beasts pirates. Except for the Whitebeard pirates and Big, in addition to the Mom pirates, there are also a large number of pirates with their own goals. In addition to some pirate groups approaching the island that has become the center of the New World sea vortex, there are also some pirate groups whose living space is squeezed by the Sea Emperors. In a sense, the New World sea area is not only a pirate pirate paradise where the Navy hunts down, but at the same time it is also a cage for all pirates, allowing them to keep fighting in the New World Sea area, weakening the overall number and power of the pirates. Also prevent these pirates who can easily destroy the island and the country from going to other sea areas. Now, it seems like an excellent opportunity for some of the pirate groups that have long wanted to leave the New World Sea area, which is called a monster paradise, and turn to the rest of the sea. There are basically only 3 ways to get out of the New World waters. 1. Forcibly cross the windless zone with many dangers. 2. Board the Red Earth continent through the bubble cable car and cross the holy land of Marijoa. But in practice, for ordinary pirate groups, the only feasible option is to coat the pirate ship and pass through Fishman Island. It's just that the only remaining G1 branch of the Navy in the New World waters is stuck near the islands that can be coated. Therefore, except for some overly powerful pirate groups, the G1 branch may choose to ignore them. Most of the pirate ships will be attacked by the G1 branch during the coating period, thus locking the possibility of most of the pirate groups in the New World waters leaving the New World waters. Now, when the Navy convened a large fleet to try to exterminate the beast pirates and red-haired pirates, the defense force of the G1 branch will inevitably weaken. For a time, many pirate groups trying to escape from the New World waters and headed to relatively weaker waters gathered together in the direction of the Navy's G1 branch. This is a good opportunity, everyone. As long as we can leave the sea area that has been divided up by the sea emperors, we can obtain more treasures and resources. A better life is after the Red Earth continent. Women, treasures, fine wine. As long as the G1 branch can be broken, then everything will be at your fingertips. This is the best chance in the past 10 years, little ones. This time, the pirates that gathered into a fleet like a trickle did not attack each other as usual, but moved towards the G1 branch together in a tacit understanding, forming hundreds of pirates' combined fleet of ships. As long as they can leave the waters of the New World, these the seemingly weak pirate group in the World Sea area, each has the ability to sweep one side. The strength is enough to match and even defeat the so-called supernova. And with the G1 branch visible in the distance, the faces of the pirates who temporarily united to form a fleet showed an even more excited look. Go to the good just today. As for what to become One Piece and looking for One Piece, for these old pirate fritters who don't know how much wind and rain they have experienced in the sea, it is natural to know that those are all illusory dreams. Only women, treasures, and wine that you can really touch are the treasures of pirates. In the hopeful eyes of these pirates, as the distance from the G1 branch got closer, there were hot lava in the G1 branch, one after another rising into the sky. And within the G1 branch, Admiral Sakaski of the Navy Akainu turned his arms into lava and continuously ejected a large amount of lava towards the sky. Meteor volcano. The next moment, in the pale faces of the pirates, the lava fists that rose to the sky immediately fell like terrifying lava meteors falling towards the gathered pirate fleet like a rainstorm. It's too dense, you'll be hit. Separate quickly. Why is that bastard Akainu still in the G1 branch? Run away. The pirate ship next to me is that idiot. Turn around and block me. For a time, the ferocious fleet that gathered hundreds of pirate ships was completely messed up. At this moment, the lava meteor fell with extreme heat and impact, turning into a devastating meteor shower. Amidst the wailing and scolding, the continuous crash of lava meteors completely drowned everything. Boom boom boom. After a few breaths, the sea was already in a mess, and more than half of the hundreds of pirate ships were destroyed under the meteor volcano of General Akainu Sakaski. Even some of the pirate ships that survived were in tatters and lost most of their power. Watching this scene, Sakaski's resolute face did not change in the slightest, but pressed his hat brim and said disdainfully, "The scum of the sea will only be more easily burned by lava." Immediately, Sakaski picked up the phone bug on the side and ordered coldly, "In the name of absolute justice, not a single one will be left." The next moment, the 10 naval warships that had been prepared for a long time at the port of the G1 branch attacked one after another and began to hunt down the surviving pirate groups who had been frightened. As for General Sakaski himself, he did not leave the G1 branch so as to avoid the possibility of being transferred from the mountain and guarding this most important naval barrier in the New World waters. And this is Sakaski's mission. It is the last line of defense for the Navy in the New World waters, preventing pirates from escaping from the New World waters to the first half of the Great Route. It is also to ensure the retreat of that naval fleet. Otherwise, once the G1 branch is breached, then that naval fleet may not be able to leave the New World waters. Sakaski is very clear that as long as he is still standing on the G1 branch, then there is no possibility of this G1 branch being breached, thus echoing that naval fleet's battle hump. Watching the surviving pirate ships gradually sink to the bottom of the sea under the pursuit of naval warships, Sakaski snorted in disdain, but clenched his fists a little unwillingly. If the battle plan on the fleet side fails. Paulsolino, Ion, I will never forgive you. 501 The 501 chapter Pirate's Consciousness. And what is the trend of the outside world? At this moment no one has the extra energy to pay attention to this island that has been reduced to the navy. Kaiwahe, the 100 beast pirates and the red-haired pirates. In this extremely dangerous battlefield, even a powerhouse of the rank of Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters will die instantly if one is not careful. As for those weaker beings, there is a possibility of death at any time. Boom. On the side of the red-haired pirates, the collision between Ion and red-haired Shanks was intertwined with a lot of black and red lightning. A large number of cherry blossoms entwined with overlord color domineering are constantly flying, and red-haired Shanks is showing the most top slashing in the sea, accurately picking up every strand with famous knife. Griffin, the flying cherry blossoms, kept trying to get closer to Ion, seeking a chance to kill with one hit. As a powerhouse who has reached the top in the field of domineering and kendo, red-haired Shanks' combat power is beyond doubt and his strength is terrifying. However, why are there so many cherry blossoms? Even though red-haired Shanks' mood was unusually stable after he did not know how many waves of cherry blossoms he had resisted, and the number of collisions with overlord color entanglement was innumerable, red-haired Shanks couldn't help but gradually became impatient. Also, the speed of Lieutenant General Ion is so fast, and his fighting style is even better than that of Paulsolino. Rogue, especially the red-haired Shanks, raised his eyes, staring at Ion's leisurely stroll in the distance, clearly on the chaotic and cruel battlefield, but his clothes were not even stained with much dust. Inexplicably, there was a sense of helplessness that had nowhere to go. It is naturally unrealistic to defeat red-haired Shanks with an attack of this level, but red-haired Shanks has no chance to get close to Ion at all, which makes the battle completely reduced to a war of attrition. However, Redhead Shanks knew very well that he didn't have the time to go on like this. Moreover, after having fought against Kaido beasts before, Red-Hair Shanks' physical strength and energy have dropped a lot, and he can't stand such consumption. The Navy really seized a good opportunity this time. Trouble. Red-haired Shanks thought silently, but his eyes were also watching his friends from time to time. The situation is already bad. As expected, they are a group of monsters with the same name as my hawk. If they continue to fight, the chances of the partners winning are very slim. Red-haired Shanks couldn't help showing a bit of urgency in his eyes, especially when he looked at Beckman, who was continuously bombarded by countless thunderstorms, and found that half of Beckman's body had turned charred black. Can't last long. As for the rest of the partners, some of them were even worse than Beckman, and some of them had already fallen and no longer had the ability to continue fighting. Could it be? Is the journey going to end here? Redhead Shanks kept moving towards Ion's approaching figure and stopped in place. Seeing this, Yan did not pursue rashly, but kept a safe distance and manipulated a large number of cherry blossoms to circle around. 4 Emperor's level monsters Ion never underestimated. In particular, Red-haired Shanks is the most lacking in information and the top powerhouse with the least knowledge, no matter how cautious it is. What's more, Ian is very clear that he does not need to quickly solve the red-haired Shanks, and even let the war last as long as possible in order to better attract the attention of the whole sea. Let the Lian Chamber of Commerce. The plan over there is moving fast. As for covering up the heat that an event may generate, Yan naturally understands that it is nothing more than creating other events that are more attractive and hot. In the face of the heat generated by the war between the 4 emperors and the navy, let alone a small Lian Chamber of Commerce seeking dealer cooperation, even if Wei, the king, announced that she would hold a solo concert, it would not be able to set off anything at all. Repercussions. More importantly, the longer the delay here, the more time the Revolutionary Army can buy. Right? Ion's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked vaguely in the direction of Wano country. The source of Halustone is not only eager for the world government but also has a great attraction to the Revolutionary Army. After all, if you have mastered the seafloor stone, in addition to mastering one of the hardest substances in the sea, you will also master the most advantageous weapon against devil fruit ability. This is the temptation that no force in the sea can refuse. Now, the war has lasted for a little while, so it's almost time for Drago to start action, right? While Ian thought silently, he saw that the domineering man was always locked on the dangerous man Red-haired Shanks. However, what surprised Yan was that the red-haired man in front of him suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, it's really not good. This situation is much worse than I thought, and if it goes on like this, it may really be completely planted here. Ion's brows were slightly wrinkled, and he didn't understand why Redhead Shanks could still laugh at this time. Is it fearless, or is the mind too calm and free? Ion asked while being unable to control the thoughts of Red-haired Shanks. As a pirate romance, are you ready to face failure? Redhead Shank replied sternly. This kind of awareness was made when I decided to join the Roger Pirates and become a free sea boy. Really? If so, Ion took out a piece of object wrapped in white cloth from his arms, threw it in front of red-haired Shanks from a distance, and said, "Then don't waste your energy. If you are willing to lead the red-haired pirates to surrender, I can also make sure that your friends will be safe." After a pause, Ion said, "And when you were detained in the underwater prison, you also moved your personal relationships a little bit so that the treatment you can enjoy as a whole group is higher than the rest of the pirates. How about it?" Red-haired Shanks heard the words, his eyes swept away, and he easily recognized that the piece of white cloth was wrapped in a pair of halostone handcuffs. "Lieutenant General Ion, thank you for your kindness. I also believe that you are not a man who broke your promise, but the consciousness I made is that I can give my life for freedom, but to give up my freedom to save my life," red-haired Shanks said heartily, and there was no hesitation and nostalgia in his free and easy tone. 502 Chapter 502 Give me a face, son. Really? That's one of the standard pirate ideas. As Ion, who has his own personal values, he may admire red-haired Shanks' awareness, but he will not feel a sense of approval and instead comment, "Let the indulgent freedom of individuals be guided by their own ideas rather than being regulated by the system will only lead to endless chaos in the world, which is also the source of countless evils." Redhead Shanks nodded and did not deny Ion's statement. In other words, what Ion said was the truth. The overall concept of the red-haired pirates tends to be a kind-hearted group of pirates. Naturally, there is not much damage to the bottom of the sea, and they even occasionally change some unaccustomed things based on their personal opinions. However, the proportion of pirate groups like the red-haired pirates is too small and too small. In the extremely free sea, only with power, you can easily plunder everything you want: wealth, women, wine. Without the supervision of the system, the desires of the vast majority of pirates will only get out of control step by step, and then infinitely magnified, constantly looting the weaker. Lieutenant General Yan, it seems that you are indeed a natural navy, and it is no wonder that you can fully adhere to your own beliefs as a navy, awaken the domineering, and master the skill of overlord's entanglement. 255. After a pause, red-haired Shanks said, "However, there is a point in the order of cause and effect that you got it wrong. It is not that the freedom of individual indulgence caused the system to collapse, which led to the chaos of the sea. It was the system of the sea that collapsed, which caused countless people to be suppressed. Freedom produces an explosion. So it is not the freedom that the pirates pursued that created this era, but this era has created countless pirates who pursued freedom. Whether it's you or me, it's all people who are swept forward by the tide of this era." Hearing this, Ion couldn't help but glance at red-haired Shanks. In a sense, the idea of redhead Shanks is quite correct, and it is already quite objective. Just taking Ion's stance as a navy, it is impossible to express approval in such a public occasion. Otherwise, as soon as the war is over, maybe someone from the CP department of the world government will come to talk to Ian face to face and confirm his thoughts through expression, observation, tone changes, psychological fluctuations, etc. I see. Is this the excuse that the pirates make for their constant indulgence? But I am different from you. I am not the one who was swept forward by this wave of the age of the great pirates, but to contain and change the people of this era. Ion answered red-haired Shanks with a fairly correct statement for the Navy's position, and, in a certain sense, Ion did not conceal his true thoughts and positions, but expressed frankly. "Come out." Redhead Shanks heard the words and did not directly deny Ion's pursuit. Even in the eyes of red-haired Shanks, as long as something does not change substantially, no matter how powerful the Navy is, the tide of this age of pirates will not be terminated. Precisely, there are certain things that the Navy can't change. This sea will not deny any dreams, and I hope that Lieutenant General Ion's ideas will one day come true. Red-haired Shanks said, "It started with you that day." "How?" Ion asked. "If Lieutenant General Yan wants to try, then come on." But having said that, red-haired Shanks asked, "I wonder if Lieutenant General Ion has heard of a huge war involving Captain Roger, the Battle of Artwall with Golden Lion Ski?" Ion asked. "No, it's another war. Because my partner was hurt and insulted, I destroyed all the troops of a country alone in a rage." And red-haired Shanks' tone gradually cooled down and said, "Cut that island in half of the war." Hearing this, Yan's expression became solemn. Redhead Shanks won't suddenly say these seemingly unrelated histories unless. Looking at Ion's expression, red-haired Shanks understood something and said, "Sure enough, the Navy still doesn't know the details of that war, so doesn't it pay too much attention? But yes, Captain Roger's actions at that time were too exaggerated, causing millions of troops to be wiped out and no one escaped. The outside world will naturally not be able to know the details." "What?" Hearing this, Yan's expression couldn't help but change slightly. "Millions of troops? If it is a natural devil fruit ability like the three admirals of the Navy and Anilu, who can easily cause natural disasters, or a top-level monster of the four emperors level, so as long as there is enough time, it is not impossible to shatter the island and destroy millions of troops. But the most important thing is that no one survives. Millions of troops can't even escape even one person? What kind of horrible concept is this? Moreover, according to the information of the Navy, Roger is not a devil fruit person but is as good as red-haired Shanks, a pirate with domineering and kendo. For a time, Yan had a bold speculation. If it is not the ability of the devil fruit, then it can only be domineering or special ability in kendo, and the biggest possibility is, that's right, red-haired Shanks said from the change in Ion's demeanor, as if he understood Ion's thoughts. That's a special move developed by Captain Roger based on the Dominator's territory in order to cope with the situation similar to this after he experienced the powerlessness of the ATT Wall Sea battle. The next moment, the feeling of red-haired Shanks changed completely, as if a monster slowly woke up. No, in other words, the entire Tyrant territory has begun to undergo some changes. Lieutenant General Ion, ask one last time, give me a face. How about ending this war? Redhead Shanks asked word by word, as if it was the last warning from the monster. In an instant, Yan's expression froze completely. But even though Ian is a Navy hero with a high status and one of the two major forces of the Navy in this war, he is not qualified to directly order to stop this war. More importantly, the justice of the Navy will never allow you to retreat directly in the face of an unknown threat from a pirate. P.S. Carvin is up, and the third is a few minutes slower to finish writing. 503 chapters standing at the top of the pirate posture. Third more. Redhead Shanks looked at Ion's silent appearance, already understood the answer, and turned to say word by word, then let me give you a piece of advice. Keep the Navy as far away from me as possible, or you will die. Immediately, the Tyrant territory that had been opened by red-haired Shanks quickly closed, as if it was completely integrated with red-haired Shanks himself. For a time, the original red hair of red-haired Shanks stood up suddenly, but the exposed skin gradually became blood red, and a large number of black and red lightnings continued to center on red-haired Shanks in all directions. Spreading, a sense of terrifying oppression suddenly descended around red-haired Shanks. Originally, the cherry blossoms that were constantly flying beside Ion seemed to be bearing some weight. Even though they were already wrapped in a domineering look, their movement became abnormally slow. No, even in the face of that substantial oppression, the ground around red-haired Shanks began to crack and collapse, and this kind of oppression just seems to be unintentionally released by red-haired Shanks, as if red-haired Shanks had magnified the domineering arrogance that could have affected matter in this posture. Like this attitude, Ion widened his eyes and swallowed his saliva, but vaguely understood something. The territory of the Overlord is the ability to gain the allegiance of all things, and even change the natural laws of the surrounding world, so the so-called all things naturally include itself. Red-haired Shanks did not hesitate to put a load far beyond the limit on his body, forcibly releasing his body's vitality to strengthen his body, and it seems that under this special stance, the abilities related to the domineering of the tyrannical color, such as Overlord color impact and Overlord color entanglement, can be greatly improved. Wait, the next moment, Yan suddenly realized something, and suddenly turned around and ordered, school rank, no, all navies below the rank of general, immediately evacuate this island. At this time, the terrifying gesture of red-hair Shanks had already become the center of attention on this battlefield, but the rest of the people had no idea what happened. Under Ion's order, most of the navies who were continuously fighting with the 100 Beast pirates were stunned, completely ignorant of the meaning of Ion's order. You must know that they fought with the 100 Beasts pirates at all costs for a short time and made a lot of sacrifices. How could they retreat so easily? However, at this time, as the sense of oppression emanating from red-haired Shanks became more and more terrifying, Ion could vaguely understand what would happen next. Ordinary tyrannical domineering will cause ordinary people and first-class soldiers to fall into a state of fainting, but the sense of oppression escaping from red-haired Shanks at this time is not only fainting, but even simple. It is as simple as affecting matter to a certain extent, rather death. Perhaps as the name red-haired Shanks said, this is a posture of standing at the top of the pirates, and people without the corresponding awareness and strength can't even get close. As soon as he thought of this, Ion immediately commanded in an unquestionable tone, retreat, this is an order. Numerous navies were stunned for a moment, but they instinctively acted quickly under Ion's order, and began to retreat while covering each other. What is this doing? With the assistance of Peach Rabbit Jun and T-Dolphin, Paul Salino, who dragged 100 Beasts Kaido as much as possible, temporarily distanced himself from 100 Beasts Kaido, looked in the direction of Yan puzzled, and muttered, after all, in the original plan of the Navy, it was also a matter of directly killing Kaido 100 Beasts. Not quite sure. Therefore, the most conservative goal of the Navy is to weaken the power of the Beasts pirates as much as possible and kill all the cotters and core members of the Beast's pirates as much as possible. Under Ion's order to retreat, the Navy paid a lot of sacrifices and continued to fight for a long time. The battle results were almost lost. How does this not confuse Polusalino? At this moment, red-haired Shanks completed the posture of standing at the top of the pirates. The originally extremely terrifying overlord-colored shock suddenly rose, and the shock that could be called the earth-shattering explosion broke out unstoppably. Almost immediately, Ion burst out with his own domineering, trying to resist the terrifying overlord impact originating from red-haired Shanks. However, boom, the tyrannical arrogance of both sides seems to be of completely different quality. The tyrannical arrogance that Yen burst out was suppressed almost instantly, and the terrifying impact swept the audience without hindrance, and even the entire huge building. Islands. Polusalino, who originally had a careless attitude towards the so-called overlord-colored shock, suddenly changed his expression when he felt the terrifying shock. That sense of oppression was not only mentally, but even felt a considerable oppression with the monster-like physique of Polusalino. The most obvious responses were the members of the 100 Beasts Pirates who stayed in the deep pit. Even though the most iconic feature of the 100 Beasts Pirates is the zoo-like large number of animals with devil fruit abilities, but not every member of the 100 Beasts Pirates is an animal demon fruit person. Some of them are relatively weak pirates, but the reward amount in the first half of the Great Route may be enough to break 100 million pirates. At this time, under the indiscriminate impact of red-haired Shanks, his eyes turned white and the skin all over his body was oozing blood as if he could not bear the horror. The pressure caused all the blood vessels in the body to burst. Bang bang bang. The fall of one after another figure also symbolizes the end of the lives of those pirates at the same time. What the hell is that bastard doing with the red hair? Kaido couldn't help but shouted angrily when he saw this. It's just that for the red-haired Shanks at this time, this terrifying overlord color shock is not under his control at all, but is constantly escaping. And those navies who quickly retreated away under Ion's order were also affected by a considerable number, and they fell into a faint and even died directly. However, because of the increased distance, the pressure on these navies is far less than the terror of the members of the 100 Beasts Pirates, which prevents these navies from being destroyed in an instant. It's an amazing gesture, Redhead Shanks. Ian said word by word. 504 Chapter 504 I open the way for you. At this moment, in this deep pit in the center of the island, the battlefield that had been fighting all the time was completely plunged into a special silence. Everyone is staring at the man with red hair and red skin, who exudes a domineering look that is enough to make everything collapse all the time. The earth is still cracking, and the clouds in the sky are shaken. At this moment, red-haired Shanks seems to be the center of the world. Everything around him is surrendering to him, and everything is trembling at the domineering he exudes. Monster. Even though those who remained in this deep pit were all strong men who could not be underestimated in the sea, but seeing red-haired Shanks' attitude at this time, this idea almost invariably occurred in his heart. Even the crew of the red-haired pirates themselves were shocked by the gesture of red-haired Shanks, completely unaware that red-haired Shanks actually possessed such terrifying abilities. However, unlike many pirates in the 100 Beasts Pirates who died directly in the overlord-like shock that red-haired Shanks was bursting out all the time, the entire crew of the red-haired pirates survived this shock. Tisk. Half of his body was scorched black, and Beckman's head was running fast, and he already understood that this might be red-haired Shanks' means of pressing the bottom of the box. When he traveled around the world to find a partner before, Beckman also wondered why every crew member red-haired Shanks would be carefully selected, especially with a very strict consideration of physique and will. Obviously, in a pirate group of the same level, unlike the other pirate groups that often have thousands of numbers, the number of crew members of the red-haired pirates can be said to be quite small, and there is a serious shortage of manpower, and as long as red-haired Shanks relaxes his standards a little, he can easily attract a large number of partners. It turns out that Shanks has long understood that the scene may happen sooner or later, so he didn't want to hurt his partner by his own means of protecting his partner. Beckman murmured a word and immediately turned his eyes and found that the other 6 Kibutai were also subconsciously stopped in the tyrannical shock that red-haired Shanks broke out at this time, and let the rest of the red-haired pirates stop. The crew of the regiment then got a chance to breathe. Beckman, at this moment the one who stood on the earth, the tyrant on his body, the anger kept moving towards Shanks, who was raging in all directions, and his voice was hoarse and low. Leave with the rest of the partners, and I will open the way for you. The rest of the red-haired pirates' cotters saw this, but they all spoke up in unison. What about you, Captain? No, let's go together. Shanks. Hey, Shanks, what do you mean by that? But when you say we're sailing to old age together, are you going to break the promise? Shanks Shanks. "That's right, Captain. Even if the journey ends here, let's make a big fuss together. How can we just leave you?" 256. Hearing the voices from his companions behind him, the corners of Shank's mouth couldn't help but bend, but he didn't even have the courage to look back at them. "Because my current posture must be like a ghost, right? Just like Captain Roger." Redhead Shanks clearly remembered the appearance of Captain Roger when he used this power. The blood all over his body was boiling continuously. His body was red like blood, and the dense blood vessels were beating. "We'll scare the partners, let them worry even more." Redhead Shanks thought silently, turned his back to the many partners behind him, and said loudly, "Don't worry, I'm the red-haired Shanks. Now the most domineering man in the sea is also the new Sea Emperor. How can the journey end here?" After a pause, Redhead Shanks tried his best to keep his tone as usual and continued, "It's just that I'm not familiar with the power called standing at the top of the pirate posture, and it's easy to accidentally hurt you. So my friends leave first, and after I make a big fuss, we'll hold a celebration together. A banquet for the title of Emperor of the Sea." The rest of the crew of the red-haired pirates naturally wouldn't be so easily convinced by what red-haired Shanks said in such a situation. In the current situation, there is no doubt that it is indeed a crisis that may destroy the entire red-hair pirates. After the showdown with the 100 Beasts pirates, the already exhausted red-hair pirates is indeed no longer the opponent of Sakura Dragon Lieutenant General Ion and the 6 Shishibukai, and red-haired Shanks looks extremely terrifying now. But at this moment Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, spoke up, "Let's go." But without waiting for the partners to question and refute, Beckman directly interrupted. "One of the iron rules of pirates is that they must follow the captain's orders, and staying in our current state will become a burden to the captain. It is the best choice to leave quickly." When all the crew members of the red-haired pirates heard the words, they couldn't help falling into silence. Immediately, Beckman moved first and then took the rest of the red-hair pirates members straight to the direction where the pirate ship was docked. Looking at this scene, while many navies and Shishibukai remained silent, the huge body of the Thor, transformed by Anilu, directly blocked the way of the red-haired pirates. "Hey, ants, who allowed you to leave?" Accompanied by the sound of thunder, Anilu's voice reverberated, and the terrifying electric arc that radiated all the time almost made people within a radius of 100 meters feel that their hair was zooming. "Thor Anilu." Beckman looked at the monster in front of him and couldn't help but look ugly. Anilu, who has the ability of Thundering Fruit, is a monster with a speed similar to that of Admiral Palsalino, and even more powerful than Palsalino's Sparkling Fruit in the category of destructive power. In contrast, Beckman would rather fight with Palsalino than be bombarded with endless thunder by Enel. However, at this moment, red-hair Shanks moved, and the famous knife griffin in his hand waved towards the rear. At this moment the situation changed, and the terrifying flying slash swept away in the direction of Anilu with black and red lightning wrapped around it. Seeing this, Anilu was not at all cowardly, or he was already prepared for this, and a huge amount of thunder entangled each other and turned into thunder dragons. 300 million volts Thunder Dragon. 505 Chapter 505 Islands that have been erased. The Thunder Dragon took off. Rolling thunder resounded across the island and charged straight away with the power of the sky-high slash swung by red-haired Shanks. The momentum created by red-haired Shanks is indeed terrifying, and the raging tyrannical shock seems to destroy the world. But how could Anilu easily admit to it? "I am God, the God of Thunder." In fact, after he left the empty island and came into contact with a lot of information on the sea, Anilu knew that what he ate by mistake in the past was a devil fruit called Sound Thunder Fruit, and thus obtained the power of thunder. Anilu is only arrogant, not stupid. However, Anilu has always believed that there are gods in the world, and the rest of the human beings do not believe that it is only limited by their horizons, but it does not mean that they do not exist. The power that has been witnessed by countless people evaporating the entire sea is one of the characteristics of the existence of gods. Create the world. Destruction of the world is a symbol of God's authority. Therefore, Anilu firmly believed that the Lord of the Void Circle was a god, and he was also a man of God who was about to become the Lord of the Void Circle. What can this attitude be compared to the gods? Following the guidance of the gods and walking on the sea, I can get closer to the gods step by step. Thinking of this, the thunder entwined in the form of the thunder god transformed by Anilu became more and more terrifying, and the thunder dragon that faced the flying slash seemed to have grown bigger in a circle, even under the mighty power beast Kaido's demeanor when he manifested his blue dragon form. However, at the moment when the flying slash meets the thunder dragon, boom, the terrifying thunder dragon, which seemed to be able to easily destroy a small island, was cut into several pieces, turned into countless electric arcs and dissipated into the air, making the entire night sky instantly stained with the blue produced by the escape of countless electric arcs. The flying slash flash entwined with countless black and red lightnings landed on the Thor form he transformed into in Enel's unbelievable eyes. Boom! There was a roar that shook the ground, and when everyone regained their vision, the island was split open. This large island of 5,000 square kilometers was split open with the Thor form transformed by Anilu as its starting point. The whole island was like a piece of cake, and Red Hair Shanks wiped off a small piece of it with a wave. Countless seawater poured in continuously, and the sound of rolling waves was introduced into the ears of everyone present, which also caused a large number of navies and pirates to swallow their saliva subconsciously. This is not a small island but a real large island, and it was just split open like this. And Anilu, who directly abandoned the Thor form and avoided the frontal slash, was also sweating coldly at this time, and his expression was slightly pale. The kind of feeling just now, the terror given to Enru is enough to be comparable to the power of flowing like fire that the great priest Ion showed in the past. The absolute power that makes it so desperate that it is difficult to raise a rebellious mind in a battlefield that was shocked to death except for the backwater of the sea. The voice of red-haired Shanks sounded immediately. "Guys, don't stop, I'll open the way for you." Many crew members of the red-haired pirates looked back and looked at the domineering back of red-haired Shanks, inexplicably believed that what red-haired Shanks just said was not false. Standing at the top of the pirate, the power of this posture seems to really be able to do it. Thinking of this, the crew members of the red-haired pirates started to move again, supporting each other or carrying their comatose partners on their backs along the road split by red-haired Shanks' edge forward. Only Beckman's eyes gradually became wet and reddened. Red-haired Shanks' posture of standing on the top of the pirates might be enough to shelter him in front of the navy, the Shichibukai, and the 100 Beasts pirates. Let all partners leave safely. However, the posture of standing at the top of the pirates is doomed that there is no pirate ship that can carry red-haired Shanks in the sea. The overlord color shock that rages wildly and uncontrollably all the time, let alone the wooden structure of the pirate ship, even the steel structure of the naval warship disintegrated. But once the posture of standing on the top of the pirates is lifted, red-haired Shanks will lose the power that can shelter his partners from leaving. "Come back alive, Shanks." Beckman glanced back at the back of red-haired Shanks, which he could only see dimly. His eyes were completely filled with tears. He hated his own powerlessness and could only choose to believe in red-haired Shanks. And this time, no one intercepted the red-haired pirates again, and even Ian directly dialed Lieutenant General Crane's phone bug to communicate in front of red-haired Shanks. "Lieutenant General Crane, the red-hair pirates are leaving the island. Let them go. Don't stop them, and give red-hair Shanks a face." "Thank you very much, Lieutenant General Ion," Redhead Shanks said with a bit of gratitude. "Well, in fact, I'm just giving face to the attitude of standing at the top of the pirates." Ion hung up the phone bug in his hand expressionlessly and answered red-haired Shanks casually. "Because Ian is very clear that if the naval warships on the periphery of the island try to prevent the red-haired pirates from leaving, then with red-haired Shanks in the state at this time, then I am afraid that nearly 50 naval warships and this one the islands will sink completely into the sea." Ion is not an extreme person and believes that the entire red-hair pirates must be completely killed, and the only real dangerous person is red-hair Shanks from beginning to end. "I always thought that the Beast's Kaido was disorderly and violent, and the guy who was thinking about how to start the most grand war was the most dangerous for the sea, but I didn't expect the real dangerous person to be you, Redhead Shanks." Ian stretched out his hand and raised his hand, and the countless cherry blossoms slowly floated back behind him and said, "Standing at the top of the pirates? It's a pretty good name, but when you decide to use the state, you probably already understand that there is no ship in the sea that can carry you in the state of standing at the top of the pirates. Bar." And a large number of cherry blossoms intersected each other as a series of knives arranged behind Yan. Each knife was wrapped with black and red lightning, exuding an awe-inspiring atmosphere. Jingjing Senbun Seikarajanjian. Immediately, Ion looked at Shanks the red-haired and turned his eyes and asked, "How long can you last in this form, Shanks?" 506 Chapter 506 Red Ghost and Falling Cherry. Third, the state of red-haired Shanks at this time may be horrified and unfamiliar to the rest of the people, but to Ian, it has an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and it seems vaguely similar to Munch in the future trajectory D. Luffy's first gear, second gear, third gear and so on. It's just that the gears of Monkey D. Luffy are not of an order of magnitude compared to the red-haired Shanks' attitude of standing at the top of the pirates at this time. This made Ion's heart suddenly suspicious, and he also understood that red-haired Shanks maintained his posture of standing at the top of the pirates is definitely not without cost, and the duration should also have a very serious limit. How long will it last? In the face of Ion's question, red-haired Shanks smiled inexplicably. In the next moment the figure of red-haired Shanks disappeared disappeared in an instant, and the speed even almost exceeded the capture speed of Ion's slightly domineering. When Ion turned his head to the side subconsciously, Shanks red-haired had already appeared beside him across a distance of hundreds of meters, and until this time the sound of red-haired Shanks stepping on the ground causing the ground to crack came to Ion's ears belatedly. Naturally, it lasts until I see no one who dares to swing a sword at me at all. At the same time as red-hair Shanks' hoarse voice sounded, Famous Knife Griffin was about to slash on Ion's body. Boom! Famous Knife Griffin fell, and the entire pit was divided into two, cutting out a bottomless abyss. Only red-haired Shanks looked at the navy cape that was shattered with only the word Buddha left in front of him, but Ion disappeared in place the moment Famous Knife Griffin fell. "Is this your true speed, Lieutenant General Ion?" Shanks, who was all red, turned his head and looked 50 meters away on the other side, where Ion was standing with a slightly solemn expression. "It's me who should have said that. Really exaggerated speed and slash." Redhead Shanks, "It's a monster." Under the attitude of standing on the top of the pirates, red-haired Shanks undoubtedly has the ultimate physique and the ultimate overlord color entanglement, which also makes red-haired Shanks' speed and slashing. The attack reached an incomparably terrifying level. Terrifying. Even with Kaido's body, it can be severed even with the body of beasts, let alone Ion. Witnessing this scene, the other 6 Kabuki who were closest to Ion moved their eyes, and they all wanted to come forward to assist Ion. However, Ion, who has been watching the overall situation in his heart, raised his palm but stopped the 6 Kaiwahe's thoughts in advance and said, "This is my battle with Shanks. You are not allowed to intervene. If you really can't resist the urge to fight, then go and help solve the beast pirates." For a time, the eyes of the 6 Kaiwahe flickered a little. On the bright side, most of the 6 Shichibukai have a rather unfriendly relationship with Yan, and they are only equal partners with the Navy. Joining this war is just a transaction with the Navy, but in fact to a certain extent they were all subordinates who obeyed Ion's orders, so they knew very well that this was the latest instruction given to them by Ian, and they were not allowed to interfere in the battle of red-haired Shanks. In fact, Yan knew very well that red-haired Shanks was actually a turtle in a urn at the moment, and there was absolutely no need to give red-haired Shanks the opportunity to kill several Kaiwahe. On the contrary, Ion only needs to delay the time that red-haired Shanks maintains the state of standing at the top of the pirates. Then the journey of the pirates named red-haired Shanks in the sea will also be completely announced, ended, just like Roger, the pirate king who once stood at the top of the pirates. Immediately, under Ion's order, with the exception of Pirate Queen Hancock who remained to deal with the unexpected situation, the other 5 Shichibukai joined the war with the 100 Beasts pirates. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, this is more of an excuse that Yan gave to the Kabuki, an excuse to stay away from the red-haired Shanks, whose power was so terrifying at this time. Only Hancock, the pirate empress who really cared about Ion, took the risk and continued to stay near the battlefield between Ion and red-haired Shanks. And as Ion's voice fell, red-haired Shanks also shot again, approaching Ion at a speed that could be called the ultimate. Boom! With the fall of Famous Sword Griffin, another piece of land disappeared. When Ion avoided the slash in a dangerous manner, a large number of knives maintaining the Overlord color entanglement surrounded red-haired Shanks from all directions. The knife of Overlord color entanglement has horror destructive power. Even if Ion doesn't have the dominant territory, there is no way to make the flying slash also attach the dominant color coil, but the blade itself is still extremely terrifying, enough to hurt the red-haired Shanks. 257. Ding ding ding. However, hundreds of knives of Overlord color wrap were all chopped to pieces by red-haired Shanks in an instant, and he jumped up again to face Ion. "Lieutenant General Yan, do you just run away? Show your legendary White Emperor sword posture, and let me see the power of 100 million swords is one sword." As red-hair Shanks' voice fell, Famous Sword Griffin kept slashing towards Ion. The crimson posture in the state of standing at the top of the pirates makes red-haired Shanks seem to be an extremely terrifying red ghost, completely engulfed. However, at this time, Yen is only showing unparalleled speed and movement, which is different from the straightforward movement of Navy 6 styles shave. The absolute flexibility makes Yen feel like a wisp of cherry blossoms in the red ghost dancing on the teeth. As for the end scene, White Emperor sword mentioned by red-hair Shanks, Ion knew that the destructive power of maintaining that state might indeed be enough to compete with red-hair Shanks. However, despite the irreparable gap in physique, Ion knew very well that even if he maintained final scene White Emperor sword, he would not be the opponent of red-haired Shanks at this time. In other words, red-haired Shanks is definitely the strongest man among the known pirates in the sea while maintaining the state of standing at the top of the pirates. Therefore, Ion can only maintain Jijing Senbon Sakurajinjian while constantly avoiding red-haired Shanks slashes with Shun tempo. While manipulating a large number of Overlord color entanglement, the blade attacks Shanks. 507 Chapter 504 Concealed Secret. For a time, the battle between red-haired Shanks and Ion completely evolved into the most intense melee combat. Ion, who is as erratic as falling cherry blossoms, is surrounded by countless blades flying and hovering all the time, falling like a rainstorm from time to time, and sometimes surrounded by birds. Open. And red-haired Shanks seems to have transformed into a domineering and raging red ghost. His body is red, and his every move is constantly breaking the earth. It even shreds the sky. The entire island can be said to be crumbling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outside the island, Admiral Crane had a solemn expression on his face. While quickly letting the warships respond to the Navy evacuating from the island, he was also making way for the ships of the Red Hair pirates to evacuate directly from the encircling net. There is no doubt that Lieutenant General Ion's judgment is correct. If the Navy forcibly blocked the departure of the red-haired pirates, all warships surrounding the entire island from all directions could be sunk by red-haired Shanks. The missing piece of the 5,000 square kilometer island in front of him was not only an attack on Analu, but also a warning to the Navy, proving the terrifying power of red-haired Shanks himself. The intelligence department should be punished. Why is such important information related to Roger One Piece ignored? Even the guy red-haired Shanks has hidden this ability without the slightest awareness. Lieutenant General Crane looked at the information passed back from the battlefield in front of her, but she, who had always shown a mild temper, couldn't help but scolded angrily. The so-called standing at the top of the pirate attitude has undoubtedly reached a certain extreme in terms of lethality and destructive power, even more terrifying than the white-bearded Edward Newgate, who has always been feared by the Navy. White-beard Edward Newgate's earthquake fruit claims to be able to destroy the world, but the destructive methods such as earthquakes, seaquakes, and air shocks that it set off are terrifying the way. But according to the current information, red-haired Shanks is almost everywhere he goes under his standing on the top of the pirate posture. Those with insufficient energy, will, and physique will be directly in the terrifying Overlord color. Immediately died in the impact. It's just that even now Lieutenant General Crane is chilled, knowing that this naval fleet is almost destroyed. He can only try his best to deal with this sudden situation, while reporting the relevant situation back to the Marine Headquarters Marine Fando to let the Warring States Marshal decide as soon as possible. On another small and medium-sized desert island not far from the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, this island, whose landforms were originally bare and exposed rocks, was already broken. A large number of cracks like spider webs spread all over the island, and it is already on the verge of disintegration. Without the influence of external factors, it may gradually sink into the sea in a few years and disappear completely. However, at this time, Lieutenant General Garp, who was still fighting continuously on this island, was affected by the aftermath of the battle with Whitebeard, and its lifespan may be completely ended within today. Blue. Just when the two sides had been fighting for a long time, and gradually entered the white-hot stage when the two sides really started to win the prize, the voice of a phone bug rang in Lieutenant General Garp's inner pocket. Wait, Whitebeard. Lieutenant General Garp's original fist-swinging motion paused, and he raised his hand to signal. That guy's phone bug in the Warring States period. Let me answer the phone first. Whitebeard's expression couldn't help showing a hint of dissatisfaction, but the long-handled broadsword that originally contained the white light ball transformed by the Zhen fruit also stopped and shouted, "If you have any last words, you will quickly explain to the Warring States period." Tisk. Lieutenant General Garp did not answer the Warring States period, and instead took out a carefully protected phone bug from the inner pocket of his clothes to connect, and said straightly, "Warring States, what's the matter?" After a pause, Lieutenant General Garp did not forget to make a statement in advance. "I'm fighting with the Whitebeard guy now, but I haven't wandered off somewhere to sleep. If you don't believe me, I'll let you hear Whitebeard's voice." However, the voice of the Warring States Marshal suppressed a burst of anger and asked unceremoniously, "Cap, are you hiding something, you bastard?" Lieutenant General Garp was taken aback for a moment. "About Roger, are you hiding any important information?" As the next sentence of the Warring States Marshal sounded, Lieutenant General Garp's face changed immediately, and the first thought subconsciously occurred was that the secret that poor Ghastly Ace, who he adopted, was Roger's son, was exposed. How can it be exposed? Ace has been living in the Windmill Village. Wait, did Ace secretly go out to sea and become a pirate before being noticed by the Navy? Lieutenant General Garp only felt his head buzzing for a while, and his dry throat didn't know how to make a sound. And the Warring States Marshal, who was far away in the Marine Headquarters, looked at the expression of Garp imitated by the phone bug, and also understood what information Lieutenant General Garp knew absolutely. "Bastard Garp, it doesn't matter what kind of personal relationship you have with Roger in the past. Why do you hide such important information? Don't you understand that this is likely to lead to the destruction of the entire naval fleet and countless naval deaths?" The Warring States Marshal scolded angrily. His tone was unprecedented. Hearing this sentence, Lieutenant General Karp was completely stunned. What, even if Ace, as Roger's biological son, inherited Roger's bloodline and awakened the domineering arrogance at a young age, he wouldn't be able to destroy the entire naval fleet just by reaching the age to go out to sea, right? Isn't Ace still in the East China Sea? What does it have to do with the destruction of the fleet? Lieutenant General Garp asked subconsciously. When the Marshal of the Warring States heard the words, he asked inexplicably, "Ace? What Ace?" Oops. In an instant, Lieutenant General Garp realized that he seemed to have inadvertently leaked the word, and what the Warring States Marshal wanted to ask was not the news of Ace. It's just that the Warring States Marshal is now anxiously worrying about the naval fleet, and he has doubts in his heart, but for the time being, he has no extra thoughts to delve into Lieutenant General Garp's inexplicable words, and asked directly, "Have you been stunned by the battle between you bastard and Whitebeard? I asked you about your ability to stand at the top of a pirate. Do you bastard know?" However, for these words, Lieutenant General Karp showed a more guilty conscience. 508 Chapter 505 Karp and Roger's Transaction. Sure enough, you bastard knows it. At this moment, looking at Karp's expression imitated by the phone bug, Zhang Kuyuan was so handsome that he was almost smoking. Lieutenant General Karp glanced at the Whitebeard standing not far in front of him, and answered with some guilt, Well, I know a little." After a pause, Lieutenant General Karp said quickly, "But isn't Roger dead? It doesn't make much sense to go into detail about his abilities, right?" The Warring States Marshal said with a stern face. "Redhead Shanks inherited this ability." Lieutenant General Karp heard the words and subconsciously denied it. "Impossible." "Why is it impossible?" This is the latest information passed by Lieutenant General Crane. The situation on the battlefield has changed dramatically. For this reason, Lieutenant General Yan has to make a decision to allow the rest of the crew of the red-haired pirates except red-haired Shanks the decision to retreat and continue to fight the red-haired Shanks, who is extremely dangerous at this time, alone. Lieutenant General Garp swallowed his saliva after listening to the voice of the Warring States Marshal, which seemed to contain a violent storm, and also understood that this time the Warring States Marshal was absolutely furious. After all, the information that he has concealed this time has not only seriously affected the major strategy of the Navy and the naval fleet, but even the son of the Marshal of the Warring States period has been trapped. Immediately, Lieutenant General Garp didn't dare to be sloppy again, and answered directly, "I do know a little bit about the information of standing at the top of pirates, but I didn't expect the ability of standing on the top of pirates to appear in this way, because this is a special stance developed based on the Dominator's territory. In addition to the extremely high requirements for the development of the Dominator's territory, more importantly, it is extremely burdensome and damaging to the body. Serious. Even with Roger's monster-like physique, after using the Tyrant's domain only once, it left irreversible damage to the body, causing the body to develop a terminal illness that is difficult to recover." The Warring States Marshal frowned slightly and asked directly, "What's the weakness? Are there any flaws?" "I only learned this information from Roger's mouth, and I don't know any specific weaknesses." After a pause, Lieutenant General Karp continued, "However, according to Roger's description, as long as it maintains that state, its own combat power is literally standing at the top of the pirates. The only weakness is the burden on the body and the duration. If it is based on the body of a normal person, every minute and second it maintains will cost tens of thousands of times its lifespan." The Warring States Marshal heard the words and asked unwillingly, "Do you know that much?" As Lieutenant General Garp nodded, the phone bug was hung up the next moment. When Lieutenant General Garp saw this, he sighed slowly. The originally burly and majestic body seemed to have become hunched a lot, and the expression on his face was guilt. "Stop fighting, that's all. I'll rush to the battlefield to have a look. If you want to continue to go to the battlefield, then the battle will continue until then," Lieutenant General Garp said to the Whitebeard in front of him with a tired tone. However, the next moment, what Whitebeard said made Lieutenant General Garp, who was about to turn around, froze and his eyes widened. "Ace is Roger's son," Whitebeard said in a rather certain tone. How did you know?" Lieutenant General Garp's tone was full of disbelief. "Roger once asked me for a drink before he turned himself in, and told me that he also has descendants. If I meet him at sea in the future, remember that I will teach him a good lesson," Whitebeard said with a bit of nostalgia in his eyes. "Later, I also found someone to find Roger's descendants, but to no avail. As Roger, it is absolutely impossible for the world government and the Navy to indulge his bloodline to continue, so someone must help him protect him, and besides me, the only person who has the ability and opportunity to do it is Karp, you bastard." Hearing this, Lieutenant General Garp sighed and did not continue this was meaningless concealment and said bluntly, "Yes, Ace is indeed Roger's son. What's his full name?" "Poor Gasty Ace," Carp replied. "What kind of little guy is that?" Whitebeard asked. "I hate myself as Roger's blood, but he is also a little guy who attaches great importance to feelings and partners. The only troublesome thing is that he clearly resents Roger, but he still aspires to become a pirate and become the pirate king to surpass Roger came to prove himself." Speaking of this, Lieutenant General Garp's mouth couldn't help but show a helpless smile, just like the feelings of the warring States Marshal towards Ion. Even though Ace and Lieutenant General Garp have no real blood connection, the relationship between the two sides is extremely deep, and he treats and takes care of Ace as a real grandson. "Really? Interesting. If you count the time, he should be close to the age to go to sea, right?" Whitebeard asked. "Who knows? Maybe it's Ace who pulled you, Whitebeard, from the throne of the Sea Emperor," Lieutenant General Garp said. "Ha ha ha, then I have to look forward to it." "Ace," Whitebeard said with a laugh, then turned around and left in the opposite direction to Lieutenant General Garp, waved his hand, and said, "Today's battle is over here. Garp, let your head hang around your neck for now." After a pause, Whitebeard's footsteps stopped, his head turned slightly, his domineering eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Also, regarding the ability to stand at the top of the pirates, what kind of deal did you do with Roger?" But before Lieutenant General Garp's face changed drastically, Whitebeard's footsteps continued to move, and he said without looking back, "Probably it has something to do with the secrets of Ralph Drew and Roger's will. It seems that the tide of the times is finally surging again." As Whitebeard's final voice entered Lieutenant General Garp's ears from afar, it made Lieutenant General Garp's expression look a little ugly. Immediately, Lieutenant General Garp turned and ran quickly in the direction where the battleship was parked, and then ordered the naval battleship to rush to the battlefield at full speed. Standing at the top of pirates, if there is anyone in the sea who can truly compete with that attitude, then Lieutenant General Garp knows very well that it may be his own navy who has gone the farthest on his way of being armed and domineering. As for the three major admirals of the navy, or Vice Admiral Ion, they are not the type that are good at dealing with the posture of standing at the top of the pirates. 509 Chapter 506 The Collapsing Island. Third, on the battlefield, the battle between red-haired Shanks and Ion has been going on for several hours. To everyone's surprise, Ion was still undefeated under the continuous attack of the red-haired Shanks, who could be called a red ghost. The war between the two sides is still going on, but the island that carried them fighting has already taken the lead and started to collapse completely. Boom! Like the destruction of the world, the island began to disintegrate, crumble, and chunks of land separated from each other and sank into the sea. Beyond the islands, a large number of the warships began to move away, preventing the death maelstrom that might be caused by the collapse of the island from reaching the warships, sweeping everything above the sea and sinking to the bottom of the sea. 258. At this time, the people who are in the most desperate situation are the members of the 100 Beasts pirates. The navy can temporarily stay in the air with the Navy 6 Moon Step to avoid falling into the sea, but the Sea of Beasts, the thieves group, a large number of animal-type devil fruit ability people have nowhere to escape. As for the ships that can leave the island, they have already been completely destroyed by the navy, locking the last retreat of the 100 Beast pirates. A bunch of bastards, navy, redheads, I remember. Witnessing this irreparable scene, Kaido 100 Beasts was not without anger, and turned to Blue Dragon form to grab some of the core members of the 100 Beast pirates with his claws, and then vacated. Even Beasts, Kaido didn't forget to spit out a hot breath at Lieutenant General Red-Haired Shanks and Ion, who were still fighting continuously when he left the island. However, this heat breath that was enough to destroy a mountain range was intercepted in mid-air by a pulsalino radiating bright golden light. Hey Kaido, it's fine if you want to escape, but if you still want to disturb Lieutenant General Ion's battle, I will be held accountable afterwards. With the sound of Pulsalino's seemingly careless voice, a burst of light suddenly erupted. Light speed kick. Boom! The collision of heat and golden light suddenly exploded in the air. Although Pulsalino's light speed kick did not completely block the heat breath, it also directly changed the trajectory of the heat breath. At the same time, Peach Rabbit Jun, T-Dolphin Plus and some Vice Admirals with fighting ability have shot at 100 Beasts Kaido, making 100 Beasts Kaido jealous. A bunch of bastards. 100 Beasts Kaido gritted his teeth, his dragon eyes round. If it was just 100 Beasts Kaido, 100 Beasts Kaido would definitely not hesitate to fight with these guys to the last shred of physical strength. However, 100 Beasts Kaido knew that if he did not leave, even the last few 100 Beasts pirates core cotters who were caught in the dragon's claws would not survive. At that time, the huge 100 Beasts pirates will only have a bachelor commander like 100 Beasts Kaido, in addition to the large number of miscellaneous soldiers still staying in Wano. Thinking of this, Kaido 100 Beasts glanced at the navy once again, and vacated the sky and left directly directly in the direction of Wano Kingdom, and for the departure of Beasts Kaido, the Navy did not have much reaction, because the Navy present, including Admiral Paulsolino, also knew very well that in the field of air combat, even if the Navy had the Navy 6 moon step, it could stay in the air for a short time, but it would not be able to stay in the air with Kai, the 100 Beasts, who was incarnated as a blue dragon. The combat power that multi-air combat can exert is a completely different concept, and I don't know how many times the scene has happened in the past. Every time Kaido directly attacked the Navy and was beaten and defeated. If he directly chose to escape from the air, the Navy tried several times and was unable to stop it. This time, the original plan of the Navy also hoped to take advantage of the existence of the rest of the crew of the Beasts pirates, so as to use up the last stamina of Beasts Kaido during this period, and take the opportunity to directly eliminate the Beasts pirates. At the same time, rearrest 100 Beasts Kaido and try to let Yon defeat 100 Beasts Kaido's defense and vitality. Therefore, in the current situation, instead of blocking Beasts Kaido, the navies might as well reserve their combat power and prepare to deal with red-haired Shanks, who has no means of escape. At this moment Paulsolino's eyes turned, and he suddenly found that apart from Pirate Empress Hancock, the rest of the Kibutai disappeared for some time. It's just that in the chaotic battlefield where the island is collapsing, even Paulsolino doesn't have the energy to pay attention to everyone's movements all the time. Did those guys run away? It's unreliable. Paulsolino guessed secretly, but was not suspicious. After all, under the circumstances of the island's collapse, it was completely normal for most of Kibutai who lacked the means to stay in the air to leave early to avoid facing the red-haired Shanks, who looked particularly terrifying at this time. As the battle between red-haired Shanks and Ion became more and more heated, it was impossible for Paulsolino to specifically look for the traces of the 5 disappeared Kibutai. The collapse of the island is still intensifying. Most of the land has sunk into the sea, and only a lot of fragmented land is still floating above the sea. Even so, the battle between red-haired Shanks and Ion still did not stop, but instead became more and more intense. Under the posture of standing on the top of the pirates, red-haired Shanks seems to have considerable control over everything around him. Whether it was the sea or the air, red-haired Shanks could be like stepping on the ground without being affected in any way. As for Ion, who has mastered the Shunpo capable of stepping in the air, his air combat ability is not weak at all, and he is even more flexible to avoid the slash of red-haired Shanks. For a time, the split sky, the death maelstrom that engulfed the fragments of the entire island, became red-haired Shanks the background of the fight with Ion. Guru. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed from time to time in the throats of many Navy officers who witnessed this scene. This is the sea. Is it the top battle? The aftermath alone is enough to split the sky and destroy the island. For many navies, the most intense feeling is the impression of the newly promoted Navy hero Lieutenant General Ion. In the recent rumors, it seems that in addition to bringing a baby, he is a decadent man who is immersed in fishing every day. It turns out that he is really so powerful. Countless navies so powerful were looking up at the figure in the air at this time, and their eyes couldn't help but flicker with longing and reverence. 510 Chapter 510th Voice that does not exist. In the midst of this ongoing battle, the morning light unknowingly appeared at the junction of the sea and the sky, and the warm morning light sprinkled on the bodies of red-haired Shanks and Ion. Hoo-hoo. The obvious gasping sound was on Ion's body. Even though Ion hardly collided with red-haired Shanks head-on, he still felt tired after the fierce battle that lasted all night, and in the mid-air 100 meters away from Ion, the red-haired Shanks still exudes a terrifying domineering all the time. It's just that compared to the domineering and firm eyes before, the red-haired Shanks' eyelids can't be lifted a bit at this time, and the extreme expression in his eyes is extreme exhaustion. You guy. Staring at Ion, Shanks the red-haired slowly put the famous sword griffin in his scabbard, his mouth slightly grinning. Immediately, a lot of blood oozes out from around Shanks' mouth, as if the blood vessels in his body have reached the limit, and just this level of change in expression causes blood to ooze out. At the feet of red-haired Shanks, there were 2 bloodlines dripping blood continuously towards the sea below. Ian understands that red-haired Shanks' body has reached its limit. If his physique is not as strong as a monster, then red-haired Shanks' body may have been directly shattered. But even so, after nearly a night of standing at the top of the pirates, the blood vessels in red-haired Shanks have begun to collapse, and the organs in the body may have begun to ooze blood on a large scale. Ion lifted his palm lightly, and countless knives entwined with black and red lightning circled around Ion like cherry blossoms, and then calmly announced the result of the battle. It's over, Shanks. What a rogue man. Ion. Redhead Shanks said with a calm smile on his bloody face. Before, the whole sea always thought that Paulsolino was the fastest man in the sea, but if it is more flexible, you are the strongest, right? After all, there is a big gap between my physique snake and your monsters. This is one of my life-saving abilities. Naturally, I have studied it relatively deeply. Yan replied, Tisk, I didn't expect to cut you 3,972 times, but in the end, I couldn't really hit you with a single knife. Speaking of which, the red-haired Shanks showed deep pity and regret on his face. It's too fast, it's too flexible, and its posture is as erratic as falling cherry blossoms. Apart from constantly manipulating a large number of overlord-colored blades, Ian has never slashed directly in the face. Is this a pure technique similar to Navy 6 Moonstep or the ability of that fellow Ion Sakura Fruit? Thinking of this, red-haired Shank's exhausted expression moved slightly, as if thinking of something. He slowly closed his eyes and listened to Ion's internal voice with the ability of Tyrant Territory. Listen to the voice of all things. In the next moment, Shank's eyes widened instantly, his eyes staring at Ion with extreme disbelief, and he blurted out, How is that possible? Why don't you have that voice in your body as a devil fruit power user? Voice. Ion frowned, realizing that something seemed amiss. Impossible, impossible. There shouldn't be that kind of devil fruit in this world. This is different from the information left by Ralph Drew. Unless. Redhead Shanks stared at Ion and said suspiciously, Aren't you a devil fruit person? Ion's expression didn't change at all, and he even expressed doubts appropriately, but his heart suddenly set off a storm. This is the first guy Ion has seen since he pretended to be a devil fruit power user. Moreover, red-haired Shanks did not distinguish between the sea tower stone and the weak points of the sea water, but listened to the voice. No sound inside. What's the meaning? Could it be that there is some kind of special voice in the bodies of devil fruit people? What's the meaning? When Ian asked the red-haired Shanks in a puzzled tone, his murderous intention suddenly arose in his heart. Originally, Ion also planned to use up the last trace of red-haired Shanks to capture him and then try to find out the secrets related to Ralph Drew, the world government, etc. from his mouth. It's just that Ion is absolutely not allowed to expose the power of the devil fruit, otherwise Ion will not be able to explain his power at all. In this case, Ion will definitely be suspected of being related to the Virtual Circle organization, and then everything will be even more unclear. Although I don't understand why the world government's attitude towards the Virtual Circle organization is somewhat inclined to ignore it. Even in the past 6 years, Khorasan, Moria, and Tiger, who are associated with the Virtual Circle organization, will be directly recruited into the Virtual Circle organization under the King's 7 Martial Seas organization. However, according to Yan's observation, it is speculated that the world government is most likely unable to grasp the details of the Virtual Circle organization rather than acquiescing to the existence of the Virtual Circle organization. It's just that red-haired Shank's eyebrows were deeply wrinkled at this moment, as if he had encountered something extremely incomprehensible, and he kept muttering to himself, No, is it true that there are other devil fruits besides that devil fruit? It seems it's not absolutely impossible. It seems that the information left by Ralph Drew doesn't seem to say that it is the only one. Just as red-haired Shanks kept muttering, a large amount of blood suddenly burst out from all over his body, and the redness of his body faded, but his whole body was completely dyed red with blood, and the whole person was powerless from midair fell towards the sea. And the many navies who watched the scene on the warship from a distance cheered in unison, celebrating the naval hero Lieutenant General Ion in the battle with red-haired Shanks achieved the final victory. This is without a doubt a great victory for the Navy. At the same time, this also heralded the final victory of the war launched by the Navy. Even if the Beast's pirates and the red-haired pirates were not completely eliminated, but after eliminating a large number of core members of the Beast's pirates and arresting red-haired Shanks, it is already a victory that is enough to declare to the sea. As for General Paul Salino, Lieutenant General Crane, and many of the vice admirals, their faces could not help but show a somewhat relaxed and happy expression. 511 Chapter 511 The Secret of Devil Fruit. But compared with the joy of the rest of the Navy, Ion's expression at this time is a bit ugly. What secrets does this guy Redhead Shanks know? Sound. What sound? Is he sure that he is not a devil fruit person? Regarding the last ambiguous words of red-haired Shanks, Ion's eyebrows were also slightly wrinkled, and he hesitated in his heart. Or take the opportunity to completely kill red-haired Shanks and avoid any risk? Although Ion himself does not have a strong dislike for red-haired Shanks, this is a hidden danger that may affect all subsequent layouts, and he cannot act purely on his likes and dislikes. But if this is the case, Ion always feels as if he is about to brush past some important secrets of the devil fruit and the world government. In just a few short breaths, Ion's expression changed again and again, but his figure turned in vain, and went straight to the red-haired Shanks who was falling towards the sea, and then grabbed the red-haired Shanks' wrist, stopping his fall. Immediately, Ion found the closest piece of island debris that was still floating on the sea, Navy and landed on it with red-haired Shanks. Red-haired Shanks, who was lying on the ground by Ion, struggled to pull out a smile and said, "Thanks, Lieutenant General Ion." Ion picked a big rock in front of red-haired Shanks and sat down with a mild and tired smile on his face and replied, "You're welcome. One of the basic positions of the Navy is to arrest the pirate as much as possible and let him receive justice on the island of justice. You guy, even though you were a little rascal when you were fighting, it actually doesn't seem that hard to get along with." Haha, cough. Laughing and laughing, Shanks the red-haired coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood uncontrollably. Obviously, his body was completely on the verge of reaching the limit and he was even in a state of extreme overdraft. "Is there any problem with your situation? How about I give you 2 injections?" After saying that, Ion stretched out his fingers wearing the soul-chopping sword B that resembled golden finger cots and said, "This is a kind of first aid needle that can cure pain urgently. Just stick it twice." "Has the latest medical technology in the Navy reached this level?" Shanks the Red asked feebly. "Almost, but this is for my private use. Do you want to experience it? The effect is immediate," Yan asked. Red-haired Shanks heard the words and without doubt shook his head and said, "No need, Lieutenant General Ion. The pirates can still laugh out loud despite the pain, and this injury will not die." 259. "Whatever you want. If it's necessary to wait a while, I'll tie it for you," Ion said in an indifferent tone, took off the golden finger glove that contained the ability of 2-hit kill and put it into his arms. This can also be regarded as a coin toss behavior by Ian, who can't make up his own mind. If red-haired Shanks really chooses to have a needle, then Ian will greatly respect red-haired Shanks' choice. And with the Finch be that if the 2-hit kill ability solves red-haired Shanks, even if the Navy conducts a post-mortem examination, it will not find any problems. Immediately, Ion asked in a casual tone, "So, Shanks, what did you mean by voice? What's wrong with the devil fruit I'm eating?" Red-haired Shanks heard the words and his expression showed obvious hesitation. "An inconvenient secret?" Ion asked. Redhead Shanks shook his head and said, "No, it's not a secret that can't be revealed, but this is one of the truths related to devil fruit and it is also one of the secrets recorded in Ralph Drew. Are you sure you want to hear it as a Navy?" Speaking of the end, red-haired Shanks showed a somewhat mocking look. After all, among the bans issued by the world government, any information related to the last island Ralph Drew is strictly prohibited. In other words, from the Navy's standpoint, the relationship with the island of the end Ralph Drew is a secret and cannot be understood. Ion looked at Shanks the red-haired quietly and said slowly, "I have to take care of you before the arrival of the Navy to prevent you, the big pirate, from taking the opportunity to escape. So please pay attention to your speech at this stage, especially the speech that smears the world government. I have to hear it very much. It may be recorded and brought to the island of justice as part of your conviction." Ha ha ha, cough. Redhead Shanks couldn't help laughing out of breath and there were several painful coughs. "Then, you guy, let's hear if there are any facts about smearing and slandering the world government." Immediately, red-haired Shanks, who had eased his breath a little, spoke feebly. "Devil fruit, known as the treasure of the sea, can give users a variety of strange abilities, and with the continuous development of the fruit, almost all devil fruit ability users will have some interesting and disorderly changes." Ion didn't say anything, just listened quietly, but he was thinking secretly. Redhead Shanks continued to speak. "This kind of change is usually called the side effect of the devil fruit, but in fact this statement is not completely accurate, but it is indeed the devil fruit that makes the devil fruit capable of this change. Besides, why does the devil fruit only need to be eaten by a small bite and the pulp behind it will not have any effect if other people eat it? And why is there a high probability of new devil fruits appearing in nearby fruits after the devil fruit power user dies?" Having said that, red-hair Shanks' voice paused and said, "Well, the last one is not common sense, but there is such a rule. The reason for the above signs is that the devil fruit really works on the soul of the creature, not the body of the creature. Or it can be understood in a popular way. There is a devil in the devil fruit. When the creature bites the devil fruit, the devil will assimilate with the soul of the creature so that the creature can obtain corresponding abilities. And when the devil fruit person dies, the devil will in an invisible way. There is a high probability to directly look for the fruit to fuse into a new devil fruit and then wait for the next devil fruit ability person appear. Of course, if the original devil fruit person has a strong consciousness after the death, it will also affect the speed of the devil fusion fruit and may wander aimlessly in the sea for a while and then fuse the fruit in an unknown place. 512 Chapter 512 Shanks, Sane, Third More, and many more. Hearing this, Ion suddenly noticed something incredible and asked, "The influence of the consciousness of the original devil fruit ability?" Redhead Shanks said, "I was very shocked when I heard the secret at first, but the fact is that it is right. The demon of that devil fruit is actually a collection of consciousness of a large number of devil fruit capable people. As for the deeper the development of the ability of the devil fruit ability, the various inexplicable side effects that seem to be more and more serious. In fact, as the fusion of their own soul and the devil deepens, let the devil own various, this kind of habit reflects on the body of the devil fruit power user. At this moment, even with Yan's castle, his expression couldn't help being a little stunned, but after calming down a little, Yan compared the changes of the many devil fruit abilities he knew and the information he knew, and it seemed that this explanation was completely reasonable. Among them, the most obvious performance is Hancock, who has been staying by Yan's side. As a person with sweet fruit ability, Hancock was not a very proud character at the beginning, but got rid of his slave status and returned to Nine Snake Island and began to develop his fruit ability, and his character gradually emerged. This change, and many more. Suddenly, Yan suddenly thought of a question, that is, the way to awaken the void soul chopping blade. Ion had always believed that there was some kind of special energy in the devil fruit, so he was absorbing that energy through the soul chopping blade. Now, it seems that does this count as purifying those collections of consciousness through the soul chopping sword? Seeing that Ion was lost in thought, Red Hair Shanks went on to explain. Of course, not every devil fruit person will have serious side effects. According to Captain Rogers' guess, this has a great relationship with the first devil fruit ability person, and the subsequent consciousness collective is also based on the first ability formed at the core. So if the first ability person does not have any serious character flaws or behavioral habits, the devil fruit ability person will not be severely affected in character and behavior. Ion nodded and said non-committally, so that's the case. An interesting statement. So the voice you're talking about is the voice of the devil? That's right. Speaking of which, red-haired Shanks also showed an exploratory look and said, listen to the voice of everything can hear the voice of devil, but there is no such voice in your body. There is only one possibility, that is Lieutenant General Ion. You are the first devil fruit ability of Sakura fruit by. After a pause, Redhead Shanks continued, but as far as I know, this kind of devil fruit should not exist in the sea. Where did Lieutenant General Yan find the devil fruit? Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes suddenly turned behind him, only to see dozens of naval warships approaching not far behind him. Sorry, it looks like our chat is coming to an end, Shanks. After a pause, Ion continued, in addition, congratulations, you have completely ended the precarious life of pirates in the past, and you have been able to settle down completely and stably. Red-haired Shanks said with a mysterious smile when he heard the words. Not necessarily, Lieutenant General Ion. Ion raised his eyebrows but disagreed with red-haired Shanks' reaction. Not to mention Whitebeard Edward Newgate and Big Mom Charlotte Lingling's whereabouts are clear. It is impossible to attack the naval fleet. Even if the top powerhouse of the sea really appears, it is basically impossible to forcibly take red-haired Shanks from the hands of Ion and Paul Solino. As for red-haired Shanks himself, he was already seriously injured. At this time, I'm afraid he couldn't even move, let alone escape. Yan smiled and said, is there any pirate who dreams of being in the big underwater prison and reposts it? But it's unexpectedly good to chat with you. When I have some free time, I will take the wine to the big underwater prison to visit you. Then thank you in advance, but the drinking place may need to be changed, Redhead Shanks said confidently. At this moment, Lieutenant General Crane and Paul Solino, who got off the main ship and walked in the direction of Ion, had rather unsightly expressions. Seeing this, Ian realized that something was not right and asked first, what happened? Lieutenant General Crane did not answer Ion, but walked straight to Shanks, bent down slightly, and said in a respectful tone, greetings to you, Saint Shanks. Your identity has just been confirmed to me by Lord Five Old Stars. I hope you don't blame the Navy for being rude and offensive. Shanks, St. Dragon people, and unlike the original Tianlong people who were deprived of the title of World Noble like Khorasan, being able to be named Saint by Lieutenant General Crane is enough to show that Shanks still has World Noble, the title of Tianlong. Yan's expression suddenly became extremely subtle and weird. Shanks, the Emperor of the Sea who he turned over by himself, turned out to be the world aristocrat Tianlong people? What is this? As a master of the sea, go to the sea to experience the life of a pirate, and if you think about it, this guy Shanks used to be a crew member of Roger One Piece. Could this guy be a spy arranged by the world government from the beginning? Also, not likely, right? Let the world nobles Tianlong people be spies. At this time, red-haired Shanks looked at Ion's weird expression and couldn't help laughing, saying, Lieutenant General Yan, I didn't lie to you. If you want to drink with me, it's unlikely that the underwater prison will be changed. How about another place? Yan. Lieutenant General Crane continued to speak. Also please forgive Lieutenant General Ian's offense. Saint Shanks, the warring states marshal will take the initiative to explain the mistakes in action to the Five Old Stars. Don't worry about it, Lieutenant General Crane. I am different from those Tianlong people on the Holy Land Marijoa, and I can't say anything offended. The only regret is that this battle did not really kill Lieutenant General Ion. A knife. Immediately, Red Hair Shanks got up from the ground with great difficulty, walked to Ion's side with difficulty, and said in a low voice, "My past experience is very special. So I was a pirate when I was very young. The reason why I know the blood of my Tianlong people is that the world government told me not long ago. The current position is actually that of a pirate, and in terms of a pirate's position, this time it is you who won, Lieutenant General Ion." After a pause, Redhead Shanks then said, "It's just that I still have a mission that must be completed, so I can only use this identity to continue to be active in the sea in shame. If there is another duel, I hope you will not show mercy." 513 Chapter 513 Locks Pirates. In the sea area where pieces of debris remained after the island collapse, General Paulsolino, Lieutenant General Crane, and Lieutenant General Ion watched as a warship broke away from the fleet and left alone. Red-haired Shanks was placed on that warship to leave, but in the cognition of the rest of the Navy, Red-haired Shanks was being escorted to Judiciary Island at this time. Soon, there should be a message on the sea. Red-haired Shanks escaped successfully during the escort. In this way, he can not only continue to conceal his identity as Red-haired Shanks means, but also preserve the face of the Navy, and the victory of this war greatly improve the deterrence of the Navy and contain the pirates are getting stronger and stronger. Even if there is a suspicion of a sneak attack, the frontal defeat of 2 of the 4 sea emperors in the waters of the New World is enough to prove that the Navy still has the combat power and power to maintain the entire sea. It's hard to imagine that as a dignified world noble you would become a pirate. Ion sighed with some doubts in his tone, but in this way, Ion also understood why in the original trajectory, Red-haired Shanks could enter the Holy Land Marijoa alone as a pirate and meet the 5 old stars. If it is a Tianlong person who still retains the status of world aristocrat, then entering the Holy Land Marijoa is indeed a very easy thing, and it is also qualified to meet the 5 old stars. After a pause, Ian asked Lieutenant General Crane, "Lieutenant General Crane, do you think I should take the opportunity to retire to avoid any accidental honorable sacrifice during my tenure?" Lieutenant General Crane glanced at Ion and replied, "You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. The identity of Saint Shanks as a Tianlong person will not be wrong, but I am afraid that except for the 5 old stars, the other Tianlong people do not know the identity of Saint Shanks, so you are not. He will be convicted of a felony offense against the celestial dragons." "I see." Ion nodded and asked casually, "Just how could Saint Shanks become a pirate for no reason? He is obviously a person who can live on the Holy Land Marijoa." Talking about this issue, Paulsolino, who had been silent for a long time, also quietly perked up his ears. Although it is different from Ion's temptation, the insider gossip related to the supremacy of the world nobles will undoubtedly stimulate Paulsolino's curiosity deeply. This, Lieutenant General Crane pondered for a while, then turned his eyes, looked at the distance of the rest of the Navy behind him, and said in a low voice, "This matter is probably related to the Rocks Pirates more than 30 years ago." "Rocks Pirates?" Paulsolino's face suddenly changed slightly. Noticing General Paulsolino's expression, Admiral Tsuru said, "It seems that General Paulsolino still has some impression of this pirate group." Paulsolino spoke in a rare serious tone. "That's natural. That was the real overlord of the entire sea at that time, the Rocks Pirates. Later, those so-called legendary 3 pirates, Whitebeard, Newgate Edward, and Golden Lion Shiki, still the current 4 emperors, 100 Beasts Kaido, Big Mom Charlotte Lingling, and many other great pirates are the remnants of that pirate group." "That's right." Lieutenant General Crane nodded and said immediately, "However, regarding the demise of the Rocks Pirates, perhaps General Paulsolino may not be clear due to his age and status at the time. Actually, more than 30 years ago, not all the Tianlong people lived in the Holy Land Marijoa, and a considerable number of Tianlong people who preferred to live near the ocean lived in a place called God, the super large island of the valley. Of course, that island has completely disappeared in the sea. Just like the island in front of me, the Valley of God has also been completely wiped out in the war." Ian listened carefully and asked, "Because of the Rocks Pirates?" Lieutenant General Crane said with a bit of sigh and shock, "Well, the captain of the Rocks Pirates at that time, Rox D. Jibek, had the ambition to become the king of the world, purposely attacking the Valley of God, intending to capture a large number of Tianlong people and force the world government to surrender." Hearing this, Yan's expression changed slightly. 30 years ago, according to age estimates, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, 100 Beasts Kaido, and Big Mom Charlotte Lingling were all about 30 years old at that time. Although the 30-something is still the peak period, it is also the golden period with the strongest energy in the life stage, and the combat power may not be inferior to the peak period under the continuous battle. And even ignoring Rox D. Jibek, who can forcibly overwhelm many powerful pirates. With the strength of those 4 pirates alone, it is comparable to the union of the current 4 emperors. The horror level of that battle is evident. Noticing the change in Ion and Palsolino's expressions, Admiral Tsuru also continued, "For this reason, the Navy and the world government also fought against the Rocks pirates, and in that war that could destroy the entire sea, Garp and Roger joined forces to kill Rocks pirates. Djibek. In this way, the other cotters of the Rocks pirates broke out in the absence of a leader and dispersed when the entire Valley of God Island collapsed. It was a lucky fluke." Roger, One Piece Roger. Borsalino heard the somewhat unexpected name. Well, in fact, One Piece Roger played a role that was not inferior to Garp in that battle, and the ability to kill Rocks Djibek was also reluctantly achieved by the two of them working together. Immediately, General Crane continued to explain. Afterwards, the world government erased Roger's role in that war, and instead trumpeted that Garp killed the Rocks pirates in this war that could destroy the world, and became the leader, a man who was given the title of Navy Hero. After a pause, Lieutenant General Crane seemed to be worried about what Yan would think, but he did not forget to affirm, "Of course, the second Navy hero is Lieutenant General Ion. The threat of ancient weapon Hades is no less than that of the Rocks pirates. Both are also heroes who saved the sea. There is no doubt about it." 514 Chapter 514 Roger's Inheritance Will. Obviously, Lieutenant General Crane thought a lot about this, and Ion didn't have that kind of comparison at all, but asked with concern, "What is the relationship between St. Shanks and that war?" "According to the time, he was just born at that time, right?" "Lieutenant General," he nodded and said in a low voice. "Because of this, St. Shanks should be the world noble Tianlong who disappeared in the Battle of the Valley of God. After all, even though the world government and the Navy tried their best to block the attack of the Rocks pirates were too powerful, and the front line collapsed without any support for a moment, resulting in there are also a large number of world nobles Tianlong people in the Valley of the Gods who fell into chaos before they could evacuate. According to the statistics after the event, there are not a few missing Tianlong people. Among them, St. Shanks, who was born not long ago, was probably taken away by Roger's bastard. Under the pollution, he is keen to become a pirate." Speaking of the end, Lieutenant General Crane's expression couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The world nobles Tianlong people are the objects that the Navy needs to protect, but Shanks with such an identity has become a pirate who is hostile to the Navy. This is undoubtedly a very ironic reality. Because of this, the Navy has successfully arrested red-haired Shanks, one of the new Sea Emperors, but they can only secretly arrange for red-haired Shanks to recover his freedom. Ian said helplessly. "Tisk, the world government has informed this in advance so that the situation will not evolve to this point. Perhaps the world government did not expect the Navy's plan to successfully accomplish this step." Vice Admiral Crane's tone also revealed deep helplessness. Originally, Lieutenant General, he also thought that the red-haired Shanks had been captured, so this war would be a complete victory for the Navy. "Command Lieutenant General Crane to release red-haired Shanks immediately." It's just that Lieutenant General Crane, who was a little melancholy at the moment, did not notice the light in Ion's slightly narrowed eyes. So far, Ian has a vague judgment and speculation about the position and purpose of red-haired Shanks. In particular, red-haired Shanks tried to find out the information and source of cherry blossom fruit from Ion, but it was not clear that Ion knew part of the future trajectory. Under the mutual confirmation of the two information, almost all suspicious places have been paid for. The rubber fruit is definitely the key. In the past, Ion just thought that red-haired Shanks was an accidental rubber fruit and then was accidentally eaten by Luffy. But in fact, about 6 years ago, Ion received a message. Fosfu, a member of the CP9 organization who once had a relationship with Ion, was attacked by a mysterious pirate while delivering a devil fruit, causing the mission to fail. In the end, Ion verified through naval intelligence that the fruit was a superhuman devil fruit called rubber fruit, and attacking the world government ships is not the normal behavior of pirates, let alone the red-haired pirates deliberately concealed their identities and finally sent the devil fruit that took a lot of time to the random monkey in front of D. Luffy. According to Shanks' reaction just now, the seemingly ordinary rubber fruit definitely contains some secrets. Or, as red-haired Shanks was surprised, the rubber fruit is a devil fruit that has not been eaten by other creatures and has produced a collection of consciousness. Or, it is. Ian rubs his chin, muttered indifferently. Roger ate the rubber fruit at Ralph Drew and became the consciousness of the original devil of the rubber fruit, and then through this method, Luffy passed on to Roger's will smoothly. In contrast, Ian is relatively more inclined to the latter guess, and the biggest basis for speculation about this possibility is Luffy's will, thinking, dreams, behavior, etc., which is more like Roger's biological son than Ace. From the mouth of red-haired Shanks, Ion learned that the strong character traits and habits of the devil in the devil fruit will will affect the ability behind him. Interesting. Ion secretly commented in his heart. I just don't know if Drago is familiar with Roger or not. Will it feel weird that his son's thoughts and behaviors are almost similar to his father's close friend, and that ability to stand at the top of the pirates is not also prepared for Luffy's future, right? Even if the body of a normal person is as strong as the red-haired Shanks, side effects such as burst blood vessels are still inevitable, but after eating the rubber fruit, Luffy is a complete rubber man. Unique advantage. After thinking about it so carefully, Ian felt inexplicably that everything seemed to be right. During this period, Lieutenant General Garp's old bastard is very likely to be an insider, and even what second gear and third gear developed in just 1 year during Luffy's adventure, there is definitely a shadow of this old bastard. It is likely that Lieutenant Garp will subtly guide Luffy to develop this ability since he was a child, in preparation for his future standing at the top of the pirate. Originally, I thought it was outrageous enough for this new Navy hero to join forces with the old bastard's son to try to overthrow the world government. I didn't expect that the big-eyed Navy hero secretly gave the world government no less eye drops than me. Just as Ion secretly sighed, Borsalino patted Ion on the shoulder and asked, "What are you thinking?" Lieutenant General Ion. Lieutenant General Tsuru asks your opinion. Yan's expression was slightly taken aback and he replied quickly, sorry, I was a little lost just now. Lieutenant General Crane glanced at Yan with understanding and understood that it was normal for Yan to be a little absent-minded at this time. After all, any Navy who knows that he has accidentally beaten the Tianlong people will also have this kind of worry and melancholy, doubting himself. Immediately, Lieutenant General Crane repeated the question. According to the feedback from General Kuzan and Lieutenant General Garp, the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates will not affect this side for the time being, so whether to take the opportunity to expand the results and continue to attack the Wano country. After a pause, Lieutenant General he asked, how does Lieutenant General Ion feel about his condition? Do you still have the strength to fight again? 515 Chapter 515 The second half of the war. Third more. After hearing this, Ian nodded calmly, but he was not surprised that this Crane would make this suggestion, and even completely expected it. The origin of Halustone, Wanakuni, a closed and powerful country located in the New World Sea area in the second half of the Great Route. The Wanakuni, which was once hostile to the world government, adopted a policy of closing the country in order to avoid retaliation from the world government and almost cut off all communication with the outside world. In the past, the governments of the world were afraid of the power and geographical advantages of the Wanakuni. Even if they wanted to eliminate the Wanakuni, it was difficult to do so, and they could not find a corresponding excuse for large-scale deployment of troops. Today, the 100 Beasts Pirates, the overlord of the Wano country, has been completely destroyed. A large number of core members except 100 Beasts Kaido and several Cotters escaped in a hurry, and almost all the rest of the core members died in battle. In this case, it is a good opportunity for the world government to practically seize control of the Wano country and grasp the source of the Halustone. The Navy, on the other hand, could just use the pretext of crusade against the 100 Beast Pirates to invade the Wando country. However, this is also the second half of the plan envisaged by Yan. Otherwise, with the cooperation of Yan's 6 Kaiwahe, he is fully capable of intercepting the escape of 100 Beasts Kaido. The only thing that was somewhat unexpected was the power of red-haired Shanks standing at the top of a pirate and his hidden identity. However, this does not affect the final direction of the plan, because Yan's goals from the beginning are Beasts Kaido and Wano country. Among the current 4 emperors, Kaido, the 100 Beasts who is keen on war and often makes troubles alone, is the most unstable factor. This powerful and unstable factor must be eliminated in advance, otherwise it is likely to produce many unpredictable, unexpected factors for future plans. Not to mention, the Revolutionary Army also needs the Sea Tower Stone of the Wanakuni. The manufacture of ancient weapon Hades has been carried out for 6 years, and even with the channels of the Revolutionary Army, there is no way to satisfy it. The huge seafloor stone gap. The ancient weapon, the indestructible shell armor material of the Pluto hull Baby 5 has been copied and reversed with the ability of devouring the void. It is a kind of sea-building stone as the main body. Minerals to a special way to solidify the alloy produced by the armed color domineering. The rest of the minerals are easy to solve, but the source of the Halustone is only the Nation of Peace. When the upstream is locked, the downstream can't be satisfied at all, let alone the world government is the Halu, the largest buyer in the Halustone transaction, accounting for the vast majority of the Halustone trade volume. I'm tired, but I believe Kaido is not much stronger than me, and isn't there General Paulsolino? Ian said in a supportive attitude. Don't. Paulsolino waved his hands again, and then pointed to the tattered clothes on his body, especially the trousers at the calf, which which had become tattered. The best I can do is to contain Kaido. If we really fight, it's better to rely on Lieutenant General Yan. Admiral Tsuru was non-committal about Paul Salino's answer, but said, since neither of you has any opinion, then continue to attack the Wanakuni, and be sure to destroy the 100 Beasts pirates as completely as possible before the rest of the big pirates come to destroy them. What for emperors? It's ridiculous. We must take the opportunity to give enough deterrence. In the end, Admiral Crane showed a rare stern tone. Obviously, even if the continued attack on the Wano country was secretly ordered by the world government, Admiral Crane himself still recognized it very much. For a time, the entire fleet was reorganized a little, and with the momentum of a great victory, it continued to go in the direction of Wano. And just when General Crane decided to continue to attack the 100 Beasts pirates in the Wano country, where the 100 Beasts pirates was used as the headquarters of the Demon Island, a fierce battle is about to begin. Asshole, bastard, 100 Beasts. Kaido's angry roar was frantically echoing under the cloud-covered sky, and the rolling sound and red eyes indicated how angry this blue dragon was. Home was stolen. When 100 Beasts Kaido returned to the island of ghosts with several cotters, what they greeted was not the delicious food and wine prepared by them, but a group of people wearing grey cloaks and animal masks. Mysterious man attack. As for the large number of 100 Beast pirates crew members who stayed behind in Wano country, their bodies were almost all over the place. The 100 Beasts pirates has disappeared completely to a certain extent. Only a few cotters survived, and the nearly 20,000 crew members who allowed the 100 Beasts pirates to maintain their rule over the Wano country were killed and injured. This also means that since the 100 Beasts Kaido established the 100 Beasts pirates, the combat power accumulated for more than 30 years has been lost. Anger. Kaido, who had been killed by hundreds of corps members due to a sneak attack by the navy, was extremely angry at this time. A pair of red dragon eyes stared at the leader in the grey cloak in front of him. No matter who you are, Laozi must tear you apart and chew it clean bit by bit. Yes. A somewhat thick voice sounded under the grey cloak, and then he stretched out his hand and pulled down the hood, revealing a somewhat messy long black hair, and half of his face was covered with bizarre tattoos. Monkey D. Drago. Facing the huge blue dragon entrenched in the air in front of him, Drago opened his hands as if embracing something, and announced in an impassioned tone, "You don't need to be angry, Kaido. Your historical mission has been completed. It is only used as a fuse to provoke a war, and the future history no longer needs the appearance of the beast pirates, so follow the trend of the times and destroy it. It's the most suitable ending for you. Since then, Wano Kingdom will also open a new chapter. It no longer needs to be shrouded in a cloud called 100 Beasts, but can embrace a more free and sunny future." 100 Beasts. Kaido heard the words, became more and more furious, and shouted, "Monkey D. Drago, what do you think you are? A mere naval traitor, a rat who has been hunted down by the world government for decades and dare not stand up, is also qualified to challenge Laozi's status." At this moment, a somewhat sharp and strange voice suddenly sounded behind Kaido. "The 100 Beasts. And what about us beasts?" Kaido turned his head suddenly, and saw Pirate Queen Hancock, Holy Crying Mantis Khorasan, Tyrant Bear, Thor Anilu, Big Hero Tiger, and Talking Mariah, who was talking, appeared side by side in the back. 516th chapter. Conquest of Him, the Queen of the Emperor. Kaido. The 100 Beasts asked in surprise at the appearance of the 6 Kaiwahei in front of him. "Shivyukai, is this an order from the Navy and the world government?" But in the next moment Kaido 100 Beasts reacted, No, you guys have secretly reached a cooperation with Drago, and want to secretly seize the Wano country behind the back of the world government." Sure enough, a group of people who betrayed both the pirates' position and the Navy and the world. The bastard of the government's stance. 100 Beasts. Kaido opened his mouth, and a fiery breath of destruction was suddenly spit out, trying to burn all the Kaiwahei with a surging momentum. Facing 100 Beasts. Kaido, the terrifying heat breath that was spitting out with all his strength, enough to melt several kilometers of land into magma, has always been shown in the 6 Kaiwahei. The Big Hero Tiger, who was mediocre in combat power, took a step forward. "Pass it to me." "Conquer him, Queen Shark." The next moment, with Tiger silently reciting a sentence, a large amount of white bone material emerged from his scarlet skin, like a piece of armor that looked like a shark, and even more on his arms. There is a huge sword like a shark's dorsal fin. 261. Immediately, Tiger, who was released from the Void Soul Chopping Sword, Empress of the Void, obtained by Lieutenant General Ion to meet the Master of the Void Circle a few years ago, suddenly faced the rolling giant sword in his hand. The heat that came, burning sea current. In an instant, a huge amount of scorching ocean current suddenly spewed out of the giant sword. From a distance, it looked like a waterfall soaring into the sky. Facing the heat breath, boom. The interwove heat breath and scorching ocean current is also the incomparably hot water water and fire. Under the impact of each other, countless mists are instantly generated and spread from the island of ghosts. And it was at this moment that Tiger's strong and heroic voice continued to sound. It's not over yet, Kaido. Murloc Jujutsu Shui Xin ocean falls over his shoulders. Immediately, the scorching ocean current that soared into the sky was amplified by Tiger's ultimate Murloc Jujutsu technique, and its impact suddenly increased more than several times. For a time, burning ocean current just soared into the sky with heat breath and slammed into his head in the shocked eyes of 100 Beasts. Kaido. Boom. In a slight dizziness, Kaido the 100 Beasts still couldn't believe that a mere Murloc could achieve this level. However, at this moment, Beasts Kaido suddenly felt the shadow of a huge sickle from the corner of his eyes. In the next instant, the 6 giant scythes that Khorasan manifested were slashed around Kaido's body. Squeak. A series of strange noises sounded, followed by broken dragon scales and blurred flesh. Although this kind of attack without special armed domineering or overlord colored entanglement, even if the strength is enough to break the hard dragon scales of Beasts Kaido's appearance, 100 Beasts Kaido is extremely powerful. The vitality of the body can also heal itself in an instant, but that kind of pain is unavoidable. But this is just the beginning. With the power that was deliberately restrained when fighting the red-haired pirates to avoid the annihilation of all the officers of the red-haired pirates in an instant, it not only accelerated the end of the war, but also caused the world government and the navy to fear. Different. At this moment, these 6 Kaiwahei are all doing their best. Among them, Hancock, Khorasan, Tiger, and Perona, who always follows Moria like a porcelain doll, are all completely liberated. Void Soul chopping knife gesture. For a time, a huge amount of terrorist attacks drowned out Kaido 100 Beasts from all directions in an instant. In less than a moment, the originally majestic Qinglong was already covered in broken dragon scales and blood dripping. And no matter how 100 Beasts Kaido was dazzled by anger, he already realized that the situation was wrong at this moment. The black-winged demon posture displayed by the special pirate Queen Hancock is obviously the guy who once appeared in Dressrosa Kingdom with enough combat power to collide with him for a short time. And 6 years have passed. This guy who looks like a devil is even stronger. At this moment, 100 Beasts Kaido even wondered if this was a virtual circle organization that had been silent in the sea for 6 years without any new actions, and secretly planned a revenge against him. Escape. In a flash, Kaido the Beasts realized that, not to mention that he was exhausted now, even in his heyday, he might not be an opponent for these 6 guys to unite. Immediately, a large amount of thunder spit out from the dragon mouth of Kaido 100 Beasts while restraining part of the 7 martial seas. The huge dragon body of 100 Beasts Kaido suddenly carried the attack and spun violently. Tornado. Bad wind. In an instant, Kaido, in the form of Blue Dragon, which has the ability to manipulate various phenomena of nature, forcibly created a bad wind that instantly spread to the entire island of ghosts, and the terrifying cutting ability almost indiscriminately attacked everyone close to Kaido. The presence. Immediately, 100 Beasts Kaido's body leaped, and he didn't even care about several important cotters who had been rescued and put on the island of ghosts before, and went straight to the sky, trying to escape from the island of ghosts. However, Durag, who had never made a move before, was standing in front of Kaido the Beasts at this moment. He stretched out his hand and ripped off the gray cloak on his body, revealing that his burly level was actually no weaker than that of Kaido. General Pu's body. The wind wrapped around Drago's hands. In addition, the black and red lightning that symbolized the overlord color entanglement appeared on the arm at the same time. What Lieutenant General Garp really cultivated to the peak was armed domineering, but because he was always in a conflict in his heart, Lieutenant General Garp did not awaken the overlord's domineering, let alone the technique of wrapping the overlord teach Drago. However, Ian had long since backed up the domineering skills that Nine Snake Island has always inherited, including the domineering skills of seeing and hearing, the domineering of armed forces, and the most precious domineering skills of the king. In this way, it can not only complement the cultivation of domineering by the main forces of the Revolutionary Army, but also accelerate the popularization of domineering among the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. And Drago, who has awakened the overlord's domineering, has mastered the powerful technique of overlord's entanglement in the past 6 years, and his combat power has increased again. Go away, Drago. Facing Drago, who was blocking him like an ant in front of him, Kaido the 100 Beasts became more and more angry in his heart, but his huge body did not stop at all, and he spewed a lot of cuts towards Drago. The bad wind with extremely terrifying abilities. 517 Chapter 517 Wangsu's Flash Quartet. Wind. It's not like this, Kaido. Drago's fists collided in front of his chest, and there seemed to be an astonishing force between the entangled wind and the black and red lightning. The next moment, Drago's figure suddenly moved, brazenly heading towards Kaido. The 100 100 beasts in front of him whose size was comparable to a small island. Countless bad winds swept towards Darag with a fierce momentum, but the trajectory shifted in vain within 10 meters close to Darag, and instead suddenly spun around Darag as the center. For a time, with Darag as the center, countless bad winds swirled violently, but it seemed to form a wind dragon roaring at Kaido 100 beasts in mid-air. Boom! Under the cloudy clouds, the two dragons collided abruptly. At the same time as the wind dragon disintegrated, a large amount of dragon blood burst out from the body of Kaido's escaped body that had not yet healed, and the speed of escape was in vain. Stagnation. And when Kaido 100 beasts came back to his senses, Drago, whose hands were wrapped with wind and lightning respectively, had appeared at his lower jaw, and his 5 fingers were clasped tightly on Kaido 100 beasts like dragon claws on the body. This guy, what do you want to do? 100 beasts. Kaido's dragon eyes turned down just as he was about to turn his head and shake off the ant called Darag, when he suddenly felt that the wind direction of the whole sky seemed to have changed, and countless flowing winds were entangled in the 100 beasts. Kaido's dragon body is everywhere. Feel the roar of the wind, Kaido. A roar came from Darag, whose muscles seemed to have swelled in a circle at the moment, and the fingers of Kaido, who firmly clasped 100 beasts, suddenly exerted force, and violent power burst out. For me, get out of the sky. At this moment, as if the sky was shaking, countless winds suddenly spun along with the terrifying power that Drago erupted. 100 beasts. Kaido even felt that his strongest body in the past lost control in an instant, and the dragon body the size of a small island couldn't stop flipping in the air. At this moment Drago, who was full of blue veins, was stubbornly clasping the lower jaw of the 100 beasts. Kaido's blue dragon shape falling like a meteor toward the island of ghosts below. Boom! The entire island of ghosts shook suddenly, countless buildings collapsed, and the dense spider web spread in all directions centered on the blue dragon form transformed by beasts. Kaido, under such a terrifying impact, even if he was as strong as Kaido's body, his head fell to the ground and he fell into a blank brain for a moment, and it was rare to feel the pain of the dragon bones all over his body sense. However, when Kaido the beast gradually regained consciousness, a wave of waves suddenly descended with a shock comparable to a mountain range, pressing his dragon body to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Anilu, who incarnated the god of Thor posture, spread his hands, and countless terrifying thunderbolts of up to 300 million volts erupted from the thick thundercloud towards Kaido the 100 beasts. 300 million volts raying. Bang 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 bang. Under the action of countless terrifying voltages of 300 million volts, Kaido the 100 beasts only felt numb all over his body, and the dragon body twisted and circled uncontrollably. However, behind a large number of pitch-black thunderclouds, Hancock, Khorasan, Tiger, and Perona are all maintaining a sphere of light containing terrifying energy. Virtual flash. Wang Su's flash quartet. The next moment, 4 Wang Su's flashes with completely different colors burst out suddenly, completely penetrating the thundercloud almost instantly, shrouding Kaido 100 beasts in it. Boom boom boom. Lieutenant General Crane, who was commanding the naval fleet in the outermost waters of the Wano country, crossed the severe weather with continuous violent storms and continuous tsunami whirlpools, frowned and asked, "Did you hear anything? Is it thunder?" After taking a shower in his little free time, Ion, who changed into a spare navy suit, replied, "But isn't the climate in the outer waters of Wano country too bad? It's not good to go on like this. It doesn't seem like the sound of thunder," Lieutenant General Crane said as he looked in the direction of the invisible Oni island. "That sound," in General Crane, sounded more like a huge explosion. "I do not know." Ion shrugged, then hammered his shoulder and said, "Lieutenant General Crane, I will trouble you about commanding the fleet. I went to the cabin to rest first. I feel sore when I think of fighting Kaido later." Excuse me, Lieutenant General, Ion should go to rest first." Lieutenant General Crane heard the words, but he was not suspicious. After watching Ion walk into the cabin, he put all his remaining energy into commanding the fleet. The harsh climate in the outer waters of the Wano country is extremely serious. Even for the sake of safety, Admiral Crane deliberately only allowed 17 naval warships with stronger ability to resist wind, waves, and harsh weather to enter the Wano country. However, even the naval battleship with the title of Steel Behemoth in the harsh climate outside the waters of Wano country is still ups and downs like pieces of goose feathers, as if it will be completely engulfed by the terrifying waves at any time. Until this time, Admiral Tsuru also understood that he seemed to have taken the bad weather in the outer waters of Wano country too simply. It's no wonder that the world government has not taken the initiative to attack the Wano country for more than 800 years without knowing the correct way to enter and exit the outer waters of the Wano country. In this terrifying climate, even 1,000,000 troops may be completely engulfed by the sea, not to mention that there are many top-notch powerhouses in the sea in the Wano kingdom. It's just that the matter has come to this this point, and Lieutenant General Crane cannot tolerate any hesitant thoughts. He can only desperately command the fleet to maintain the formation and try his best to cross the outer waters of the Wando country. But even so, after struggling with the wind and waves for several hours, 7 of the 17 naval battleships were still completely engulfed by the waves, and 3 naval battleships and the fleet were scattered. Fortunately, a considerable number of the elite naval soldiers who were able to participate in this war have mastered the Navy's 6 moon step, plus the efforts of the naval officers to rescue them, so the loss of the naval soldiers is not large. However, just when General Tsuruoka thought he was about to arrive in the Wanakuni, what appeared in front of him was not the beach of the Wanakuni, but a waterfall surging up against the current, with endless cliffs on both sides. The peculiar landscape in front of me is as if the sea level has suddenly risen by hundreds of meters, and the waterfall is connected to it. Stop. Seeing this shocking scene, Lieutenant General Crane hurriedly issued an order. It's just that it's too late. Under the wrapping of the ocean current, even a naval battleship comparable to a steel behemoth cannot stop instantly. Either it hits the cliff and smashes directly, or it can only be carried along the ocean current. Fall. Hold on. Admiral Crane just had time to issue this command, and the 7 huge naval battleships were entangled by the current and rushed towards the waterfall as perpendicular to the sea. At the same time as the Navy rushed to the waterfall, in the inland sea of Wanakuni above the waterfall, many Murlocs from the Sun Pirates headed by Jinbei began to work together to manipulate the ocean currents. 518 Chapter 518 The Disappearance of Yan. Third more. It's just that it's too late. Under the wrapping of the ocean current, even a naval battleship comparable to a steel behemoth cannot stop instantly. Either it hits the cliff and smashes directly, or it can only be carried along the ocean current. Fall. Hold on. Admiral Crane just had time to issue this command, and the 7 huge naval battleships were entangled by the current and rushed towards the waterfall as perpendicular to the sea. At the same time as the Navy rushed to the waterfall, in the inland sea of Wanakuni above the waterfall, many Murlocs from the Sun Pirates headed by Jinbei began to work together to manipulate the ocean currents. Boom boom. 7 naval battleships ascended from the waterfall and took off in mid-air. At this moment, among the naval battleships, all the navies who had experienced a waterfall climb like never before, their faces almost showed expressions like the rest of their lives. However, when the naval battleship began to fall toward the sea along the parabola, all the navy's faces turned completely blue when they looked at the sea below. Below the naval battleship is not the calm waters of the Wanakuni inland sea, but a terrifying maelstrom, as if a sea monster with a big mouth is waiting to completely engulf the 7 naval battleships. Everyone, abandon ship. Seeing this, Lieutenant General Crane issued an order extremely decisively. A maelstrom of this level, no matter how powerful a naval battleship is, will definitely be engulfed in an instant. In this position, the land where the Wanakuni can stand can be faintly seen. For most of the navies who have mastered a certain level of Navy 6 moon step, abandoning the ship is the best choice. Immediately, countless navies stepped on the moon step into the air, and some of the navies that did not master the Navy 6 moon step also escaped from the naval battleship with the assistance of their colleagues. Then, these navies who abandoned their ships in embarrassment and vacated the sky, witnessed with their own eyes that the steel behemoth-like naval battleships below were instantly engulfed by the maelstrom and disappeared directly into the sea. Lieutenant General Crane was slightly panting. This series of incidents obviously caused Lieutenant General Crane, who was responsible for commanding the fleet, to continue to be tense, consuming a lot of energy. Immediately, Lieutenant General Crane's eyes swept across the Navy body in mid-air, and when he roughly counted the number of people, Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit Jun's voice suddenly sounded in mid-air. Where's Lieutenant General Ion? Where's Lieutenant General Ion? Has anyone seen Lieutenant General Ion? Hearing this sentence, Lieutenant General He's heart jumped, his eyes shrank, and he exclaimed, "Oops." Polusalino on the side pushing on his sunglasses. He looked at Lieutenant General Crane, whose expression was unprecedentedly erratic, and asked, "What's wrong?" 262. "Yeah, Lieutenant General Yan is still sleeping in the cabin," Lieutenant General Crane said with a faint trembling voice. Hearing this sentence, Polusalino's expression also changed, and he quickly took off his sunglasses and looked at the maelstrom below, trying to find the trace of Ion. However, the main ship had already been completely engulfed by the maelstrom, and Ian was even more disappeared. Polusalino's eyes showed disbelief, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This is the biggest joke the Navy has ever seen. And as the news spread to the ears of the Navy, who maintained their shape in mid-air with moon steps, all the Navy's expressions showed extreme disbelief and despair. Navy hero Lieutenant General Ion, nicknamed Sakura Dragon, died in a shipwreck and was engulfed in the maelstrom under the watchful eyes of thousands of colleagues. As for the probability of Ion surviving, it cannot be said that there is no, but it is extremely small. Unless Ion, who was engulfed by the maelstrom, was swept up by the ocean currents and pushed to the shore before Ion, the devil fruit person, was completely drowned, he would surely die. It would be great if Kuzan was here. Forcibly freeze the sea below, and then slowly dig out the ice to find Lieutenant General Ion, Paul Salino said helplessly. But soon, Lieutenant General Crane, who had regained his composure, shouted loudly, "Don't think about these unrealistic things. Everyone will go to the Wanakuni immediately, and then immediately disperse along the coastline of the Wanakuni to find Lieutenant General Ion. No matter what, we must find the trace of Lieutenant General Ion." And just when all the navies hurriedly took the moon step towards the Wano country, and then went crazy along the coastline to find Ion, at the edge of the broken Oi Island, Ion drilled out of the sea, and then took the clothes in the hands of Hancock, who had been waiting here in advance, with Xiao Jin standing on his shoulders. Immediately after entering the castle in Xiaojin's body and changing into dry clothes, he smiled softly at Hancock and cared. "Hancock, are you not injured?" Hancock snuggled closely to Ion, greedily and indulgently sniffed the breath of Ion, who had been separated for half a year, and replied, "Of course not." Ion reluctantly patted Hancock, who had a bit of a slut at the moment, and then asked, "That's good. Where is Kaido?" Immediately, under the leadership of Hancock, Ion walked towards the center of the Island of Ghosts. Soon, a burly figure nearly 8 meters tall appeared in front of Ion, which was locked by layers of rocks, and Tiger and Khorasan were pressed to the ground. "Let go of Laozi, you bastards. Even if you can lock up Laozi for a while, Laozi will be able to break free sooner or later, and then completely tear you bastards to pieces." Witnessing Kaido, who was still able to live and breathe after being blocked by Halashi's devil fruit ability, Yan's face couldn't help showing a bit of an incredible look. If it wasn't for Tiger and Khorasan, who have been desperately restraining Kaido 100 beasts, I am afraid that 100 beasts Kaido would have forcibly torn off the sea tower stone called indestructible and forcibly escaped. Clap clap clap. Immediately, Ion couldn't help but clap softly and said in admiration, "As expected of you, beasts Kaido." It was clear that he was drained of all his strength a few hours ago, and he was even injured. "I didn't expect to recover in such a short time. This kind of physique is beyond normal, the realm of humans." Hearing Ion's abrupt voice, Kaido Beast suddenly turned his head, staring at Ion with ox-like eyes, and asked with a bit of disbelief in his tone, "It's you, Sakura Dragon Ion?" Ion smiled, walked 3 steps in front of Kaido Beasts, and said, "It's an honor to be instantly recognized by Kaido, one of the beasts who is now called one of the 4 emperors." 519th chapter. Pirate game is over. At this moment Kaido, the 100 beasts, who was firmly bound by the Halustone chains and reasonably suppressed by Tiger and Khorasan, was surprised and puzzled in the eyes of Kaido. Why are you here? Could it be 100 beasts?" Kaido paused and asked, "Is this series of plans the Navy's plan?" In response to Kaido's question from beasts, Ian pushed up his glasses, but the reflective lenses made it impossible for beasts Kaido to see Ion's eyes at all. Immediately, the corners of Ion's mouth curved slightly, as if thinking of something interesting, and replied gently, "It's not entirely correct to say that it is the Navy's plan. A more accurate statement is the choice of the sea." After a pause, Ion bowed his head slightly, looked at Kaido the beasts calmly, and said, "You are too noisy, Kaido. Relying on your strong vitality and defense to challenge and destroy everywhere, trying to provoke a war that can satisfy you, it is really an unbearable factor of instability. So, in the historical trend is about to be pushed on the eve of the movement as an unstable factor, you can only be the first to be eliminated in the competition of the major forces. Your pirate game is over, Kaido." The 100 beasts were stunned for a moment at Ion's terrifyingly calm eyes, but then became completely furious. Immediately, Kaido 100 beasts struggled more and more fiercely, so that even with the combined force of Tiger and Khorasan, the sea tower stone chains wrapped around Kaido 100 beasts continued to rattle. It seemed as if he would be freed from the beasts Kaido at any time. "So, is all this arranged by you, bastard? You pushed the Navy to launch this battlefield, and then secretly attacked the Island of Ghosts, completely destroying the entire 100 beast pirates." Black and red lightning began to appear on Kaido's body, and an astonishing aura erupted, roaring and shouting like an evil dragon that devoured people at any time. "I must tear you to shreds, drain every drop of blood on your body, and then stuff your bones into your mouth and grind them into powder." However, Ion's expression didn't change in the slightest. He just commented calmly, "Sure enough, the group of pirates has a habit of talking big. So it's over. Are you still dreaming of being a sea emperor?" The struggling beasts Kaido roared and roared continuously. "You bastards, you can't kill Laozi. Laozi is the strongest creature in the sea. No matter what means you use, you can't kill Laozi, and Laozi will one day break free and tear you apart one by one." "Yes." Ian slightly bent over as he spoke, stretched out his hand and patted the shoulder of the missing arm, which was replaced by dragon claws with dragon claws. Road. How did this arm disappear? Have you forgotten it? Suddenly Kaido, the 100 Beasts who was constantly struggling, was stunned, looking at the man in front of him with glasses, who had both gentle and cold temperament, and asked with a shocked expression, you bastard is. For a time, in the eyes of Kaido Beasts, Ion's figure wearing a navy cape at this time gradually overlapped with the man 7 years ago. In addition, Hancock, who was also standing beside Ion at this time, maintained the state of black-winged demon. At this moment 100 Beasts Kaido's eyes showed fear for the first time. It's this guy. Facing the extreme flame of this guy back then, Kaido 100 Beasts directly lost an arm, and for the past 7 years Kaido has been frantically tempering his body, and even fantasized about being able to defeat that guy with his own hands one day. However, have you recalled that fiery flame? A smile appeared on Ion's face, and he turned to speak. In this way, you can more or less understand your situation, right, Kaido? The reason why you can live to this day is not because of your strongest body in the sea, but only because I left your life behind. So as a favor, how about answering a few questions for me? At this moment Kaido 100 Beasts was silent, because Kaido 100 Beasts knows very well that if the man in front of him is the monster that could vaporize the whole sea, then he does have the ability to kill himself. First of all, can you tell me the relevant information about the truth about Ralph Drew and the Rocks Pirates? Ian asked. In response to this, Kaido the 100 Beasts was silent, unwilling to answer. Ion waited for a few breaths without being persistent, and turned to ask, then can you answer my question about your body? It is rumored that you were once captured and sent to Vegapunk's science unit for transformation. So what kind of transformation was carried out? 100 Beasts Kaido still didn't speak, as if he wanted to kill or cut casually, but he could never get any useful information from him. Seeing this, Yan said disapprovingly, don't you answer? That doesn't matter. Your body is full of traces transformed by the blood factor technology mastered by Vegapunk. Even if you don't answer, your body will eventually present the answer in front of me. As for the truth about Ralph Drew and the Rocks Pirates, I believe the answers to these two questions will be in my hands soon. It's just a matter of time. Immediately, Ion took a few steps back and then spoke to Tiger and Khorasan. Tiger, Khorasan, leave a little bit. And as Khorasan and Tiger, who had been restricting Kaido's actions, let go, Kaido, who was bound by layers of rock chains, slowly stood up from the ground, and a large number of the sea tower stone chains instantly tightened to the limit in Kaido's terrifying physical strength, as if they were forcibly torn off at any time. Yan, do you want to fight Laozi again? 100 Beasts Kaido said. The only remaining right arm muscle suddenly swelled. Black and red lightning entwined completely broke the seafloor stone chain that locked the wrist, and then stretched out his hand to the layer of sea in front of his chest. The stone chain was pulled. Dendendan Deo used to be called the strongest. The sea tower stone chain, one of the hard substances, was directly torn off by Kaido 100 Beasts with pure brute force, and the monster known as the strongest creature of the sea gradually began to regain his freedom. 520 Chapter 520 99 Binding Roads D Forbidden. At this moment Kaido the 100 Beasts grinned on his face, still wrapped in chains of several sea towers. This time it's you who cares. Ian, even if you have the power to kill Laozi, it does not mean that Laozi cannot deal with you. In order to master the power of fighting against that extremely hot flame, Laozi has been tempering his body in lava for the past few years. If you fight again, I may not lose. However, at this moment Ion, whose expression was always calm, spoke up. It seems that you misunderstood something. I'm not interested in fighting a physical monster like you again. The reason why I allow you to stand up is just because I can make you lie down again in an instant. The 99th of the Deo of Bounds Forbidden. First song. Stop stretching. In an instant, a large number of cloth strips burst out from behind Ion and swept towards Kaido 100 Beasts, tying together 100 Beasts Kaido with the large number of sea tower stone chains. What is this? Feeling that the cloth strips seemed to be more exaggerated and tough than Halashi, Kaido 100 Beasts moved only one of the exposed eyes with difficulty and looked at Ian. In this regard, Yan did not answer Kaido's interest in beasts. Instead he stretched out his hand and murmured. Second song. Balian Bolt. In an instant hundreds of iron plugs were inserted directly into Kaido's body from all directions, completely fixing Kaido of 100 Beasts with those cloth strips and sea tower stone chains. Finally, Ion raised his head slightly. His calm eyes looked directly at Kaido's exposed eye, and opened his mouth slowly. Final song. D-Ban is 2 block. The next moment, a huge steel with the character D suddenly fell from the sky, crashing like a tombstone above Kaido's head. Boom! A smoke screen filled the air, and the burly and terrifying figure of Kaido, the original 100 Beasts standing on the ground, had disappeared, leaving only a huge D steel standing in place. However, if you look closely, you will find that there is a humanoid outline similar to Beast's Kaido on the surface of the steel. Beneath the word D, Kaido's head wrapped in cloth was also exposed from the steel, and the only exposed eye was staring at Aion stubbornly. The outpouring of anger was extreme. It's just that in this state Kaido, let alone using domineering, can't even speak at all, and every muscle on his body is completely locked. In addition to the fact that the basic life-sustaining system can still operate, Kaido only has one eye that can be turned slightly. You don't need to be angry, Kaido. This is an improved technique that I specially prepared for you. It is quite a painstaking thing to do, not take your life but also allow you to be completely quiet. For this reason, I practiced hard for a long time. After a pause, Aion smiled slightly and said in a soothing tone, "Of course, I practiced it in my spare time during the fishing period, and it doesn't affect my normal life, so I don't need to say thank you. The days of food and shelter are still waiting for you." Immediately, Aion made a goodbye gesture to Kaido the Beasts, and then asked Kora-san, "Kora-san, you should know where Lugo's laboratory is, right?" Kora-san, who was looking at the steel with a somewhat similar appearance to the historical text with some surprise, nodded and replied, "Certainly." "Then please contact the bear later to send Kaido to the laboratory." 100 Beasts. Kaido should be the monster that Vegapunk poured all his blood factor research results into, coupled with the terrifying vitality given by the awakening of the fish fruit phantom beast species blue dragon form. The legend of this strongest creature was created. After a pause, Ian smiled and said, "Lugo would probably be very interested in this gift, and it should be of great help to Lugo's research." "No problem. When the situation is relatively stable, I will let Seong come over to get this gift and photograph the island where Lugo is located." Having said that, Kora-san couldn't help asking with some concern, "It's just Aion, can this steel really trap Kaido the Beasts? If Kaido escapes from the laboratory, I am afraid Lugo alone can't deal with Kaido, and Kaido is not. It will also spread your information to the outside world." "Don't worry, this banning technique not only traps Kaido's body, but also completely bans and solidifies his soul. Unless his soul's strength can completely surpass mine, there is basically no possibility of getting out of trouble." 263. After a pause, Aion noticed the somewhat surprised eyes of Kora-san and Tiger, and did not forget to add one more sentence. "After all, this is a banning technique taught by the master of the Void Circle, and it is not something that the so-called four sovereigns can easily break free, as expected of a great priest." Tiger, while speaking enviously, he didn't forget to smash Beast Kaido's head with his Bang Bang 2 punches, and personally challenged him to see if 100 Beasts Kaido had the strength to break free. However, Kaido 100 Beasts could only stare at Tiger with his eyes that were exposed to the outside world, but he couldn't even squeak. "Kaido, if it's a man, just sigh on Loudza again." Seeing this scene, Ian couldn't help but feel a little ironic. Tiger, this guy obviously looks like a rude and heroic hero, but his heart is extremely pure and straightforward, and he is completely action-oriented. A few years ago, when Ian pretended to be the so-called Grand Priest to invite Tiger to join the Virtual Circle organization under the premise of Kora-san's guarantee, Tiger hardly hesitated, but looking at Kaido the Beast, who was staring angrily at Tiger, Ion's eyes couldn't help falling on the pair of iconic horns on Kaido's head. After a while, Yon took a lot of effort to take off the pair of horns on Kaido's head and said jokingly, "Kaido's bounty is 4.6 billion. I don't know if this 4.6 billion bounty can be exchanged with the Navy by virtue of this pair of corners." Kora-san asked angrily, "Shouldn't this be a question for you, Lieutenant Admiral Ion, hero of the Navy?" Ian stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, "Anyway, it's 4.6 billion. It can't be wasted. If you think of a way to operate it, you still have the possibility of exchange. It's just that if the collection is successful, this is probably the largest reward that has been successfully collected in the history of the Navy, right?" 521. Chapter 521. Kaido's daughter Yamato. More. It's no wonder that Ion is excited. After all, this is a huge wealth of 4.6 billion Bailey. With the bounty value of 50 Bailey in Chopper's future trajectory, it can almost be exchanged for 100 million Choppers. In the case of Chopper's huge size, is it enough to lay several laps around the sea surface of the Great Root? And listening to Kora-san and Ion pondering with each other how to use their horns to deceive the bounty set by the Navy for them, Kaido, the 100 Beasts, who was extremely angry, almost got bloodshot in his eyes. That's right, it's a scam. Insult. In addition to feeling the unprecedented insult, Kaido's biggest feeling about this man named Yon is shamelessness. As a high-ranking Navy, this approach is no less than secretly hollowing out the Navy's military spending. I was actually calculated to such a point by such a bastard. 100 Beasts. Kaido glared at Yon, as if to engrave Yen's figure in the depths of his soul, waiting for the chance of revenge. But Tiger, who noticed Kaido's side of the 100 beasts, saw this, reached out and shook it in front of Kaido, and said, "Don't look at it. Even if the High Priest and Mr. Khorasan received the 4.6 billion Bailey, they would not have your share. Besides, you will have no chance to spend Bailey next." After all, Tiger also tore a piece of cloth from his body and then thoughtfully helped Kaido cover the eyes that were only exposed to the outside world. On the other hand, the situation in Wano country is also changing drastically. With the 100 Beasts pirates in Oni Island, all members including 100 Beasts Kaido were planted, and only a part of the 100 Beasts Sea remained in Wanakuni. The members of the thief group were encircled and suppressed by the elite troops of the Revolutionary Army. In addition, Drago is heading to the Flower City where the current ruler of Wano country, General Black Charcoal Orokai, is located. In the dazed expressions of the residents of Wanakuni, it seems that in less than half a day, the situation of Wanakuni has undergone earth-shaking changes. A mysterious organization wearing a gray cloak and an animal mask is frantically encircling and suppressing the beast pirates, making those 100 beast pirates who used to be arrogant and domineering within the borders of the Wano country from time to time. The members of the regiment shed blood on the streets. As for the Black Charcoal Serpent, who was the general of the Wanakuni, he was dragged out by Drago himself in the Flower City and threw it into the center of the Flower City square. Immediately, Drago counted the past crimes of the Black Charcoal Serpent in a loud voice, stealing the position of general, framing Kojiki Oden, and collaborating with 100 Beasts Kaido to destroy the country of Wano. For a time, the expressions of the citizens of Wano Kingdom who were watching from a distance gradually changed from the fear of treating the uninvited guest to Drago to the anger at the Black Charcoal Orokai. In the more than 20 years since the Black Charcoal Orokai stole the position of general and became the supreme ruler of Wanakuni and then cooperated with the 100 Beasts pirates, the citizens of Wanakuni can be described as living in fear all day long, and even starvation has become the norm for the citizens of Wano country. Originally, the citizens at the bottom did not understand why this change occurred, but now they have gradually and thoroughly reacted. It is the corruption and darkness at the top that causes all the pain it breeds to be transferred to the bottom to bear. And a woman hiding in the crowd wearing a ghost face, with a hair that fades from white to green to blue from the top of the head to the tip of the hair, muttered in disbelief in her eyes. What the heck happened? What? As the daughter of 100 Beasts Kaido, Yamato, who was imprisoned by 100 Beasts Kaido, naturally escaped when 100 Beasts Kaido and many Katters were on the expedition. Originally, Yamato was still worrying about how to avoid the 100 Beasts Kaido's next pursuit, and then waited for the opportunity to kill Kaido and the Black Charcoal Orokai. And when the country of Wano was restored to peace, Yamato suddenly found that he seemed to wake up. Wano country has undergone earth-shaking changes, and the next moment the words from Drag's mouth made Yamato and the countless citizens of Wanakuni widen the eyes. Kaido has been killed, and the Black Charcoal Serpent will also be deprived of the position of general. Since then, the shadow that has shrouded the head of the Wanakuni for more than 20 years will completely dissipate. The uproar sounded like waves in the entire flower capital almost instantly. Kaido, that Kaido who could transform into a blue dragon, has already been killed? Is that a lie? How is this possible? That's Kaido. Isn't he the strongest creature in the rumor? Countless people couldn't help muttering to themselves, and the shock on their expressions seemed to hear something incredible. I'm sorry, everyone, maybe this matter has caused you to lack a little sense of participation, but this is the truth. Next, the Revolutionary Army will clear the Black Carbon Orokai and Kaido's remnants in the Wano country. So, Drago said with an infectious smile on his face, if you want to get involved, you can provide effective intelligence to the Revolutionary Army. After a pause, Drago recalled the points in Yan's plan that needed special attention, and his expression deliberately became fierce, and said with a bit of grimness, if I let Laozi know who dares to hide the Black Charcoal Big Snake and Kaido's comrades, then everyone within a radius of 100 meters will be guilty of the same crime and will all be executed. In an instant, the citizens who had just appeared to be a little happy to get rid of the Black Charcoal Serpent and the 100 Beast Pirates ruled, and their hearts suddenly became cold. With this level of brutality, I am afraid that the new ruler in front of him is also a vicious pirate. Just when everyone was feeling anxious and uneasy, a clear and domineering voice suddenly sounded, hey. Immediately, Yamato jumped out of the crowd, pointed the mace in his hand at Drago, and scolded, originally, I wanted to thank you for defeating Kaido and the Black Charcoal Orokai. I didn't expect you to be such a brutal bastard, and Wano country must never be handed over to a guy like you. When Drago heard the words, his tattooed face twitched slightly, and asked with a vicious expression, who are you? Yamato shoved the mace towards his shoulders, posing in an unusually heroic stance, and replied loudly, I am Yamato, and the remnant of the 100 Beasts pirates you mentioned is the daughter daughter of that guy Kaido. Immediately, Yamato, wearing a ghost mask, was not afraid that the man in front of him might be a monster who defeated Kaido, and shouted boldly, "Duel, bastard! If I win, let Wano hand over it and let it enjoy the freedom and peace it deserves. If I lose, you can do whatever you want." When Ion, who was hiding in a corner, saw this, he couldn't help teasing Korasan beside him. "Interesting, Korasan, this guy stole your original role." 522 Chapter 522 The Country of Peace Project. Korasan shrugged, put the cigarette in his mouth between his fingers and flicked the soot, and said, "Isn't this a good idea? If I were to play a force against the Revolutionary Army and fight against Mr. Darag, I don't know if I would be able to play it well. This is something that can't be helped. If possible, I would like to restore peace to the country of Wano, but it is impossible for the world government to allow the country of Wano to fall into the hands of Kaiwahei or the Revolutionary Army." After a pause, Ian pushed his glasses and continued, "And once the Wano country is restored to the previous autonomy system, in this era when the beast Kaido has been scourged for more than 20 years, the Wano country simply does not have enough strength to resist the government from the world government threaten. As the source of the Halo Stone, if there is not enough power, it will only be destroyed. So this is the safest choice I can make after careful consideration." Korasan nodded, and also understood that Ion's worries were unreasonable, and the Revolutionary Army was in the most critical period of change, and there must be events of sufficient weight to continue to attract the attention of the world government. The previous naval war against the red-haired pirates and the 100 Beasts pirates was just a sequence, and it was indeed enough to attract the attention of the world government and even the entire sea. However, before and after the battle, including the sailing time of the naval fleet, it could not last more than a month at most, but the changes that the Revolutionary Army wanted to initiate could not be completed in just 1 month. Therefore, Wanakuni is the real bait that Ion prepared for the world government, using the source of Sea Tower Stone as the bait to continuously attract the attention of the world government. And Ian sips. He pursed his lips, and his usually privately gentle expression inexplicably revealed a bit of ruthlessness. "The Revolutionary Army can't hide in the dark all the time just like a mouse. There is no way to steal this sea. Therefore, it is almost time for the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army to experience the tempering of blood and fire for the future. The War of the Whole Sea begins to train troops, and here, Wano country, surrounded by a unique and violent climate, is the most suitable training place. Neither the Navy nor the world government can mobilize a large number of troops, and they are in the second half of the New World waters. The world government and the Navy dare not mobilize too much combat power to stay here." With a thoughtful look on his face, Korasan turned to ask, "But Ian, in this case, will the threat of the Revolutionary Army to the world government be too obvious, causing the world government to do everything in its power to encircle and suppress the forces of the Revolutionary Army that surfaced?" Ian shook his head and said, "I know what you are worried about, but now the Revolutionary Army must emerge at this juncture so as to rule out the special connection between the Revolutionary Army and the revolution that takes place at the bottom of the sea. After all, with a normal logical judgment, the Revolutionary Army in the second half of the New World Sea area is trying to snatch the Wano country, but there is no spare energy to secretly manipulate the entire bottom of the sea to change to that degree. Of course, if you want to hide from the world government, you must try your best to make this change about the bottom of the ocean a phenomenon that is spontaneous and harmless to the world government. Even if there is an organization leading it, it is only Alabasta, the kingdom's Lian Chamber of Commerce, is leading it." Hearing this, Korasan finally understood the overall judgment made by Ion in this incident, and said with shock, "It turns out that I have been worried about whether the Island Commune 5-year plan organized by you will be too risky. If this is the case, then in the eyes of the world government, the event that is about to be discovered will spread to the bottom of the entire sea. There is really no threat of change in the world, and the world government has no time to pay attention to this kind of thing." Ion replied in a calm voice, "This is just the most perfect idea. So the next situation in the Wano country will be extremely important. It must be able to attract the attention of the world government, but it will not cause the world government to recklessly send the Revolutionary Army a good grasp of the degree of complete erasure." Hearing the words, Korasan immediately reacted and said, "So, Yan, did you deliberately make Drago act extremely vicious and reduce the vigilance of the world government towards Drago?" "Yes, in fact, even if there is one more Sea Emperor, the world government will not particularly care. But as the Revolutionary Army takes the initiative to surface, and if it is extremely good at attracting the people at the bottom, then the threat presented by the Revolutionary Army in the eyes of the world government is definitely above the 4 emperors, and it is enough to shake the rule of the world government." Threaten. Having said that, Yan suddenly thought of something, and said with a slight light in his eyes, "Speaking of which, the title of 4 Emperors is quite interesting. On the premise that Kaido is dead, let Drago directly occupy the position of one of the 4 Emperors, making the revolutionary army on the bright side similar to a group in the pirates seems like a good choice. Cough cough. Khorasan coughed lightly, reminding Yan. Now we should pay attention to the guy who claims to be Kaido's daughter and called Yamato. She seems to be fighting Mr. Derek soon. Should I show up to stop it? After a pause, Khorasan said with a hint of doubt in his tone. Strange, I haven't heard of Kaido's descendants in the rumors of the sea. This guy named Yamato emerged from there, and he is quite powerful in terms of momentum. As for this question, Ian rubbed his chin, but he vaguely remembered the existence of such a person in the memory of his previous life. It's just that Ion has been in this world for almost 30 years, and some of the information in his past life's memory has long been a little vague. Looks like an idealistic hot-blooded idiot type. Ion briefly commented on Yamato, and then continued, and the position she seems to have expressed just now is still on the opposite side of Kaido and the Black Carbon Orakai. Is it consistent with the position of the people of Wano? That's right. Khorasan nodded and replied. Sounds like a key piece that can balance the situation of the Wano country. Since that's the case, Ian rubbed his chin, but some special thoughts sprung up in his heart regarding the intelligence inside the Wano country due to the special geographical location here. Even if Ion relies on some vague memories of his previous life and the intelligence network of the Revolutionary Army and the Navy, he does not know much information. So Ion pretended to be in a shipwreck, not only to deal with Kaido's problem with 100 beasts, but also to personally go deep into the Wanakuni to observe the situation so as to respond and adjust the plan at any time. 523 Chapter 523 Dragon Wind Burst. At this time, for Yamato's challenge, Drago's brows were slightly wrinkled. The daughter of 100 beasts Kaido, but the position expressed in her words is undoubtedly on the side of the people of Wano. This contradictory and conflicting relationship makes Drago suspicious. I wonder if this is an improvised actor by Ian. 264. It's just that according to the original plan, the next thing is the war between the Revolutionary Army and Khorasan, who is trying to secretly invade the Wano country. And because of Khorasan's loss, Khorasan will eventually directly ally with the big hero Tiger and Moonlight Moria, and then occupy the Wando and continue to compete with the Revolutionary Army for the Wando control. At that time, coupled with the navy that has just arrived in the Wano country, the overall situation in the Wano country tends to be chaotic and stable. The attention of the world government thereby secretly manipulating the bottom of the sea to change. However, Yamato, who is blunt and passionate with a sense of justice, didn't wait for Drago to answer. Yamato, wearing a white sleeveless kimono, stepped barefoot on the ground, jumped into the air, and crossed a distance of dozens of meters. The handcuffed hands clenched the mace and smashed it down towards Drago imposingly. Boom! The huge sound suddenly erupted, centered on the square of the flower capital, and then spread to the entire flower capital. At the same time, a sound that was wrapped in the ability of the fruit of silence and would not be heard by others quietly and accurately entered the ears of Drago. The next moment, Drago's serious voice sounded under Yamato's mace. The momentum is good, but there seems to be a clear gap between Kaido and Kaido in terms of strength. As the smoke from the collision gradually dissipated, Yamato looked at Drago, who was holding the mace with one hand in front of him, and his expression became serious. This level of strength is already quite terrifying, and the pressure on Yamato is not even weaker than when facing Beast Kaido. And as the abrupt and exaggerated conflict between Drago and Yamato broke out, a large number of the surrounding citizens who were just onlookers fled, staying away from this dangerous battlefield. Is this guy really Kaido's daughter? Drago asked with some doubts. Are you still struggling with such a boring question? I will completely defeat you here, and then lead the country of Wano to unlock the country. Yamato's firm voice came out from under the ghost mask, and the imposing tone made people subconsciously ignore the rather crisp tone. The momentum is good, but immediately Drago threw the black charcoal snake that was in a dying state of shock in the other hand, and the wind entangled it and punched it in the direction of Yamato. Just the momentum. There is no way to do anything, kid. Boom. For a time, Darag and Yamato fought fiercely on the square of the flower capital, and the huge collision and roar echoed throughout the flower capital from time to time. Even though both Drago and Yamato deliberately restrained their own strength, the aftermath of the battle between the two sides made this wide flower capital square quickly look dilapidated and even began to affect the surrounding houses. After a moment of confrontation, Drago quickly judged the level of Yamato's combat power. At present, the gap is very small compared with the 3 disasters of the 100 Beast Pirates, which is probably one of the veteran Navy brands. The level of going up seems to have the strength to compete with the Admiral of the Navy. It's just the gap still exists. Domineering physique, combat skill, sails, etc. are quite powerful, but there is still a certain degree of gap with the top of the sea. A good seedling with a promising future. But in the second half of the inner monologue, Drago roared out directly, "It's too early to challenge Laozi." As the voice fell, Drago's speed suddenly increased. A pair of fists wrapped around the wind, and black and red lightning suddenly broke through Yamato's mace, and an extremely heavy lower hook fell deeply into Yamato's lower abdomen. Boom! The wind burst out suddenly, sending Yamato's body suddenly flying into the air. "You bastard, let me die obediently." Drago's 5 fingers were formed into claws, and the wind was wrapped around it to form a nail-like shape, and the figure shot towards Yamato, who lost his balance in mid-air. Dragon Storm. For a time, Drago's hands moved the hurricane and compresses frantically between the 5 fingers. Oops! Feeling the hurricane in Drago's hand that can feel the power of terrifying cutting just with the naked eye, the amber eyes under the ghost mask of Yamato shrank slightly. At this critical moment, a giant sickle swept across the side to block Yamato. Boom! Darag's dragon wind blast collided with the giant sickle, making a sound like a substantial impact, but the hurricane compressed in Darag's hand also erupted, turning into a shrouded flower of flowers. A terrifying storm over the city. For a time, Yamato, who was originally in an unbalanced state in this terrifying storm, his body was almost like the fan blades of an electric fan and spun wildly. He only felt that he was in a vortex. Regain control of your body. However, through the flashing scene in his eyes, Yamato instantly judged that he seemed to be far away from the flower capital, and the whole person was directly thrown away by the storm. "Bastard, I will definitely come back and retake Wano country from you." On a coast quite far away from the flower capital, Yamato's figure slid down the air like a meteor, and landed on the beach with a dangerous place. Boom! The beach was directly smashed with a big hole. Yamato, who fell on the beach, crawled out of the big hole in a bit of a daze, and shook his head again and again to shake off the sand stuck on his hair. Damn, as expected of the guy who killed Kaido, he is quite powerful. Just as Yamato was muttering to himself, he turned his eyes and suddenly noticed a man lying on the nearby beach, dressed in clothes that he had never seen before in Wanakuni, and his wet white cloak read Buddha. Department 2 words. "Anyone from overseas?" Yamato's tone suddenly became a little interested, and then he walked over to the man and turned him over. After looking at it carefully, he muttered to himself, "It seems to be drowning in a coma. P.S. Today the author is ill and in poor condition, so I take a small leave." Only 2 updates. 524. The 524th chapter, The Legend of Kojiki Oden. Seeing this, Yamato squatted beside Ion almost without thinking, to see if the outsider had a chance to rescue him. Immediately, Yamato brushed aside the messy hair that was stuck to Yen's face with his hands, but he was a little surprised to find that this was a handsome uncle with a temperament. It was because of the drowning that his face was blue and purple, and his breathing was also incomparable. Yamato was quite familiar with this situation, and lifted Yen's whole body to his shoulders and pressed his abdomen heavily. Crash! Immediately, a large amount of seawater in Ion's abdomen was spit out under this rude practice. By the time Yamato put Ion down from his shoulders, Ion's symptoms of drowning had eased a lot, but his breathing was still weak. Not yet. Yamato touched his ghost mask, his head tilted slightly, as if recalling something, and muttered, "At this time, the next step seems to be artificial respiration, right?" After a pause, Yamato's tone revealed a bit of doubt. "Remember how the doctor I met before said that during artificial respiration, 5 light and 3 levels are required?" No. What is the frequency?" 8 shallow and 1 deep. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this sentence, Ian, who had been controlling his body with return of life and showing various symptoms of drowning, couldn't hold back any longer. After a few coughs, he woke up leisurely. Ian swept his slightly confused eyes and asked slowly towards Yamato, who was squatting beside him, "Who are you? Did you save me?" In this regard, Yamato's reaction was quite interesting, pointing to his ghost mask and asking, "Hey, isn't the first reaction when you see the sphere? Why should you be afraid? It's just a mask. After all, he is an uncle-level character of some age, so he won't be intimidated by a mask." As Ian said this, he sat up from the ground, pushed back the wet hair around his face, completely revealing his face, then flicked the water droplets on his glasses and put them back on, asked with a gentle and grateful smile, "But this time, I almost thought I was dead. I didn't expect to be rescued in the end. Thank you very much for your kindness. What's your name?" In an instant, I felt the kind of gentle smile Ion had never had in his past life, but Yamato's eyes couldn't help but light up and said, "As expected from overseas, it's really interesting." After a pause, Yamato patted his rather predictable chest and introduced himself boldly. "My name is Kojiki Oden, and I am a samurai who is determined to liberate the entire Wano country." Ian was a little stunned for the name Yamato. If Ion hadn't already known Yamato's identity, I'm afraid he would have been confused by Yamato. Immediately Immediately, Ion's face showed a proper surprise, and then he laughed and said, "What's the matter with you guy? Do you know the weight of the name Kojiki Odin? That was one of the powerful fighting forces in the One Piece Roger pirates more than 20 years ago. His age and appearance are similar to yours. It's not the same thing at all." When Yamato heard Yan's words, his tone showed considerable joy and said, "Sure enough, Kojiki Odin is quite famous in the outer seas." "That's great." After a pause, Yamato asked Yan again, "Can you tell me about Kojiki Odin's deeds?" Ion rubbed his temples, only to feel that the thinking of this Kaido's daughter named Yamato seemed a little unexpected. Could it be that the reason why she stood firmly in Wano country's position was because of the influence of that man Kojiki Odin? Immediately, Ian asked, "Are you interested in Kojiki Odin?" "Of course, that's a legendary samurai who suffered the torture in a cauldron for an hour," Yamato replied without hesitation. "Boiled punishment?" Ion asked. "Oh, by the way, you are from overseas. It's normal not to know about this." After a pause, Yamato's tone implied excitement and said, "About 10 years ago, Beasts Kaido and the Black Charcoal Orokai jointly secretly stole the Wano Kingdom. At that time, when the Wano country was about to be shrouded in the shadow of Kaido and the Black Charcoal Orokai, a samurai named Koyoki Odin who once traveled to the outer seas stopped Kaido. It's just that Kaido and the Black Charcoal Orokai took many hostages. In order to prevent innocent hostages from being harmed, the stalwart Kojiki Odin samurai gave up his dignity and suffered the shame of public sex." Speaking of this, Yamato's voice couldn't help but become excited, as if he was angry at the shamelessness of Kaido and the Black Charcoal Orokai. "But even if that Kojiki Odin has achieved this, Kaido and the Black Charcoal Orokai still did not abide by the original agreement but continued to harm Wano Kingdom, and finally Kojiki Odin led his only 9 retainers to fight thousands of pirates from the 100 Beasts. Pirates make their final resistance for the future of Wano Kingdom. That battle affected almost the entire Wano Kingdom, and Kojiki Odin also successfully hit Kaido in this battle, leaving an X-shaped permanent injury on his abdomen." Hearing this, Yan's expression finally changed. With one person's power to seriously injure Kaido to the extent of the 100 Beasts, Kojiki Odin's combat power is definitely at the top of the sea. But Kaido and the Black Charcoal Snake are too despicable. When Kaido was about to lose to Kojiki Odin, the person with the ability of imitation fruit pretended to be Kojiki Odin's son Momonosuke and let Kaido sneak attack successfully defeated Kojiki Odin. Yamato gritted his teeth as if he was the one who was attacked. When Ian heard the name Momonosuke, he instantly remembered such an unusually lecherous kid, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. After that, the cauldron's punishment appeared, and Kojiki Odin and his 9 retainers were subjected to the cauldron's punishment, that is, the death penalty of being thrown into an oil pan with a height of 700 degrees. At that time, Kojiki Odin was standing in the oil pan in this posture, and held up his 9 retainers, and endured the pain of this death sentence alone for an hour, and even finally let his own the 9 retainers escape smoothly, but he himself died in the frying pan. When Yamato said this, he even put on a pose and said with a weeping voice, "Koyoki Odin is such a man. In order to protect the country of Wano, in order to protect the retainers and the people, he sacrificed everything for himself." He laughed and shouted until his death, "I would like to turn it into a joke. Let people drink. Don't do it. There is no other request. What can I do with boiling oil and hot soup? The legendary samurai who boils and cooks 1,000 times and tastes great." 525 Chapter 525 Halustone Explosion Handcuffs. Hearing the end, Ion took a long breath and said in admiration, "If that's the case, then Kojiki Odin is indeed a pretty good man. Of course, the name of Gwanjyo Odin should be passed down forever, and as someone who inherited the will of Gwanjyo Odin, I will definitely defeat Kaido." Yamato said this subconsciously, and only then did he react and correct, Kaido is dead. What I want to defeat now is," and many more. Yan's expression suddenly became extremely serious, and he stood up from the ground and asked, "What did you just say? Kaido died? How did he die?" Yamato was a little surprised by Ion's reaction, then nodded and replied, "That's right. A guy named Darag suddenly appeared and claimed to have defeated Kaido and the Black Charcoal Orokai." Darag. Ion's expression became even more strange, as if he heard something incredible. Sensing the change in Ion's expression, Yamato asked, "You know that guy Darag?" "Yes, Drago used to be in the Navy like me, but then he defected from the Navy and established a small organization called the Revolutionary Army." Ion took a deep breath and said solemnly, "After that, he disappeared for many years under the pursuit of the world government and the Navy. I originally thought that this guy might have died in a corner of the sea, but I didn't expect him to sneak into the Wando country and did these things." Navy. Yamato pondered the information revealed by Ion and then looked at Ion and asked, "You are the Navy? You haven't seen the Navy?" Ion asked in surprise. "There is no Navy in Wano kingdom, only samurai. But I heard this name in the conversation with Kaido and the guys in Kojiki Oden's voyage diary. Yamato replied. 265. For a time, Ion had a deeper understanding of this guy Yamato, and so far he could confirm a lot of information about this guy. Suspicious because of the war between beasts Kaido and Kojiki Oden as a child, he was completely convinced by Kojiki Oden's spirit and had a deep admiration for Kojiki Oden, so he created Yamato and Oden. Kaido is very different. He is warm-hearted, has a strong sense of justice, acts casually and straightforwardly, and he seems to imitate Kojiki Oden in his words and deeds. He does not regard himself as a woman at all, but rather like a hero. Standpoint: Yamato has firmly stood in the position of Wano country as a chess piece to reconcile the situation of the nation of Harmony. The character and position are quite consistent. Ion made a secret judgment and then said, if the enemy is Durag, then I can't just sit back and ignore it. That guy is quite dangerous, so I can't just let him take over the country of Wano. Yamato asked with a hint of joy when he heard the words. Huh? So you're willing to help me deal with Durag? Of course, and you have to find a way to repay the kindness you gave me for saving my life. Ian replied. Very good. In this case, the power to rescue the Wano country will be one more point. After gathering enough strength, the Wano country will be able to usher in peace, Yamato said confidently, even though the information is quite insufficient, but he is full of confidence in the future. Immediately, Yamato seemed to have thought of something, and his movements were as stiff as if he was imitating something. He patted Ion on the shoulder and said proudly, from now on, we are partners. If anyone bullies you in the future, you can report my name. Koyoki Oden. Yan, this guy's head is also missing a muscle. I just said that I would help her deal with Drago in order to repay the life-saving grace. How could I make it seem like I was joining some pirate group or that I was chasing her? For a time, Yan's original plan on how to arrange Yamato was taken away, and he explained subconsciously, well, I'm a Navy. Don't worry, I remembered it long ago. I know you are a Navy. Yamato replied carelessly, then realized something and asked, speaking of which, what's your name? Yan's mouth twitched slightly and replied, Tefamer Ion. Well, I also remembered the name. My real name is Yamato. Please remember it too, Yamato said with a big guy style. Ion nodded, then asked curiously, Yamato, why are you wearing a ghost mask? This is a samurai habit. Wearing a ghost mask can effectively intimidate the enemy. Yamato explained one sentence and then said, what, Ion, do you want to be a samurai too? Yan. In this regard, Ian can't help but reiterate, I am a Navy. I see, Ian, you don't need to repeat it so many times, but it can be seen that you are relatively proud of your identity as a Navy. Very good. A man who can be proud of his own identity is also a great man, Yamato said with admiration. On hearing this, Ion completely realized that Yamato didn't understand what the Navy meant at all. It is the strongest violent institution representing the sea. The force is huge enough to radiate the terrorist forces in the corners of the entire sea. As a Navy hero, Ion's status in the Navy can be described as extremely high, and Yamato's remarks are almost equivalent to letting Yan, as a military boss, join a gangster organization in a war-torn country. At first, Ian did not conceal his identity as a Navy in front of Yamato. His original intention was to guide Yamato to become a local force of the Wanakuni with the help of the naval power. Unexpectedly, he was suddenly led astray by Yamato, as if Ion was planning to join the party himself. Anyway, do you have any plans now? Yan asked with a headache. Plan? Yamato's tone stretched for a few breaths before he spoke. Gather up your strength, then find a way to untie my handcuffs, and finally kill Durag to save Wano. Is this a plan? Even if it's a slogan, it's a bit shallow, right? Ion has a deeper understanding of Yamato, but it was only then, under close contact, that Ion noticed the pair of handcuffs in Yamato's hands, frowned slightly, and asked in surprise, Heilashi handcuffs? Yamato nodded and replied, that's right. In order to prevent me from escaping from Wano, the guy Kaido added the sea tower stone explosion handcuffs to me. If you can find a way to unlock the handcuffs, you will be more confident in defeating Drago. 526 Chapter 526 The monsters whose combat power is close to Kaido. Thirdmore, hearing Yamato's words, Ion suddenly realized something and asked, Yamato, are you a devil fruit person? Yeah, a fruit that I accidentally ate when I was hungry when I was a child, turned into a landlubber, and it was also affected by Heilashi. At the end of the day, Yamato's tone clearly showed helplessness, obviously regretting this matter. While Ion's expression changed slightly, his previous judgment on Yamato's combat power was overturned. Wearing Hailstone handcuffs, can he still exert the strength of a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters? Is this guy a monster too? Although Yen knew that Wanakuni had the technology to change the purity of the sea stone, he could change the degree of suppression of the devil fruit person by changing the purity of the sea stone stone handcuffs. But even so, Yamato's true combat power is absolutely terrifying. Even if there is a gap with Kaido 100 beasts, it is very likely that the gap not big. Ian thought to himself. The importance attached to Yamato suddenly increased a lot and directly overturned most of the original plan to guide Yamato. If you really push Yamato to the opposite of the Revolutionary Army, you are definitely raising a tiger and asking for trouble. If it is a mere admiral level enemy, it is really nothing, but the combat power has reached the level close to Beast's Kaido, and this kind of character even has the ability to affect the balance of the sea. Thinking of this, Ion asked while the thoughts in his mind were spinning quickly. Speaking of which, Beast's Kaido is known as the strongest creature of the sea and shouldn't be killed so easily. Yamato, apart from Drago's self-report, have you confirmed the truth of Kaido's death? This. Yamato shook his head and replied. However, the Black Charcoal Orokai was indeed defeated by Darag, and the members of the 100 Beast Pirates in the Wano country have also been swept away by the Revolutionary Army. If Kaido has not been defeated, if so, he would have appeared long ago. This kind of thing still needs to be confirmed. You can't completely listen to the words of a dangerous and cunning man like Drago, Yan suggested. Yamato pondered for a while and said with deep conviction, it makes sense. If that's the case, go back to Kaido's base camp, Oni Island, and take a look. It is good. Ion nodded, then said, and since it's the handcuffs that Kaido put on you, then it's very likely that the key to the handcuffs is still in the island of Oni. Hearing this sentence, Yamato's eyes lit up for a moment and he said in admiration, why didn't I think of this? Let's go, let's go. Immediately, Yamato pulled Ion straight and ran in the direction of Oi Island. At the same time, on the coast of the Kuri area of Wano country, Admiral Tsuru watched the feedback from the navy scattered along the coast looking for Ion, while frowning at the information in front of him. Revolutionary Army Drago appeared in Wano Kingdom and announced that he had killed the Wano Kingdom generals Kuritan Orokai and Kaido, and will become the new ruler of Wano Kingdom. Darag. Lieutenant General Crane's brows furrowed completely not expecting this kind of situation. It was originally expected by Lieutenant General Crane that what he had to face in attacking the Wano country was only the exhausted 100 Beasts Kaido and some of the remnants of the 100 Beasts pirates who were underwhelmed. The situation in the country has changed suddenly to such a degree. As for the authenticity of this information, Lieutenant General Crane has no way to judge in a short period of time, but the news has spread throughout the entire Wano country at an extremely fast speed and even made him land in the Wano country at a very fast speed. The Navy in less than half a day heard the news. Among them, the thing that Lieutenant General Crane felt most unbelievable was the news that 100 Beasts Kaido was killed. Darag has disappeared in the sea for so many years. Has it grown to such a degree? It's just that no matter how unbelievable the result is, Lieutenant General Crane cannot deny that there is such a possibility. After all, Darag is the son of Lieutenant General Garp, and it is indeed not impossible for him to surpass Lieutenant General Garp in combat power. More importantly, both the Navy and the world government's intelligence on Darag had been stagnant for nearly 10 years, and it was difficult to determine Darag's latest combat intelligence. Troublesome. For a time, Lieutenant General Crane felt unusually troublesome. In particular, Lieutenant General Ian suffered an accident. Now the entire naval force has only 10 lieutenant generals in the Navy headquarters after General Paul Salino, and the combat power is somewhat insufficient in comparison. Darag is a very dangerous man. He has been staying in the dark corner of the sea and watching the changes of the sea. Then he seized this opportunity and planned to steal the Wanakuni secretly and control the Sea Tower Stone. The source, Vice Admiral Crane muttered, and after thinking for a while urgently reporting the situation to the world government and the Navy headquarters, he urgently mobilized a part of the Navy to disperse to the Wanakuni to conduct intelligence inquiries, and he also stepped up to order the Navy. They searched for the trail of Lieutenant General Ion. In any case, Lieutenant General Crane did not want to believe that a man like Lieutenant General Ion would die in a shipwreck so easily. Lieutenant General Ion is sure. It must be somewhere in the Wano country. If Lieutenant General Ion can be found as soon as possible now, many troubles will be solved. Inexplicably, Lieutenant General Crane had such an intuition in his heart. On the edge of the coast on the side of the main island of Wanakuni near the Oni Island, a small boat quickly rowed towards the Oni Island. Boom bang bang. With the support of Yamato's amazing arm strength and physique, the oars on both sides of the boat almost appeared after images, and the speed of the whole boat was as fast as an arrow from the string. And Ion, who was also sitting in the boat, glanced at Yamato secretly, and at this moment he also felt that this woman who lacked tendons had an inexplicable pride. But this physique is really powerful. No wonder the pectoralis major can develop to such a degree. Ian secretly complained. After a short period of contact, I only felt that the use of female man to describe Yamato was an insult insult, and it was probably called female strongman. Is correct. At this moment Yamato seemed to notice Ion's gaze, and then he remembered something and said, Yan, take off all your clothes before you arrive at the island of ghosts. Yan, that isn't that good, Ian replied with a twitchy expression. He never thought that he would have a day when he was so frankly demanded by a woman when he was gradually middle-aged. It's okay, Yamato said disapprovingly. If you don't hang out those wet clothes on your body now, if you encounter a battle in the island of ghosts later, will it be inconvenient for those clothes to stick to your body? 527 528th chapter arrived on the island of ghosts. Yan, after being reminded by Yamato, Ion noticed that his clothes were still wet. It's just that Yamato is too arrogant, isn't he? Do you stop treating me as an outsider, or do you stop treating yourself as a woman? But after all, this is a small boat and there is no room to hide from sight. I am not a pervert like Frankie who can run around in only his underwear. How can I do that? No, it's okay to get wet. Ion refused. Listening to Ion's answer, Yamato asked with a bit of guesswork in his tone, Ion, aren't you good at fighting? What? Ion was stunned for a moment and then replied in a positive tone, no, I'm strong. Do men have ridiculous self-esteem? If they are good at fighting, they will not know that clothes that get in the way will also affect the performance of their strength. Having said that, Yamato did not forget to raise his slender and explosive arm towards Yen, and the flying gradient hair made him more heroic. Yan 266. At this moment Ian was even a little powerless to complain and explained, I'm not good at close combat, so clothes have little effect on combat power, so don't worry. Yamato nodded as if he understood something and asked, I see. Are you good at using guns? But where is your gun? I only see a knife on your body. Ian couldn't help but help his forehead and said helplessly, Yawa, this question is asked very well, so don't ask it again next time. Tisk, people from overseas are really strange. Even if you are only good at marksmanship, I will not laugh at you. Yamato replied disapprovingly, samurai doesn't have to be good at using swords. Don't you use mace like me? As he spoke, Yamato paddled vigorously, not forgetting to imbue Ion with all kinds of strange concepts related to samurai. Soon, as the outline of the island of ghosts could be seen in the distance, Yamato suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, Ion, what did you originally plan to do when you came to the Wano country? Kill Kaido the beasts. Ion replied. Yamato asked in a slightly surprised tone, you alone? Of course not. In fact, the Navy has a large fleet going to Wano. But having said that, Ion's voice paused and answered according to the original character experience. I just don't know what happened. It seems that the fleet suffered a shipwreck. When I was sleeping in the cabin, I found out that the whole naval battleship had sunk into the sea, and I saw you when I woke up again. Yamato nodded, not at all surprised by what Ion said. Shipwrecks, this kind of situation is quite common. The climate around Wano country is particularly bad. Every year I see many ships that want to enter Wano country turned into corpses and flow to the coast. Yeah, alas. Ian sighed and said, I don't know what's going on with the fleet. Unfortunately, I don't even have a phone bug on me. Even if I want to contact the fleet, I can't do it at all. Yamato heard the words and said in a comforting tone, Yan, you don't have to worry too much because of the survival rate of the harsh climate around Wano. Generally speaking, in this case, it is estimated that the entire fleet has sunk to the bottom of the sea. It is useless to worry. Follow me with peace of mind. Just mix it up. At least I can guarantee that you will fill your stomach. As soon as Yamato's voice fell, her stomach made a gurgling sound. In an instant, Yamato's rowing action was awkward, causing the atmosphere in the boat to inexplicably fall into a kind of silent embarrassment. Yan also turned his eyes and looked elsewhere, and he did not continue to discuss the issue of filling the stomach with Yamato in depth. Yamato let out two embarrassed laughs and said, after escaping from the island of Oni a few days ago, I have been busy avoiding the guys from the 100 Beast Pirates, so I ate a little less. Don't worry, I will be able to fill up after the island of Oni. I'm full. But gradually, Yamato's voice became much smaller, and his eyes were fixed on the gradually clear Demon Island in the distance. Compared with the island of ghosts that looked eerie and shrouded in dark clouds in the past, the island of ghosts at the moment is in ruins. Even Yamato. In an instant, I noticed that most of the area of Oino Island had completely disappeared. Here, what happened? Yamato muttered in a solemn tone, and Ion, who was also staring at the island of Oni, had a very solemn expression and reminded him, Yawa, the movement of the boat is a little less. Maybe there are still enemies on the island. It is good. Immediately, under Yamato's control, the boat carefully circled to a remote area similar to a cliff in the Oi Island and docked. After Yamato and Ion arrived at the island of Oni, they clearly discovered the traces of battles that could be seen everywhere on the island of Oni. A large number of areas collapsed, spider web-like cracks were visible everywhere, and there were even a lot of bloodstains left in many places. It It's really terrifying. Could it be that the Revolutionary Army did all this? It really wiped out the entire 100 beast pirates so quietly. Ion, who was walking in the island of Oni carefully hiding with Yamato, said in a shocked tone. And no matter how much Yamato hates beasts, Kaido, seeing such an exaggerated change in the familiar island of Oni, can't help but feel a little more complicated in his heart. Is it true that the entire 100 beast pirates has been completely destroyed? Ian closed his eyes slightly, pretended to use the look of seeing and domineering to perceive from a distance, then pointed to the southeast side and said, Yamato, there is still a lot of life breath there. Yamato heard the words and responded without hesitation, go and have a look. Immediately after, Ion deliberately took a step slower than Yamato, giving Yamato an illusion that she was leading the itinerary and leading the way. Yamato and Ion arrived at a large pit in the central area of the Island of Ghosts. That is, Yamato and Ion hid behind a ruin and looked forward a little. The first to catch Yamato's eyes were hundreds of members of the Revolutionary Army wearing gray cloaks and animal masks, and what Yamato noticed was a large number of Sea of Beasts wearing Halashi handcuffs. Band of Thieves member. At this time, almost all the members of the 100 Beasts pirates were in a state of embarrassment and dejection. They were digging with shovels amid the beatings and scoldings of the members of the Revolutionary Army. 528 Chapter 529 The so-called hero. Are they digging a pit? Are there any precious minerals in the Island of Ghosts? Yan asked inexplicably. No, never heard of it. Yamato shook his head and replied in denial. Then what are they doing? The Revolutionary Army can spend so much to drive the members of the Beast Pirates to dig a hole here. Could it be that there is some treasure buried underneath? Yan frowned. Hearing Ion's words, Yamato suddenly thought of something and said, it's really possible that Kaido has hidden a lot of treasure over the years, but no one knows where the treasure trove is. Ian pushed his eyes and said, if this is the case, we must find a way to stop the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, if those treasures are obtained by the Revolutionary Army, the Revolutionary Army will inevitably grow stronger. That's right, we can't let the Revolutionary Army succeed, Yamato said firmly, and immediately wanted to show up to stop the Revolutionary Army. And many more. Ian quickly grabbed Yamato. Yamato looked at Ion suspiciously and asked, what's wrong? Ian, if you're not good at fighting, it doesn't matter if you hide here and wait for me. I'll be enough to fuck them all. Yan. Hearing Yamato's confident, even contemptuous words, Ion's expression almost couldn't hold back again. This guy named Yamato is too reckless. Immediately, Ion adjusted his expression and said, Yamato, don't be so impulsive. When the enemy has a large number of people and lacks the opponent's intelligence, it is too risky to make a rash move. If you don't fight, how do you know the other party's intelligence? Yamato asked rhetorically. Yan. It sounds like it makes sense. Wait, I was almost led astray by this guy. If you can't do it, it's too late even if you know the information. Ion's mouth twitched slightly, but he immediately changed his mind and persuaded, but we only have one chance. If we fail, then there may be no chance to stop the Revolutionary Army, so we must improve the success rate as much as possible. Yamato pondered for a while, folded his arms around his chest, tilted his head slightly, looked at Ian and asked, then what do you say? Yan. This guy has been pondering for so long. What is he thinking about? The answer is already so obvious. Do I still need to solve the puzzle directly? Yan resisted the urge to pull out the soul-chopping sword and simply stab Yamato, ending the original plan ahead of schedule, and said, the key? Doesn't it mean that there may be a key for Halashi's handcuffs on the Island of Ghosts? If you can unlock your handcuffs, then you must be more confident. Makes sense. Yamato's eyes lit up slightly, one hand clenched into a fist and lightly hammered the palm of his other hand, and then said, Ian, you staring at these revolutionary troops here, I'll look for the keys. After a pause, Yamato did not forget to pat Ion on the shoulder and said, if you encounter any danger, remember to call for help, and I will rush back to save you immediately. Ion reiterated again with a slightly stiff expression, Yawa, I am also very strong, and my status in the Navy is quite high. Don't think of me as weak. Okay. Fine, I know. Yamato responded perfunctorily, apparently not listening to the sentence, and then quickly walked in the other direction. And as Yamato went away, a canary fell from mid-air on Ion's shoulder, and then Kora-san, who was one of the King's Kaiwahei and the commander of the Revolutionary Army's New World. The voice came from Zyajin's castle. What an interesting woman, Ion, Kora-san said happily. No, this is quite a troublesome woman, much more troublesome than Jun. Ion shook his head and commented in a helpless tone, ha ha ha. Kora-san couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Don't compare Jun with Yamato. Isn't Jun good to you? One-hearted. Alright. Yan interrupted Kora-san's possible next pimping behavior without hesitation, and said, speaking of business, everything has been arranged over there, right? Kora-san replied with a solemn tone. No problem. As you expected, the destruction of the 100 Beasts pirates was completely beyond the world government's expectations, and even the 100 Beasts pirates was accidentally destroyed in the hands of the Revolutionary Army. So after the world government learned of this news, it arranged for CP0 members to come to the Oino Island almost immediately. The general intention should be to avoid the world government and the 100 Beast pirates over the years. Evidence of the transaction. If nothing else, Yamato will see what you want her to see smoothly. In the end, Koro-san said with some embarrassment, "It's just Ian, wouldn't it be too much to calculate Yamato? After all, even if Yamato's behavior is a little more mature, in fact he is just a girl in her early 20s. What nonsense." Ion gave Koro-san a contemptuous look and said, "Don't make me seem like I'm deceiving Yamato's feelings. In fact, I just opened a corner of the truth of the sea in front of Yamato. All that is presented to her is one of the truths of the sea." After a pause, Ian put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "It just happens that we need Yamato, a hero of the Wano kingdom, in our plan, so I am only guiding and cultivating a hero of the Wano country. As for the hero, Yamato already has the power required for the prerequisites. The only thing left is to strengthen the truth of the hero belief and then cultivate a considerable force for the hero and give the hero a hero's mission is what makes her shine. That's it. This is probably Yamato's own dream. Isn't she hoping to become a samurai who can save the Wano country like Kojiki Oden? I'm probably fulfilling her wish, killing two birds with one stone." Listening to Yan's calm words, Koro-san inexplicably felt a terrible feeling from Yan's body. In just a few words, he had already arranged the future of Yamato, whose strength might be comparable to that of a naval admiral. Clearly, compared to the timid and cautious Ion in the past, Ion today is so scary. Through the window of Little Gold Castle, Koro-san stared at Ion's profile and eyes, and couldn't help but say inwardly, "Is it because he got power from the master of the Void Circle and became the Grand Priest of the Void Circle organization?" 529 Chapter 530 The result that shocked the sea. Third more. Ian. Some doubts about Koro-san's tone. Ian asked, "What's wrong? Do you remember your original ideal?" Koro-san asked. "Certainly." When Ian heard this, he couldn't help but say with a sly smile, "Speaking of which, my ideal at that time was to find the strongest woman in the sea as my wife. But now I can only hope that Hancock can help me achieve this ideal. It's just that Hancock's strength is indeed strong now, but if it is compared with Big Mom Charlotte Lingling, it is even a complete liberation of black people. I'm afraid the power of the Great Demon Wing is still a lot worse." When Koro-san heard it, he couldn't help but recall the reaction of the old man in the Warring States period when Ian said this ideal confidently as a child, and he hated iron. As for himself, Koro-san clearly remembered that he had no so-called ideals in the past and only hoped to stop Doflamingo's evil deeds. Really, what the hell am I thinking? Koro-san couldn't help laughing at himself. With the occurrence of experience, people's thoughts will naturally change a little. In the past, I just prayed that I could stop Doflamingo with my life and a new self was born. Do you want to be able to witness that new era? As for Ion, no matter how terrifying he is now, that is my younger brother. As an older brother, I doubt his thoughts. It is too ridiculous. Thinking of this, Koro-san couldn't help teasing with a smile on his face. 267. Speaking of which, if Yamato can use the power bestowed by the Master of the Void, then with Yamato's current age and strength, he may have more potential to become the strongest woman in the sea than Hancock. Ion glanced at Koro-san and reminded Koro-san, "If Hancock hears this, then you will probably be killed directly." Immediately, Koro-san's mind imagined the result that seemed to be expected, and cold sweat broke out subconsciously. "It's okay, no problem." Koro-san immediately reacted and said, "Hancock's Kaiwohei has already left the Wanakuni, and each returned to his own ship to show his face in various places in the sea, so as to clear his connection with the Wanakuni incident, and he would not hear it at all." Idiot, you overlooked a very important role." Yan reminded. "Who?" Koro-san asked, puzzled. "Have you forgotten whose body you are now in?" Ion reminded. In an instant, Koro-san's expression completely stiffened, and Xiao Jing called out a few times. At the same time, after almost 2 days of deliberation, with a newspaper scattered all over the sea, it shocked the whole sea. Big victory. The Navy defeated Kaido and Shanks the Redhead. Under the title, there are thousands of words which explain in detail that the Navy has launched a war against the Sea Emperor in order to fight the rampant arrogance of pirates for the justice of the sea. Of course, the fact that the pirates deliberately attacked the 100 Beasts pirates and the Red Hair pirates in the newspapers was naturally hidden. Instead, it tells about the fact that under the command of the Warring States Marshal, the Navy decided to call the fleet to attack after learning the accurate information of the meeting between the 100 Beast pirates and the Red Hair pirates. Later, under the on-the-spot dispatch of Lieutenant General Crane, under the leadership of General Kazuna Polisalino and Lieutenant General Navy Hero Ion, after successfully capturing Red Hair Shanks, they annihilated the most of the 100 beasts pirates are alive. Only 100 beasts. Kaido fled in a hurry with a few cotters. In the end, it is regrettable to mention that red-haired Shanks escaped unexpectedly while being escorted. It is suspected that Hawkeye Mihawk did it, and the Navy is fully chasing Barabara. Bullshit. Mihawk smashed the newspaper in his hand to the ground and said in a dissatisfied tone. On Mihawk's side, it was Shanks of the red-haired pirates and many cotters. Among them, Shanks handed a bowl of wine to Mihawk and patted Mihawk on the shoulder. Don't worry, Mihawk, isn't your intention to save me. I just didn't expect that I would escape first. In fact, I didn't set out when I heard that the Navy was besieging you. I was just thinking about whether to take the opportunity to join the Navy camp and force you to have a formal duel with me. Mihawk explained with disdain. You bastard, hurry up and heal my injury, and fight me right away after the injury is healed. Yes, yes, yes. As for Mihawk's almost self-indulgent explanation, Shanks laughed and patted Mihawk on the shoulder and then turned to Gumball to drink. Seeing this, Mihawk said in a casual tone, don't drink with such a serious injury, and don't wait until you fight me before you die. It's okay, wine is the best medicine for pain. Shanks put down the wine bowl that he drank in his hand, but then his expression gradually became solemn, and he said, however, this time, it's not just me. The entire red hair pirates almost died. After all, Shanks swept his gaze and glanced at the many crew members in front of him. Almost every one of them was wrapped in a lot of bandages and was in a state of serious injuries. As for Shanks himself, he was completely wrapped into a zongzi. It can be said that the red hair pirates are in the weakest state now, let alone a pirate group of the same level. I am afraid it is a pirate group similar to the Don Quixote pirates. The red-haired pirates were unable to cope. Because of this, Shanks understood very well why Mihawk, who would only leave after a short meeting with him, stayed in the red-haired pirates this time. It is to avoid the powerful enemies of the red-haired pirates from coming to the door at this moment. Even for this reason, the news agency took a photo of Mihawk appearing in the red hair pirates, guessing that it was Hawkeye Mihawk who rescued red hair Shanks. Mihawk heard the words and asked with a slightly moved expression, who in the Navy pushed you to this point? Who else could it be? Redhead Shanks turned the wine bowl in his hand and said word by word, Tephimer Ion. It's him. Mihawk asked solemnly. Yes, that guy is very strong, very strong. Redhead Shanks said in a positive tone. If you say it, you may not believe it. I was in a state of standing at the top of the pirates and was forcibly dragged down by Lieutenant General Yan, and I have an intuition. 530 Chapter 530 First News of Death. I have a gut feeling. When he said this, Red Hair Shanks' voice stopped, and even the movement of turning the wine bowl in his hand stopped. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was recalling various details of the battle. Although Lieutenant General Ion never had a real head-on collision with me during the battle, it seemed that he knew that the head-on collision was not my opponent, but intuition told me that he, just because he didn't want to. Hearing Red Hair Shanks' comment, Hawkeye Mihawk's expression became completely solemn and asked, Shanks, will this evaluation be a little too exaggerated? If so, then the strength of that Lieutenant General Ion is too terrifying, and even has the ability to kill any of the 4 emperors in a head-to-head duel. Ability? Ha ha ha, who knows? Redhead Shanks heard the words, but instead laughed, making it difficult to tell whether he was serious or just joking. In fact, Red Hair Shanks also reacted, realizing that his intuition was too terrifying. The gesture of standing at the top of the pirates means literally, it is the ability that people who are almost at the top of the overlord have a chance to master, and the price they need to pay every time is extremely heavy. This time the red-haired pirates encountered a desperate situation, and red-haired Shanks had to use this gesture, but even so, he still couldn't defeat Ion, so he held Ian to escape. In the end, red-haired Shanks was still dragged down by Ion, and he had no choice but to expose the identity of the Tianlong people in front of the high-ranking navy in exchange for freedom. But even so, the combat power shown by Yen is already quite exaggerated. The countless blades formed by the gathering of cherry blossoms and maintaining the overlord color entanglement are tricky, and Yen's speed is the top of the sea degree. If it is based on this, Ion still hides the terrifying destructive power that is enough to continuously collide with the posture of standing on the top of the pirates. Then Ion is likely to be the strongest navy in history, more than known as the strongest navy in the past. Lieutenant General Carp is even scarier. And why can't I hear a sound in Lieutenant General Ion's body? Could it really be because of the fruit that Lieutenant General Ion ate? Red-haired Shanks thought secretly, but the attention to Ion in his heart has been mentioned to an unprecedented level. At this moment, the phone bug that red-haired Shanks placed on one side rang, and red-haired Shanks took the phone bug to his ear and listened. His expression suddenly became incomparable. Weird, as if I heard some big joke. Seeing this, Mihawk asked, what happened? Redhead Shanks turned his head slowly with a stiff neck, looked at Mihawk Hawkeye, and asked in a stiff tone, Kaido dead. What? That monster that claims to be undead is dead. Hawkeye my hawk heard the words with a stunned expression. If it is the news of Kaido's defeat in the 100 Beasts, then it is not a surprising thing. After all, 100 Beasts Kaido used to challenge the Navy alone, or forces such as Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates, which led to 100 Beasts Kaido being arrested under siege. They were often exhausted and captured, but even so, 100 Beasts Kaido relies on his monster-like body and vitality to allow the enemy to attack, but every time he can recover his physical strength and easily break free from any restraint contained in the Sea Tower Stone chain to escape. Therefore, almost everyone has to admit the title of 100 Beasts Kaido as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Not only Hawkeye my hawk but also the rest of the red-haired pirates cotters who were sitting scattered on both sides drinking and banqueting also showed incredible expressions. Incredible intelligence. Is it reliable? Beckman asked with a frown. The more unbelievable is yet to come. Redhead Shanks took a deep breath and said slowly, Lieutenant General Ion is also dead. In an instant the entire tavern contracted by the red-haired pirates was almost in a dead silence, and everyone's expressions and movements were all looking at red-haired Shanks motionless. At the next moment almost all the crew members of the red-haired pirates exclaimed in unison, Liar, how is it possible? Lieutenant General Ion, who made Shanks helpless, also died. Did something big happen again? The heated discussions echoed in the tavern, which fully demonstrated the extreme shock of the crew members of the red-haired pirates. After all, in the battle a few days ago, what impressed the red-haired pirates the most was the power of 100 Beasts Kaido. In addition, it is the seemingly gentle and lazy Lieutenant General Ion who actually easily played with the entire red-haired pirates in his words, and his strength is extremely terrifying. A man of this level actually died so suddenly. Beckman's shocked expression also lasted for a few breaths before he asked in disbelief, could it be that Lieutenant General Ion perished with Kaido the Beasts? Redhead Shanks picked up the wine bottle in front of him and took several sips, trying to digest this shocking information through alcohol, and then he answered, no, Beasts Kaido died at the hands of the Revolutionary Army Drago, and the entire 100 Beasts pirates was completely destroyed by the raid of the Revolutionary Army. As for Lieutenant General Ion, at the mention of this name the corners of Shanks' mouth couldn't help twitching, and he said he was shipwrecked in the inland sea of Wano country. He was engulfed by the sea before he could escape the maelstrom. He has been missing for 2 days, and the world government and the Navy have begun to judge his death. Sounds like a joke, more ridiculous than the reason you lost your arm. Hawkeye my hawk commented in disbelief. The devil fruit ability person is restrained by the sea and the sea building stone. As long as they fall into the sea, the devil fruit ability person who is a land duck will normally be drowned alive. However, for the real powerhouse, the probability of being drowned by falling into the sea is actually extremely low. Even in the life experience of red-haired Shanks, this is the first time I have heard of it. A strong man of this rank was shipwrecked and died. 531 Chapter 532 So-called loyalty. The reaction of the red-haired pirates is only one of the microcosms of this sea. When countless civilians were shocked by the big events described in the newspapers and felt extremely excited for the victory of the Navy, more forces with their own intelligence channels were shocked by the changes in the Wano country incident. 100 Beasts Kaido was killed, and Navy hero Lieutenant General Ion was shipwrecked and died. For a time, with the news of the death of these two top figures in the sea, they had to let all the forces focus on the Wando, the official appearance of the Revolutionary Army and Drago, the arrival of Khorasan, one of the 7 Wuhei, and the arrival of the naval fleet, all faintly made Wano country the center of the next sea whirlpool. The death of 100 Beasts Kaido and Navy hero Lieutenant General Ion is not the end. It may just be the beginning of the next round of war. And Wajigyo, a closed country for hundreds of years, completely closed off the contact with the outside world, but it is a closed country where the entire sea Halashi originated, and it has also attracted the attention of countless forces. Among the Whitebeard pirates, Wano country, the hometown of Kojiki Oden. I didn't expect that a country that has always been closed has now become the center of the whirlpool. The Whitebeard sitting on the throne propped up his chin, and there were some precious memories in his eyes. Kojiki Oden, the man deeply remembered by Wanakuni, is not only the crew member of Roger Pirates, but also the former captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard Pirates. In the Bearded Pirates, he is second only to Marco. It was only that Roger asked Whitebeard to borrow Kojiki Oden, and Kojiki Oden was deeply impressed by Roger's bearing, so he was temporarily seconded to the Roger Pirates. Kojiki Oden has not returned to the Whitebeard Pirates, and died in Wanakuni after experiencing the punishment of cooking in a kettle. At this time, a beautiful man in a kimono and a geisha in the Wanakuni was kneeling in front of the Whitebeard. Izang, have you decided yet? The always domineering Whitebeard Whitebeard looked at Izang with some kindness and asked, "And this man is the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, who offered a reward of 510 million berry to Izzo. At the same time, he was also a retainer who had followed Kojiki Oden back then. Father, Lord Kojiki Ocean left with Roger for a while and let me stay in the pirate group and wait for his return. I didn't expect that it would be a goodbye since then." Izang couldn't follow Kojiki Oden to his death, which caused Kojiki Oden to suffer cooking in a cauldron and die. "This is what I regret and regret all my life." Yizo slowly raised his head and looked directly at Whitebeard, but with tears in his eyes he spoke with incomparable firmness. "Now the accident of Wano country has occurred and Kaido is dead just when the country of Wano can get rid of the disaster and regain the opportunity of peace. It is precisely Izzo who must inherit the legacy of Lord Kojiki Oden and return to the country of Wano and let the country of Wano time to restore peace." The captain of the 3rd Division Diamond Jaws couldn't help but persuade Izzo, "The current situation in Wano is unknown. It is too dangerous for you to return to your hometown alone." But for the persuasion of Jaws, who used to take care of him like his own younger brother, Yizang did not say a word, just bent down slightly, touched his head on the ground and said loudly, "Dad, please also agree to my willful request so that I can fulfill the loyalty and righteousness that I have shouldered. If Yizang can successfully fulfill the loyalty and righteousness, I will definitely return to my father's side to continue to honor my father." One in time, the atmosphere on the ship solidified. Almost everyone understands that returning to the Wano country at this time is tantamount to dying, and there is almost no possibility of returning to the Whitebeard Pirates alive. Gulala la. At this moment, Whitebeard laughed out loud. "Since this is the son's request, how can you turn a blind eye as a father? The little ones obey." Just before Whitebeard's order was fully issued, Izang interrupted loudly, "Dad, no, this is my business alone." Whitebeard stared at Izzo and said, "As a son, it is only natural to use the strength of my father and family." He spoke with a very firm tone in a Tibetan tone. 268. "But as a son, it is against loyalty to put Dad in an unsafe situation. Once the Whitebeard Pirates intervene in Wano, it may detonate a war that affects the entire sea." In the end, Yizang kowtowed heavily towards the Whitebeard in front of him, crying and pleading with tears streaming down his face. "So I just intend to return to Wano as a retainer of the Kojiki clan, and please allow me to leave the ship temporarily so that I can complete the responsibilities and missions that I carry on my own." Watching this scene, the eyes of many cotters who had a good relationship with Yizang were filled with tears, and Whitebeard's head was slightly raised. He sighed softly and turned to speak. "Since the child wants to spread his wings to fulfill his loyalty and righteousness alone, there seems to be no reason to stop him as a father. I allow you to hide it." Izang pressed his forehead against the deck and responded with a sob, "I am very grateful, Dad. I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Go, Marco, prepare the best boat and food for your brother, and announce this news to the whole sea, saying that Laozi's son Yizang is about to return to his hometown, Wano, to visit relatives. Look at me, Daddy." After saying that, Whitebeard waved at Yizang, and then he picked up the wine jar on the side and poured it gugugu. Unlike the atmosphere of parting and sadness in the Whitebeard Pirates, almost everyone in the Big Mom Pirates is in a state of shock for fear of being a little redundant. Actions invite Charlotte Lingling's wrath. "Kaido dead," Charlotte Lingling said through gritted teeth. The anger on her face was almost real. "That guy actually died." The officials of the Big Mom Pirates who stayed around Charlotte Lingling did not say a word, and even Pero did not dare to answer Charlotte Lingling's question. Over the past few days, the continuous freezing of the sea by General Kyuzan Aokiji has brought Charlotte Lingling to the brink of unbearable anger. Now, after hearing this news, Charlotte Lingling has almost reached the critical point where she is about to lose control. Everyone's Big Mom Pirates officials swallowed their saliva nervously, and they were all prepared in their hearts. If Charlotte Lingling really goes berserk, then at this moment Charlotte Lingling, who was about to run wild, suddenly remembered something and reached out and groped for something in her arms. 532 Chapter 533 Kaido's Life Card. More. The next moment, a relatively inconspicuous piece of white paper appeared on the tips of her fingers compared to Charlotte Lingling's huge palm. Charlotte Lingling bent down slightly, her big copper bell-like eyes staring at the white piece of paper in front of her, but her mouth turned and slowly opened, revealing a chilling heart smile. "What, Kaido, aren't you still dead? But why does the life card look so strange?" Charlotte Lingling muttered, and then she handed the life card in her hand to Pero beside her and asked, Pero, look what happened to Kaido's life card." Hearing this sentence, the members of the Big Mom Pirates present were stunned for a moment, but they did not expect that Charlotte Lingling actually had the life card of 100 Beasts Kaido in her hand. "You must know that the life card is a special paper made of nails which can reflect reflect the owner's vitality to judge the owner's condition, and it can also indicate the owner's direction all the time. Generally speaking, this kind of extremely important things will only be given to the closest and trusted people around you. Otherwise, once betrayed with the existence of a life card, even if the owner of the life card runs to the ends of the earth, the owner of the life card will still be held by the life card. Someone found, and Pero was shocked by the relationship between Beast Kaido and Charlotte Lingling. In addition to trusting more than he imagined, he quickly turned his attention to the life that Charlotte Lingling handed over on the card. Generally speaking, if the vitality of the owner of the life card declines, the surrounding of the life card will gradually turn into ashes. Once the owner of the life card completely dies, the life card will also disappear at the same time. However, the life card handed over by Charlotte Lingling showed no signs of being damaged or turned into ashes, except that there were a lot of dense creases on it. Pero thought for a moment and replied, "Mom, maybe it's because Kaido's vitality is being suppressed by something controlled, so this situation caused the life card to appear." Charlotte Lingling was puzzled at first, then turned to ask directly, "Simply put, Kaido is still alive, right?" Pero replied cautiously, "If the owner of this life card is Kaido, then Kaido should still be alive." After a pause, Pero opened his palm, allowing the life card to move freely in a certain direction on his palm. "Mom, the direction indicated by the life card doesn't seem to be Wano country. Looks like Kaido is probably caught again, right?" Charlotte Lingling said disapprovingly, then picked up the life card in Pero's hand and tore off a small piece, turned her eyes, and then threw the small piece of life card to the desert 4 stars. In front of Nag and Cracker, he ordered, "Go find out where that idiot Kaido is, and find a way to rescue that guy." "Yes, Mom." Snag took the initiative to pick up the life card and responded in unison with the Cracker. "Oh ho ho ho, in this case, that idiot Kaido owes me 2 big favors, right?" Charlotte Lingling couldn't help laughing strangely, and her mood seemed to be more and more happy. The bad mood that had been prevented from sailing by Kuzan was also gone, and she gave an order, "Turn around and return to the Sea of 10,000 Nations. You don't have to entangle with that kid Kuzan." "Yes, Mom." Hearing this, Pero couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, on the home court of the sea, it is quite difficult to find a way to expel or kill Kuzan. Now that Charlotte Lingling is willing to return to Wanguo, it is naturally the best. Immediately, under the command of Pero, Charlotte Owen, who was the hot heat fruit ability, used his ability again to thaw the ice on the sea surface. It's just different from Charlotte Owen, who thawed the ice in front of him and let the fleet of Big Mom pirates slowly move in the direction of Wano country, but this time Charlotte Owen thawed the ice. The Big Mom pirates fleet turned around and returned to the original path. At the same time, on an ice surface 10 miles away from the Big Mom pirates fleet, Kuzan put down the T-scope in his hand, rubbed his chin and muttered, "Could it be that with the death of Beast Kaido and the end of the war between the Navy and the Red Hair Pirates and the 100 Beasts Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates gave up completely? Are you planning to? It's not ruled out that it's a conspiracy. If you plan to go in another direction or something, let's keep an eye on it," Kuzan murmured, and immediately got on the bicycle that was set aside and slung leisurely far behind the Big Mom Pirates fleet. Above the clouds in a certain sea area, a giant steel wrapped in a bear's paw-like air bubble quickly swept in a certain direction. On that steel, Kaido's exposed eye suddenly opened, and it was filled with anger that wanted to destroy everything. "Lingling, hurry up and release Laozi, Tefamer Yan, Draco, Khorasan, Hancock. I'm going to shred those bastards one by one." However, no matter how angry and unwilling Kaido is at the moment, he is in the island of Oni and is training his heart. No, Ion, who has raised his daughter Yamato, can't hear it. At this moment, under Ion's distant gaze, Yamato, who was carefully running in the dilapidated Oni island, came to a certain place and stopped there. It is the location of the room where Beast Kaido has become a ruin. Immediately, Yamato looked around, briefly compared the positions, and then started digging the ruins below with his bare hands. If 100 Beasts Kaido has hidden any keys, according to Yamato's knowledge of Kaido, it is likely to be left in the room, or just thrown away. With Yamato's astonishing physique, he soon dug a hole in the ruins. Found it. Yamato's eyes lit up, looking at the small box in front of him that was still intact as a whole. His tone couldn't help but get excited. Immediately, Yamato couldn't wait to open the small box in front of him, and he was greeted with several brochures and some messy items, among which there was a key. However, Yamato, who was quite curious, did not rush to get the key to release the handcuffs, but instead became interested in the pamphlets. After all, Kaido 100 Beasts has never liked to read books, and the booklets that he can keep in the treasure chest in his room are enough to show their value. However, just as Yamato had just opened one of the booklets, 2 shadows shrouded Yamato from behind. 533 Chapter 534 Thunder thunder. Gossip boom. With a burst of noise, Yamato was blasted out of the pothole. The whole person rolled on the ground several times before stopping, and then looked at the two men in white suits and masks in front of him with bad eyes. At this time, the box that was just found by Yamato has already fallen into those two hands of man in white suit mask. One of the relatively tall and thin men in a white suit and mask shook his trouser legs, looked at Yamato's intact appearance, and said with a bit of surprise in his tone, "Huh? You'll be fine after receiving a slap from me." This person, the woman in the white suit and mask holding the box in her hand, looked at Yamato and said, "This person seems to be Kaido's daughter." "Is that so?" "Kaido's daughter? It's not surprising that he has such strength." The man in the white suit nodded clearly. Immediately, there was a slight licking of lips under the mask of the man in the white suit, and said, "I wonder if this woman's body is just as good compared to Kaido." "Don't be too busy. The island of ghosts has fallen into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. We can't stay for long." The woman in the white suit said a word and then put her eyes on the box in her hand. After picking up the booklets, she threw the box directly on the ground. The purpose is self-evident. Immediately, the woman in the white suit flipped through the booklet in her hand and said, "Sure enough, that guy Kaido keeps a lot of records of transactions with us. He's really a cunning guy. Fortunately, we got it first, otherwise it would be troublesome if it fell into the hands of the Revolutionary Army. I'm afraid it will spread these things loudly, right?" Wait. Suddenly, the voice of the woman in the white suit paused and said solemnly, "The date doesn't match. There should be one less." Immediately, both the man in the white suit and the man in the white suit turned their eyes and looked in the direction of Yamato. More precisely, they looked at Yamato's arm shrunk behind them. Seeing this, the man in the white suit took 2 steps in Yamato's direction and shouted in a bad manner, "Woman, hand over that thing." Yamato's eyes, hidden behind the ghost mask, swept across the box that the woman in the white suit had left at her feet, then slowly stood up from the ground, lighting up the booklet in her hand, but shoved it directly into in his arms. He said, "Although I don't know who you guys are, but these things can be regarded as Kaido's relics. No matter how you look at it, you should return it to me, right?" However, as soon as Yamato's voice fell, the man in the white suit instantly appeared by Yamato's side, and a violent whiplash was suddenly drawn towards Yamato's head. Boom! As Yamato raised his hand and collided with his whip leg, a dull sound of flesh colliding followed. Navy Type 6 shower finger gun. In the next instant, the man in the white suit's domineering fingers covered with armed colors turned into countless after images poking at the key points of Yamato's body. When Yamato saw this, he subconsciously covered his body with a domineering arrogance, and he blocked it with one hand in front of him. However, under the cover of Yamato's powerful physique and armed domineering, in front of the pointing gun of the man in the white suit, he was as fragile as tofu. When Yamato realized that something was wrong, his body was directly poked out by the man in the white suit, several blood holes. Suddenly, Yamato's figure retreated sharply, and he quickly distanced himself from the man in the white suit in front of him. The man in the white suit was not in a hurry to kill Yamato. Instead, he stretched his blood-stained fingers to the position of his mouth behind the mask, as if licking it. "The taste is quite good, and the taste after breaking down is also good." "What a disgusting bastard." Yamato said a word and turned his eyes to swept over the wound on his body, and suddenly noticed that the muscles at the location of his wound seemed to show signs of dissolution. "Have you noticed? I am an enzyme fruit-capable person. I can manipulate various enzymes in my body, and I can also manipulate human enzymes that I touch. The moment I came into contact with you, I released a lot of enzymes that can dissolve your muscles to dissolve your muscles, so no matter how strong your physique is or how strong your armament is, it doesn't make sense to me." After a pause, the man in the white suit said expectantly, "I hope you can resist a little more and don't hand over that thing. In this case, I can taste more of your flesh. After all, the number of female powerhouses in the sea is relatively too large. Rare." However, as a samurai since childhood, in addition to fighting and challenging Kaido in childhood, he was a person who was imprisoned in a cell. Yamato could not understand what the so-called human enzymes meant, but Yamato waved his mace, which contrasted sharply with his slender waist, and said, "In short, as long as you know that you are not directly touched by this guy, it is enough." The woman in the white suit who was watching the battle at the back couldn't help but urge, "Don't waste time, get the things back quickly. We have to leave the island of ghosts quickly." "Tisk, what a woman who doesn't understand the taste of the world," the man in the white suit said dissatisfiedly, but his figure disappeared in an instant. Navy Type 6 quick pick. Almost in an instant, the man in the white suit approached Yamato's side. This time, the man in the white suit cut off his palm directly towards Yamato's neck. However, Yamato seemed to have seen through the movement of the man in the white suit. He took a step back between the lightning and flint, and the mace on his shoulder suddenly waved towards the man in the white suit. Dark red lightning coiled up, thundering gossip boom. With this stick, the terrifying power was tilted on the head of the man in the white suit, and the mask on his face was instantly blasted, and the whole head seemed to be twisted and was shot heavily by thundering gossip on the ground. Crack. 269. A series of sounds of bone cracks sounded, and even the ground cracked. Tisk. Yamato looked at the wretched man in a white suit with white eyes who fell to the ground in front of him, and his tone was full of disdain and domineering. What kind of enzyme is not enzyme? Is it harder than my mace? Immediately, Yamato stepped heavily on the man in the white suit, and then turned his attention to the woman in the white suit who seemed to be stunned, and shouted, "Hey, what are these pamphlets? Why do you want to get these pamphlets? Answer me, otherwise." Yamato said in a very rough tone, "Just let you bastard get a taste of the mace." 534 Chapter 535 CP0 Trap. Hearing Yamato's threat, she had a slender figure, and even though she was wearing a white suit, the woman in the white suit who showed her curves subconsciously took a step back. Her eyes seemed to show fear for Yamato. "You don't come here. Is this so scary?" At this moment, Yamato couldn't help being taken aback by the reaction of the woman in the white suit. Originally, Yamato was just casually drinking this sentence to gain some momentum first, but unexpectedly, it seemed that this woman in a white suit looked extremely frightened. Could it be that this woman is not the type that is good at fighting, similar to Ion? While Yamato thought to himself, he raised the mace in his hand again and shouted with great momentum, "Since you don't want to take my mace, then answer my question." "Yes, yes, yes." The woman in the white suit responded again, and then said, "These are the sea rock and weapon trading disciplines carried out by the world government and the beast pirates for more than 10 years. In order to prevent these transaction records from falling into the hands of the Revolutionary Army, we, as CP0 members, received an emergency order. Came here. Transaction record. CP0. Yamato murmured something, then took the booklet out of his arms and flipped through it briefly. "It seems it's really all transaction records. Why are you worried that these transaction records fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army?" Yamato asked. The woman in the white suit replied nervously, "This is because the Revolutionary Army established by Darag seems to have some dangerous ideas against the world government. If these transaction records are obtained by the world government, it is likely to be used by the Revolutionary Army to discredit the world government." However, after hearing the words of the woman in the white suit, Yamato became a little confused and asked back, "But aren't these the facts? Why is it smearing?" This time, the woman in the white suit was stunned and said vaguely, "Because it's a fact, it can't be exposed." "What?" Yamato, who was unaware of the situation outside the Wano country, was confused and lost in thought, but did not notice the ferocious light that flashed in the eyes of the woman in the white suit. At this moment, Yamato suddenly felt that something was grabbing his ankle, and when he turned his head to look, he found that the man in the white suit who had been hit by the thundering gossip and fell into a state of near-death shock was reaching out and grabbing it. Yamato's ankle showed a proud expression on his face. The next moment, Yamato suddenly felt that the muscles and tendons from his ankles were rapidly dissolving. "Asshole, let me go!" Yamato shouted angrily and slapped the mace in his hand towards the man in the white suit. However, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Yamato. The woman in the white suit, who seemed weak and fearful before, showed a speed that far surpassed that of the man in the white suit, and there was an extra knife in her hand that flashed coldly. For a time, Yamato suddenly realized that it was a trap. Just now, the woman in the white suit deliberately revealed information to delay time, so as to fight for the time for the man in the white suit to recover, forming this kind of attack situation that can be called deadly. It's just that Yamato didn't even have a chance to dodge when his ankles were constantly dissolving his muscles and hamstrings by the man in the white suit. Boom! A violent collision sounded. A large amount of smoke and dust rose up, and Yamato's figure rolled out of it. At this moment, Yamato's appearance was quite embarrassed. The ghost mask on his face was cut off. A deep hole appeared on Yamato's face and blood was constantly overflowing. The sole of his left foot could not be lifted at all, as if it was broken from the bare foot-like. But before Yamato could take a few breaths, the man in the white suit and the woman in the white suit came out side by side from the smoke. The man in the white suit, who was seriously injured before, seemed to be unscathed except for his clothes at this time, and the woman in the white suit even showed a sharp aura belonging to a swordsman. As expected of Kaido's daughter, that thundering gossip almost broke my consciousness. The man in the white suit twisted his neck, made a series of crackling noises, and then looked at Yamato, showing a look on his face. The cut white and tender skin seemed to be somewhat surprised. "Huh? I thought this guy was as ugly as Kaido, but I didn't expect the skin to be quite good. It's a pity it's over. In the case of abolishing one of your feet, the result is completely doomed. Take the initiative to hand over that thing, and I can solve it for you happily." Yamato heard the words, while the 5 fingers holding the mace tightened, but there was no panic in his heart, as Yamato, who worships Moonlight Odin, who laughs in the face of death, and Yamato does not know how many times he has challenged Kaido, although the final result of each time is a fiasco compared to the countless times in the past when he was on the verge of death. This kind of the degree doesn't matter at all. Immediately, Yamato's eyes turned obscurely, and he looked at the box that was not far from him, and a key was lying quietly on the ground. If only this key was really the key to the handcuffs. Just when Yamato had this idea, the man in the white suit and the woman in the white suit attacked Yamato from the left and the right at the same time. Boom boom boom. For a while, Yamato, who had no way to exert force on the left foot, could only block the attack of the man in the white suit as much as possible, and kept dodging the blade in the woman's hand, as if he might die at any time under the attack of the two CP0 members. Below, the situation appears to be extremely dangerous. Are you going to take action, Ian? Yamato looks like he can't hold it anymore. Kora-san, who was watching the battle with Ian from a distance, asked. No, it's not the time yet. If Yamato's strength is only at this level, then making her a pawn to balance the situation of Wano country is not qualified. Compared to Kora-san's hidden gentleness, Ion, who usually looks gentle, is unusually cold. We are not Yamato's nanny, Kora-san. The strength of these two CP0s is only the level of a general admiral of the Navy headquarters. It is just for Yamato to keep in mind what kind of bad situation will be caused by not paying attention to intelligence. You guy, don't you hate Yamato's refutation of the intelligence thing? Kora-san asked speculatively. It's ridiculous. How could I be such a superficial man? Ion refuted Kora-san calmly, but the soul-chopping blade in his hand was quietly transformed into a soul-chopping blade sharp gun, and maintained the state of liberation. Soul-chopping knife sword. This is one of the two soul-chopping knives that Ion awakened and left to use in the past 6 years. It can freely change the length of expansion and contraction. One of the most terrifying features is that it cannot even be seen with the naked eye. Expansion speed 535. Chapter 536. Dog fruit. Illusory beast species. Oka true god form 3rd. And the soul-chopping knife divine spear cooperates with Yan's terrifying arrogance and domineering, and anyone locked by arrogance will be penetrated almost instantly. When Yang was forced into a desperate situation by Vabel, Yan was in the sky 20 miles away from Vabel. With the power of the soul-chopping sword divine spear and the power of the solution instantly abolished Vabel's arm. So, Yamato, let me see what level of combat power you possess. Ion stared at the direction of the battle and thought to himself, do you have the stage to board the sea and become one of the centers of the whirlpool? Otherwise death is only a matter of time. At this moment, Yamato's situation is getting more and more dangerous, and there are many more wounds on his body. But even though his left ankle was abolished and his hands were bound by Halashi handcuffs, Yamato was still very resilient and had no intention of giving up, and even his eyes were still extremely bright and confident. In contrast, as the battle continued to drag on, the two CP0 members became more and more anxious. Maybe the outside world doesn't know how terrifying Drago is, but as a CP0 member who is constantly chasing Drago, they are quite aware of how monster Drago is. It can easily set off a storm that destroys the island, and has a top-notch physique and domineering with almost no flaws. As early as more than 10 years ago, there had been 3 CP0 teams. A total of 12 CP0 members laid traps to besiege Darag, but they were almost slaughtered by Darag alone. So although they have confirmed that Drago is now in the flower city of Wanakuni, but once Drago rushes back to the island of ghosts, the 2 CP0 members know very well that they may even escape. No chance. Hurry up and die for Laozi, bastard woman. As the man in the white suit became more and more irritable, he gave up the original melee combat and directly drowned Yamato, who was inconvenient with a wide range of foot attacks. When the woman in the white suit saw this, she followed up with the flying slashes, planning to tear Yamato and the booklet into pieces. Boom boom boom. For a time, a series of storm-like slashes and flying slashes completely drowned Yamato, and it even lasted for more than 10 breaths before it stopped. Is it done? The man in the white suit looked at the thick smoke rising in front of him, and when he frowned and said, a crisp sound of chains falling to the ground suddenly came from it. Bang bang bang. Immediately, along with a series of footsteps, a wolf-like shadow gradually became clear in the smoke and dust. Boom. The next moment, a white claw similar to a wolf claw stepped out of the smoke, and the cyan flame was like a entanglement. This is. The 2 CP0 members narrowed their eyes slightly and suddenly realized that something was wrong. However, before the 2 CP0 members could react, the smoke and dust were suddenly dispersed by something, and a wolf covered in cyan flames appeared in front of them. Dog fruit, you demons. Ogakai true god form. The pupils of the girl in the white suit shrank slightly, and she immediately recalled the relevant information from Yamato's gesture at the moment. Withdraw. Without any hesitation, the woman in the white suit quickly moved away in the opposite direction to the man man in the white suit, while the man in the white suit, who was a bit slower, also fled in the other direction. However, the woman in the white suit soon heard the sound of broken bones coming from behind her. She turned her head and saw that the man in the white suit had been torn apart by Yamato in the form of a big-mouthed true god, and Yamato was still there. He quickly chased after him. Although Yamato is in the dog fruit phantom species and Ogakai true god form, but he has not developed the phantom devil fruit to the awakening stage like 100 Beasts Kaido, and there is still no way to instantly recover the injury of his left foot. But at this time, Yamato has the ability to fly with the help of Kinjian wrapped around his body, and his speed is so fast that he is still above the woman in white suit, who is good at sword speed. Damn! When the woman in the white suit saw this, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead almost instantly. Life is back. Navy 6 Profound Truth. Shave flash. Suddenly, the woman in the white suit was maintaining the state of returning life, frantically mobilizing her body cells, and her speed suddenly skyrocketed. It's just that the speed of the two sides is still getting closer. However, the woman in the white suit could vaguely hear the sound of the waves hitting the shore. Hope of escape. The figure of the woman in the white suit swept across the ground and headed straight for the sea without hesitation. Seeing that the woman in the white suit was about to approach the sea, Yamato's mouth was chasing after him, and the white cold air frantically gathered in Yamato's open mouth. No waiter Binja. In the next moment, a white cold wave suddenly appeared, and all the land along the way turned into frozen soil and went straight to the woman in the white suit. Boom! As the aftermath of No Servant Binja gradually dissipated at the end of the sea in front of Yamato, there was already a vast expanse of white sea that spread to the end of the line of sight. However, the woman in the white suit was not completely frozen before entering the sea as Yamato had expected. Did you escape? Yamato muttered. His eyes swept around, but instead he noticed that there seemed to be a riot in the large pit dug by a large number of 100 beast pirates in the center of Demon Island. Immediately, Yamato no longer cared about chasing and killing the woman in white suit who dared to provoke him, and instead went straight to the direction of the big pit. Just after Yamato left, a series of dull sounds of bang bang came from an extremely hard ice surface. Finally, crack! The ice surface was shattered from below, and a woman in a white suit with one arm frozen into solid ice crawled out of it in embarrassment. 270. Almost died. The woman in the white suit with half of her body exposed on the ice cave breathed again and again, her tone full of happiness for the rest of her life. However, a shadow suddenly enveloped the woman in the white suit, and a voice entered the ears of the woman in the white suit. It's not that much. The next moment, the woman in the white suit with her pupils shrunk suddenly raised her head, but what she saw was Corazon's face with clown makeup done quick so. However, before the woman in the white suit could finish speaking, a giant sickle slid across the ice, and a bloodline appeared on the neck of the woman in the white suit. The woman in the white suit, whose eyes gradually lost color, slipped weakly from the ice cave into the sea again. As for the booklet that was placed in the arms of the woman in the white suit, Corazon had no intention of bending over to retrieve it. Just bait. In fact, Kaido 100 Beasts did not record transactions with the world government in the form of a booklet at all. 536 537th chapter. A smile. Yamato, who untied the Halashi handcuffs and recovered his freedom, turned into Oka true god form, quickly streaked across the sky under the entanglement of blue flames, and went straight to the central area of the chaotic ghost island. At the moment before Yamato arrived, she saw Aion being chased and cut by hundreds of people from a distance. However, what Yamato appreciates is that, facing the pursuit of hundreds of people, Ian didn't even say a word but just flickered and shuttled through it erratically. There is no doubt that this is quite the performance of the samurai, facing the crisis of life and death without losing his composure. Don't hurt my little brother. Immediately, Yamato roared, and his body landed beside Aion with a bang, and all the revolutionary troops around Aion were blown away. Wolf, white wolf. For Yamato's appearance, Yan's face showed considerable shock, as if seeing something incredible. Yamato, is this your fruit ability? That's right. Yamato's wolf mouth, who turned into a big mouth true god form, said with some pride, I'm a dog fruit, a phantom beast, and a person with the ability of the true god of Ogakai. Isn't it amazing? But before Yamato could finish speaking, Aion's palm inadvertently appeared on Yamato's back, stroking along the white fluffy hair. Hey, this feels better than a big cat. At this moment, Aion almost unconsciously revealed his truest voice. For Yen's disrespectful behavior towards the big brother, Yamato was stunned for a moment when he was about to show a bit of anger, and then he noticed some key words and asked, big cat? What big cat? No, nothing. Ian waved his hands again and denied it. You heard it wrong. I didn't say anything about the big cat. Yamato looked at Aion suspiciously, always feeling that this guy seemed to be thinking of something very rude just now, and compared her in some strange place. Immediately, Yamato, who had a somewhat careless personality, did not pursue any further investigations but swept his gaze towards the surrounding revolutionary army and asked, "Speaking of which, didn't I tell you to call for help if you have anything? It seemed that there was a commotion on your side just now. These revolutionary troops want to lean towards you, so I deliberately appeared to contain them." Ian replied with an explanation. Yamato's eyes moved slightly, but his tone was quite disdainful. "Tisk, it's a lot of things. You don't even have the strength to protect yourself. You still want to contain the enemy." "No, I just want to contain them, and I don't really want to take action otherwise." Having said this, Ian's tone paused, and he looked in a certain direction among the revolutionary army and said, "That monster may be about to attack. If the two of us fight, the entire island of ghosts may collapse completely. Are you dying to save face again?" "Ion." Yamato answered in disbelief at first and looked in the direction of Ion, but his expression immediately became solemn. Da-da-da. A series of rhythmic wooden shoes stomped on the ground and the sound of wooden sticks knocking sounded. A tall blind man walking in a purple bathrobe and a purple cloak with an X-shaped scar on his forehead that spread to his eyes. When he came out, the members of the revolutionary army on both sides gave way and showed respect, as if this man had an unusual position in the revolutionary army. This man, Yamato narrowed his eyes slightly and his paws on the ground tightened slightly. It seemed that he was just a harmless blind man, but Yamato's keen fighting instinct could not feel the slightest flaw from this guy, and the sense of oppression that this guy showed invisibly was terrifying. "My lord," with a smile, "for the time being, I will be the head of the revolutionary army's war department." Standing in front of Ion and Yamato with a smile, he introduced himself in a gentle tone. "The two of you broke into the island of ghosts and don't know what's the matter. Joke." Yamato took a step forward and spoke in a bad tone. "As the sight of the 100 Beasts pirates, when will it be the revolutionary army's turn to question this question?" He replied calmly with a smile. "This is a meaningless question. The 100 Beast pirates occupied the island of ghosts and plotted to occupy the Wano country is only a matter of recent decades. Has always been part of Wano country." If Kaido 100 Beasts heard this, he would have already swung a big stick towards a smile, but Yamato, as a person who unconsciously stood in the Wando position, was quite recognized, nodded and said, "That's right, this is the land of Wano country, so your revolutionary army should withdraw from Wano country as soon as possible. Once the revolutionary army withdraws from the Wano country, the outcome of the Wano country will only be more tragic." Yi smiled with the blind cane in his hand and said solemnly, "With the beasts Kaido forcibly breaking the gate of the Wano country by force, the harsh climate in the outer waters that originally protected the Wano country is no longer enough to shelter the Wano country. The weakness of the Wano country has been exposed to the world. If the revolutionary army leaves the Wano country, it will not usher in peace. Instead, it will be coveted by the rest of the forces, or it will become a sea tower and stone of the world government weapons factories, or be plundered by other pirates." Hearing these words, Yamato's expression was slightly taken aback, and Ian smiled unexpectedly for such a direct-to-the-essence remark. Although Uxiao was the top-level combat force that Ion instructed the revolutionary army to deliberately search for in the past 6 years, and then let Drago personally invite and recruit, but Uxiao is a man who already has a perfect and unique concept. Perhaps he already has a deep understanding of the sea's grief and dirty smile, but it is different from the bear, who is also a top-level combat force and used to be the king of the world government member states. Due to his position and perspective, Uxiao did not fully recognize the ideas and thoughts of the revolutionary army, but joined the revolutionary army with the idea of identification and practice. Therefore, a smile may know that there is a position in the revolutionary army that is almost the chief of staff, who is the equivalent of the leader, is not aware of Ion's existence, nor is he aware of the true plans of the revolutionary army. In this case, Yi Xiao can clearly perceive this based on his own experience, and I have to say that his eyesight is indeed quite formidable. Moreover, what Ion originally planned to find an opportunity to explain to Yamato, it seemed more natural to say it in his mouth with a smile. 537 Chapter 538 Acts of Kindness. If it was before the two CP0s were met, then Yamato's remarks about a smile would only be used as an excuse for the revolutionary army to occupy the Wando country. But even the brochures that the world government wants to destroy are still in Yamato's hands, and the performance of CP0 makes Yi Xiao's remarks more credible. The world government has a strong demand for the sea towers and weapons of the Wano kingdom. The transaction between the two parties may have lasted for many years. Under the circumstance that the 100 Beast pirates has become a thing of the past, the world government is indeed very likely it will directly occupy the country of Wano, or support other forces to control the country of Wano. As for whether the rest of the pirates will plunder the Wano kingdom, there is no doubt about it. Even after the 100 hybrid beast pirates captured the Wano Kingdom. They do not know how many attempts to meddle in the Wano Kingdom were eliminated. The current Wano country lacks the ability to protect itself, and there is no way to stand alone in the sea. This concept was invisibly planted in Yamato's thinking. After Yen noticed the change in Yamato's eyes, he stepped forward, pushed his glasses, maintained his position loudly, and shouted, "Smile, don't try to discuss your so-called fallacies here. The fact that the Revolutionary Army wickedly seized the Wando is indisputable. As for the world government, it is even more impossible to plot the land of the Wano country, and the peace of the Wano country cannot be maintained by an organization with a dangerous idea of subverting the world." Following Ion's opening, Yi Xiao's expression gradually became solemn, and he said, "If I'm not mistaken, Your Excellency should be Lieutenant Admiral Ion of the Navy." "Right, that's right," Ian said while acknowledging his identity. "Smile, why would a man like you join the Revolutionary Army? I don't remember that you were an evil person who was rewarded, and what you said just now was vaguely in line with the position of justice. If you are interested, I would like to recommend you to join the Navy so that you don't have to go further and further down the wrong path. As for the crime of joining the Revolutionary Army, you can forget about it. I can use the name of Tefamer Yan for this matter. Vouch for you." Hearing Yan's words, the smile on his face couldn't help but be slightly moved. "You must know that today's smile is only unknown to the sea, but the name of Tefamer Ion has already resounded in every corner of the sea, especially after Ion won the frontal battle with red-haired Shanks. It made him even more so. This man's name reaches the peak of the sea. The status and reputation of the two sides are very different. In this case, a man with this status is willing to vouch for his own name, and the sincerity in it has to produce a strong sense of honor to be valued, even if it is a smile, and even make a smile in the heart of a moment to join shaking of the Navy. In the past, Xiao Xiao never joined the Navy just because he was dissatisfied with the attitude of many navies, and it was even more difficult to identify with the world government. But now, after the first contact with the famous Lieutenant General Ion, he smiled and felt that the future of the Navy was promising. Judging with a smile, if there is no accident, the next admiral is likely to be between Lieutenant General Ion and General Sakaski. If Lieutenant General Ion leads the Navy in the future, it may not necessarily bring new changes to the sea. However, the shaking of a smile soon disappeared. At this time, quitting the Revolutionary Army and joining the Navy is no different from betrayal. Even if you intend to join the Navy in the future, you must first quit the Revolutionary Army in a suitable and reasonable way. Thinking of this, with a smile on his face, he bowed slightly towards Lieutenant General Yan and said, "Thank you, Lieutenant General Ian, for the invitation, but since the old man has joined the Revolutionary Army, it is impossible to change his position so easily." Ion, who watched every change in his micro-expression with a smile, seemed to shake his head regretfully and said, "Really? That's really a pity." Seeing this, Yamato said in surprise, "What, Ion, you had such a good time with this guy?" As for a smile, listening to what Yamato said to Ion, his expression was even more surprised, and he asked with a slight frown, "Your Excellency Yan, if the old man is not wrong, then this one should be Kaido's daughter who escaped from the leader of Drago." "Yamato, why did you with her?" Ian sighed and said, "I was shipwrecked. She saved my life, and although she is Kaido's daughter, she has not been rewarded and cannot be regarded as a pirate." He smiled and nodded and replied, "So that's the case. Is it an act of kindness?" The old man understands. After a pause, he put the cane across his chest with a smile, but it twitched slightly. "With a knife blade," he said with a serious expression. "Then what is the purpose of the two of you here? If it is to attack the Revolutionary Army, then even if the old man may be defeated, he can only follow his position and resist one or two." For a time, the atmosphere on the scene gradually became chilling, and the Revolutionary Army led by a smile was also ready to attack. Just as the atmosphere between the two sides became more and more tense, Ion asked in a low voice to Yamato, who was maintaining the Okatsu Shinshen form beside him, "Do you want to fight?" "Yamato, but based on my judgment on Yi Xiao's strength, if the fight really starts, maybe the remaining small half of the Island of Ghosts should be completely sunk." The meaning of what Ian said was nothing more than to guide Yamato to the idea of compromising, and let her understand the truth that in addition to simply fighting, there is also a way to negotiate, especially when Yu Xiao showed quite a bit of dread towards Yen, and had already revealed his bottom line. The rest of the situation could be considered for negotiation, and Yamato is just a bit outspoken, but it doesn't mean she doesn't think about weighing the gains and losses at all. Not to mention Yamato also knows that the left foot has not fully recovered, and it is too arrogant to fight an enemy of this level. More importantly, although Yu Xiao showed considerable respect for Ion, Yamato was completely unsure of Ion's combat power. In view of the fact that Ian was wolverinely hunted by hundreds of members of the Revolutionary Army just now, Yamato may not have enough energy to protect this younger brother when he is worried about the war. Thinking of this, Yamato's hand pointed towards the deep pit not far away and asked, "What are the pirates of your revolutionary army forcing the beast pirates to do?" 538 Chapter 539 Bound Yamato. Hearing this with a smile, he nodded slightly and said, "So that's the case. Did you come here on purpose to save the remnants of the 100 beast pirates?" This old man understands. Immediately, he smiled and pondered and said, "Since it is Lieutenant General Ion, it is not incomprehensible to retreat and the remnants will be returned to you." Immediately, Yi Xiao nodded slightly towards Yan, then turned around and walked towards the coast of Oi Island as if he believed in Yan's character very much and was not worried that he would attack. The rest of the revolutionary army watched Yan and Yamato vigilantly and retreated behind Yi Xiao. Soon, a large number of revolutionary troops disappeared in front of Ion and Yamato, and they gave up the Oni island and left by boat. Yamato saw this, and only then did the Oka true god form be released and he returned to his normal human form. He shook his hair that was gradually turning white and turned his head to Ion in surprise and asked, "Yan, are you really famous in the outer seas? That guy just gave you face so much that he even gave up the whole island of ghosts." So. 271 Ion replied casually, then looked at Yamato beside him. At this moment, after Yamato was released from the Okao true god form, the ghost mask originally worn on his face had disappeared, revealing a delicate face that was completely different from her bold and straightforward personality. The whiteness of the skin made Ion suddenly recalled the white fluffy texture of the hair under the true god form of Big Mouth just now. And Yamato's amber eyes are extraordinarily clear, without any extraneous impurities, as if she can directly detect what the blunt woman is thinking through her eyes. Immediately, Ion's eyes moved down along Yamato's smooth chin, and he suddenly found that Yamato's sleeveless kimono was a little loose and tattered at the moment. The point is that Yamato is in a vacuum state, and Ion is still standing on the side, which is almost unobstructed at a glance, and many more. Yan quickly turned his head to the other side. His expression became slightly unnatural, and he couldn't help but complain. This is how the sea came to test the old navy. Yamato noticed Ion's somewhat unnatural expression and asked unconsciously, "What, Ion?" Saying that, Yamato moved slightly closer to Ian, as if to observe whether Ian was injured somewhere. "Hey, Ian, if you feel any discomfort just say it, don't hold back." Yan's mouth twitched slightly and reminded, "No, clothing." Hearing Ion's words, Yamato's amber eyes blinked, and then he directly stretched out his hand and ripped at Ion's clothes, asking, "Come on, let me see what's hurt there." Ion, who was shocked by Yamato's reaction, was slightly stunned and suddenly felt that a corner of his clothes was ripped off. Immediately, Ion pushed back a few steps and waved his hand, but he was completely lost to this unconscious woman. Is this thing really unaware that he is a woman? Immediately, Ion pointed to Yamato's body and said bluntly, "It's your clothes." Yamato looked down at his clothes and tugged them casually, but he was extremely puzzled. "My clothes? No problem. No one taught you." Speaking of this, Ion's voice suddenly stopped and he felt as if he had said something superfluous. Yamato didn't hide his past from Ian, so after just half a day of contact, Ion almost got Yamato's past experience completely clear. As the daughter of Kaido, the governor of the 100 Beasts Pirates who advocates violence and war, Yamato's past life was almost all spent challenging Kaido and being imprisoned. As for education, warmth, and companionship, there is no such thing. The only books that accompany Yamato, only the Voyage Diary of Kojiki Oden, which is carefully treasured by Yamato, is the small and only window through which Yamato can observe the outside world. It is precisely because of this that Yamato worships samurai incomparably, and for a considerable lack of common sense, even under the infection of the violent environment of the past, Yamato subconsciously ignores the difference between himself and men. Immediately, Ion tore off a long strip of cloth from the navy cloak on his body, threw it in Yamato's direction, and briefly explained and reminded that the awkward words in it almost made Yan feel like he was playing a hooligan. "What, such a small thing?" Yamato muttered in dissatisfaction, still feeling disapproval. However, at Ion's strong request, Yamato obediently wrapped the cloth strip Ion had thrown over like a bandage, with the sound of clothes rubbing. "All right," Yamato's voice sounded, and Ion turned back. However, as Ion saw Yamato's appearance at the moment, his eyes widened slightly. Under the wrapping of the cloth wrapped round and round, Yamato is obviously less exposed to the outside world, but it is inexplicably more astringent. In particular, Yamato's bold and straightforward expression formed an extremely sharp contrast and temptation with that proud figure. "What, are you still not satisfied?" But Yamato looked at Ion's expression and thought that Ian was not satisfied, so he frowned and said unhappily, "It's almost good. Don't be rude, Ian. Even if I wrap your chest around your chest now, I feel a little hard to breathe, and wrapping it a little more will definitely affect the fight. Having said that, Yamato stretched out his hand and wrapped a strip of cloth around his chest and tugged it casually, trying to loosen it up a little. Cough cough. Ian coughed twice, pushed his glasses subconsciously, then put his hand down unnaturally and replied, "So be it, tisk," Yamato said unhappily, then turned his left foot and strode toward the deep pit not far away. His demeanor can be described as heroic and unrestrained. Just as Ian stepped up to follow, Yamato continued to speak. "It's really annoying. It feels like the focus of the whole person has changed." Yan's mouth twitched slightly and replied, "Get used to it. Etiquette is also one of the compulsory courses for samurai." When Yamato heard the words, he had already lifted up and planned to untie the cloth and asked back, "You won't lie to me, will you?" "Only this point. I definitely didn't lie to you. Don't normal samurai usually care about clothes?" After a pause, Ion did not forget to add, "Wanjio ocean jumping is forced to hell. Don't learn that." 539 540th chapters of different levels on both sides. On the Revolutionary Army ship that was moving away from the island of ghosts, Yi smiled and dialed Durag's phone bug and reported. The leader, Kaido's daughter Yamato, and Vice Admiral Ion appeared in the Oni island. In order to preserve the living strength of the comrades, the old man chose to give up the remnants of the beast pirates who were about to be dealt with and evacuate. After saying these words, Yi Xiao was already mentally prepared to be reprimanded by Drago and even punished. After all, the task of Yu Xiao staying in the island of ghosts, in addition to dealing with the valuable items that may remain in the island of ghosts, is to temporarily take care of the remnants of the 100 beasts pirates who have not had time to transport them away. Avoid those 100 beasts pirates remnants from causing damage to the security of Wano country. However, what surprised a smile was that Drago's reaction was unusually calm. "I see." With a smile, "You are now leading the rest of the comrades back to the capital of flowers. The conflict between us and the Navy and Kaiwohe will soon break out. This side needs your combat support." "Yes." He smiled and nodded in response, but turned to ask, "It really doesn't matter that Lieutenant General Ion leaves it alone? If you, Chief, come and join me now, it might be a good opportunity to deal with Lieutenant General Ion." As the suggestion of a smile sounded, Drago was silent for a few breaths before continuing, "Don't underestimate that man. Smile. Even if you join forces with me, you may not be his opponent. If you want to contain his combat power, the best way is to set the battlefield in the Wano country. He is a righteous and a peace-loving man. In order to avoid affecting the innocent, he will not go all out." "Is that so?" "That Lieutenant General Ion is also a person with benevolence and righteousness." He smiled and nodded, then hung up the phone bug in his hand, seeing the domineering feeling that the island of ghosts was getting farther and farther away from him. The farther away, the tightly closed eyes revealed a few traces of cloudy whites, and he sighed helplessly. "It's really a pity in my life that I need to fight against this kind of man because of my position." At this time, Yon, who was feared by the smile, spent a lot of energy, and this completely dispelled Yamato's idea of unshackled. "However, it's nice to be young." Ion stared at Yamato's back, who was clearly limping but still jumping fast, and couldn't help sighing. This kind of incomparable energy, Ian, who is gradually entering middle age, is really envious. However, Ian is not anxious at all. Quan should take a leisurely vacation while cultivating Yamato, and follow Yamato in a leisurely way, giving Yamato enough to go with the Sea of Beasts. It's time for the remnants of the thieves to meet again. These remnants of the 100 Beasts pirates are all subordinates that Ian carefully selected for Yamato, and they are basically not very smart, relatively honest and loyal pirates. With Yamato being Kaido's daughter and saving their lives, it probably won't be difficult to conquer these pirates, right? Ian thought to himself, "Really, it's really hard to find good people like me. I try my best to cultivate cough. Let's not talk about cultivating Yamato, and even prepare the team funds, and so on. Even raising a daughter is nothing more than that, right? Speaking of which, I wonder if Yamato knows the truth in the future. Will he gratefully recognize me as his godfather?" Just as Ian rubbed his chin and guessed how likely he would recognize him as a loving father in the future given Yamato's incomparable lack of fatherly love, a series of battle roars came from the big pit not far away. "Voice, huh? Fight." His thoughts were interrupted by this unexpected movement, and Ion couldn't help speeding up a bit to rush past. In the big pit at this time, many members of the beast pirates who have just untied the Halashi handcuffs are in the Drought Jack and the senior Cotter's animal, dragon, and dragon fruit, ancient species, Triceratops form. Under the leadership of Wood, he showed obvious hostility towards Yamato. "Yamato, get out of the way!" Jimu shouted. Jack, whose ivory on one side of his head had collapsed in half, said even more firmly, "The boss must be imprisoned in the Wano country. Even if there is a big disturbance, I must rescue the boss." Yamato, who stood in front of these 100 Beasts Pirates members, had no intention of backing backing down and shouted, "That bastard Kaido is dead." Immediately, Yamato's eyes turned and the momentum was getting heavier and heavier. "If you have the idea of going to the Wano country to destroy and force the revolutionary army to hand over Kaido, then I can only knock you down completely here," Jack said disdainfully. "Just you." Not even Jack, even the rest of the 100 Beasts Pirates members showed any awe towards Yamato. It may be said that among the members of the 100 Beasts Pirates whose overall thinking is full of violence and war, they have always disliked Yamato's kind of samurai thinking. Especially in the past, Yamato challenged Kaido madly but was defeated by Kaido countless times, which made them subconsciously think that Yamato was a weakling. "Yamato, for the sake of you saving me and Kaido boss, I don't want to shoot at you now. Get out of the way. Don't get in the way." G-Wood opened his mouth to warn, but his palm was clenching the handle of a knife ready to shoot. As for Jack Drought, he still showed a fierce aura when he was in a state of embarrassment, as if he might crush Yamato, who was less than half his size, in front of him at any time. The surrounding members of the 100 Beast Pirates also gradually became fiercer. After being briefly held captive by the revolutionary army for a few days, the anger they continue to accumulate can be said to erupt at any time. With Yamato's insignificant prestige in the 100 Beast Pirates in the past, it is impossible to suppress it with favor alone. Live with them. Just as the battle between the two sides was about to break out, Ian's walking figure appeared not far behind Yamato, staring at the extremely fierce Beast Pirates remnant in front of him with a playful gaze. In an instant, Jack Drought and Muchi took a step back as if they had seen something extremely frightening. Navy hero Tefamer Yan. This man, why is he here? As the Cotters who participated in the war launched by the Navy against the Beast Pirates and the red-haired pirates, what was sprouting in the hearts of Jack Drought and G-Wood at the moment was panic. If it was in the past, Jack Drought would never have looked at the so-called Navy, but after witnessing the battle between Ion and Redhead Shanks, Jack Drought has completely. It is clear that the level of the man in front of him is different from his own. 540 Chapter 541 Acknowledge the relationship between us. Yamato didn't notice the expressions of Jack and Gigi, but raised his mace, put on a heroic gesture, and said imposingly, "Come on, Jack, I've been wanting to teach you two bastards a long time ago." But unlike Yamato's imagination, Jack and Gigi will shoot without hesitation. Jack. Hengmyo took another step back. Yamato frowned slightly and shouted, "What do you two bastards want to do? Fight and don't fight, retreat and don't retreat." But unlike Jack and Gimki, the rest of the 100 Beasts Pirates remnants can't recognize Yen's appearance in an instant, let alone deeply understand that Yen is enough to match the Beast Kaido's terrifying power rivals that of Redhead Shanks. In the eyes of the rest of the Beast Pirates remnants, Ion is like an ordinary little navy who didn't know where it came from, and he did not associate the difference between Jack and Jim with Ion at all. Immediately, the rest of the 100 Beasts Pirates remnants subconsciously shouted under Yamato's provocation, "Hey, Yamato, don't be too arrogant." Boss Jack and Boss Gmyu didn't make a move. They were just looking at Boss Kaido's face. "That's right, don't let it go within 3 times, it will kill you." "It's not just killing you, but what are you looking at the Navy over there? Don't get too close even if you're looking for information. Get out of here, believe it or not, even you." However, before the 100 Beasts Pirates remnant could finish speaking, a huge elbow slammed into his face, swallowing all the rest of his words, and the whole person even flew upside down dozens of meters away. "Shut up, you bastards." Jack's expression was especially terrifying as he glanced at the remnants of the 100 Beasts Pirates beside him, warning with an extremely ferocious aura. In an instant, the rest of the 100 Beasts Pirates remnants had no idea why Jack Drought was angry, but they were completely shocked by Jack. 272. However, the next moment, under the staring eyes of the rest of the 100 Beasts Pirates remnants, Jack Drought suddenly knelt down in Yamato's direction. "Yamato." In the eyes of Yamato and the rest of the 100 Beasts Pirates remnants, Jack said loudly, "Please take action to rescue Boss Kaido, Brother Yin, and Brother Quinn from the Revolutionary Army. As long as you are willing to take action, I will do whatever it takes." "What?" Yamato looked at Jack, whose attitude had turned 180 degrees in front of him. His expression was wonderful, and he replied in a daze, "Jack, even if you say so, I..." Before Yamato could finish speaking, Jack interrupted Yamato. "Yawa, don't interrupt." However, before Jack could finish speaking, Jack noticed Ion, who was holding his arms around his chest like a bystander not far away. At this moment, his face seemed to sink slightly. The warning was self-evident, blocked the rest of Jack's words, and aware of Jack's incomparably obvious change in expression at this time, Yamato turned around abruptly, noticing Ion, who didn't know when he was standing not far behind. Immediately, Yamato realized something, pointed his finger at Ian, then pointed at Jack, and asked leniently, "Gee, Jack, was I just begging you?" "Beg?" "Probably." Ion shrugged and said disapprovingly, disapprovingly. Jack, as a pirate like a scum of the sea, is worthy of praise for his loyalty. However, his head is not very flexible. As he spoke, Ian stepped closer to Yamato and said, Jack, did you make a mistake? How could I, as a navy, deliberately rescue the pirates? I rescued those two guys and sent you both to the undersea prison for detention. As for Ion's answer, Yamato's expression twitched slightly. Yan, you're not talking big words again, are you? I said. How on earth do you believe that I am a little bit stronger than you think? Ion asked weakly. Yamato pouted and said disapprovingly, Tisk, do you really think I'm an idiot? Under normal circumstances, no matter how you think about it, you can't just pick up a strong man at the beach, right? And if you're really strong, you wouldn't be so stupid that you almost drowned in a shipwreck. Hearing Yamato's remarks, Ion was a little impressed with Yamato. This seems like a stupid but not totally stupid woman. Witnessing the seemingly extraordinary exchange between Ion and Yamato, Gaki also ignited hope at this moment. In the past, this woman I had always looked down on, this time seems to have really gotten to know a remarkable person. If Lieutenant General Ion feels the kindness of Yamato and is willing to lend his strength to deal with the Revolutionary Army, then at least it is not impossible to rescue the two bosses, Yin and Quinn. Matter. Immediately, Jijimu took a step in Yamato's direction. The embarrassed but rebellious expression before turned into a little flattery and respect, and unconsciously rubbed his little hands and asked Yamato, Yawa, how is your relationship with Lieutenant General Ion? Yamato turned his head slightly to one side, pointed his thumb towards Ion, and said with a heroic expression, he's my little brother, just tell me if you have any requests. As soon as the statement came out, Ion's expression was weird. Jack and Jimu were almost shocked and their eyes were sticking out. Navy hero, nicknamed Sakura Dragon Lieutenant General Ion, turned out to be Yamato's younger brother. Looking at the unbelievable expressions of Jack and Gigi, Yamato tapped Ion's chest with his elbow and said, hey, say something. What did you tell me to say? Ion asked back with a tug at his mouth. Of course I admit the relationship between you and me. Saying that, Yamato's head turned to Ion's side and he said in a dissatisfied tone, you won't be so disrespectful. I just wrapped my chest for the first time for you. Yan, hey, don't be so easily misunderstood when you talk. Okay, if this word reaches Hancock's ears, I am afraid that Hancock will rush directly to Wano and kill you. Ian couldn't help but complain again and again. As soon as Ian looked around, he found that the expressions of Jack and Gimki became more and more shocked and weird, and the expressions of the rest of the 100 Beasts Pirates remnants were also wonderful. Ian spread his hands and said, in short, my relationship with Yamato is quite pure. She saved my life, so as a navy, I didn't arrest you on the spot immediately. Thank you, Dade, you scum of the sea.